do now know that the toss will take place at 11:15 with an 11:30 start. So half an hour of extra time being used up means that no overs will be lost. As things stand, we'll start at 11:30 and get a full 50 overs a side game in, weather permitting. It's the first cricket match in the UK allowed with a full capacity here at Lord's. So now with the new Compton and Edridge stands, that's added a couple of thousand onto capacity. So around about 31,000, we believe. However, probably not that many tickets have been sold. The latest figure as of yesterday, around about 20,000 plus members. But certainly coming in the gates today, that familiar stream of people and some lines down the street, it feels like cricket is getting back to normal. I've got a couple of former England players and a Middlesex captain as well, Steve Finn, alongside me, legend Ian Bell here as well. Welcome to you both. Great to have this atmosphere at Lord's, isn't it? Did you feel a bit of a tingle coming in here this morning, Belly?
Absolutely, and seeing, like I said, the queues outside Lord's, that's what you remember. Obviously, again, the great thing about playing here, it's a special ground, and you're seeing the queues at the Grace Gates and everything. Yeah, it's what you play for, isn't it? So great to see those times back. Yeah, and Steve, all the matches you've played here on this ground so far this season, what does it feel like now seeing it buzzing today?
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, we've played games here recently with 7,000 people, 7,000 people, and it's felt busy and loud compared to what we've been used to for the last 12 months. So to hear the Lord's buzz, I don't know if people can hear it underneath our speaking here, but yeah, the Lord's buzz is back, and it's a wonderful sound.
Well, we had a fake one last year. Well, it was a real Lord's hum, but we'd recorded it and we were feeding it in. But this is genuine. This is genuine Lord's hum for you. With the main cover that across the actual pitch, the hover cover is still in place at the moment, but ground staff are poised. The sky is completely overcast. It's a little darker and hazier in the distance. There were some spots of rain when we first arrived at the ground this morning, hence the delayed start. But all those umbrellas have gone, and there's quite an expectant air amongst this crowd. I'm sure many of whom, really missed their Lord's match. It's that sort of once a year outing, isn't it, for a lot of people? They put the Lord's games, whether it's test match, one-day games, for the internationals, in their diaries, and it's a real appointment. So for them to actually be able to fulfil and come to the ground today is quite something. We've got Pakistan in a huddle down in front of the pavilion. England have just breaking away from their huddle in their blue and navy training tops. And was there a presentation just then for Ben Stokes, Ian, because it's his 100th one-day international? You played, and I had to, here we go, 161, your number.
Yep.
Do you remember your 100th cap? What will Ben be feeling this morning?
I mean, again, just, as proud as you can be, isn't it? I think when you get that 100 cap, it's you look back, obviously, when you started. I remember Ben when he first walked into the team, actually, and you could only be, I remember him in Australia for that Ashes tour, and the way he goes about his business, the competitor he is, he's been so sensational in an England shirt, and obviously to get it here, what was the achievement the guys got, but him personally in the World Cup final. So, brilliant place to get 100 cap, but what a player he's been for England, and great to see him fully fit again after his hand injury and back out there. Yeah,
that's right. A little bit rushed back in terms of coming back to captain the side in place of Owen Morgan with the finger injury. But proud day for Ben Stokes, and captaining England now for the third time in all, because of course he led in the test match at the start of last summer when Joe Root was on paternity leave. But the first ODI and now the second as England captain for this second one-day international. Well, let's get a bit of a check on the weather situation, because I said it is a bit overcast here at the moment. Not much of a breeze to move these clouds across. The MCC flag is lying a little limp against the flagpole at the top of the grandstand, but we've got Louise Lear in the BBC Weather Centre to give us a bit of an update. Louise, what can you tell us?
It's going to improve the weather story, actually, over the next few hours, but you might get a little bit of rain, actually, which could delay things a little bit. I've just been out to get some breakfast, and when I was walking out to the shop, there was heavy drizzle in central London, so only a couple of miles away from where you are, really. And then when I came back, it had gone. It was dry. So you could get a little bit of showery rain in the next hour or so, and then from early lunchtime, it's going to be a dry story. A lot of cloud around, quite a humid feel out there, isn't there? And temperatures will probably pick up around 17 degrees. But you're quite right, light winds, very light winds. So that's not going to shift that cloud in any time soon. It'll stay quite cloudy this afternoon, but it should dry up.
OK, thank you, Louise. Well, it's sort of promising. Might be a bit of a delay, but I think they can cope with that. We get the majority of the 50 overs in. Just feels like there might be a bit of Duckworth-Lewis potentially come into play later on.
Potentially. I think there'll be some bowlers licking their lips at the prospect of bowling in about 45 minutes' time. We've not seen the pitch yet, but the square's lush. The ball's going to stay good for a majority of the game, as in it's not going to lose its shine. These white balls at the moment, you can see the writing on them all the way through the game, and that's why I think, especially in that ODI series against Sri Lanka, we saw the ball swing so consistently. So I'd imagine whoever wins the toss is going to bowl.
It's been England's modus operandi, hasn't it, in one-day games?
Yes, it most definitely has. And especially here, if the weather's getting better through the day, the wicket's only going to get better. So the first little bit's going to be very tricky for batting, and some wounds with Pakistan from the last game. Yeah,
I mean, just to reflect on that game at Cardiff, Ian, it was a wonderful sort of crushing win for England to get, with so many of the first-choice players out. But we heard Lewis Gregory in the build-up to this team just saying, what a tribute that almost is to the county game. And I'm sure as well experience a lot of these players have had in T20 leagues around the world as well, that they're able to just step in. A lot of them will have spent time with Lions, have toured, they've been in that England setup, but to come in and hit the ground running and beat Pakistan in the manner that they did was extraordinary.
Absolutely, it was absolutely incredible. I think that one thing watching that Sri Lanka series, I thought England didn't allow Sri Lanka to play well. The bowling was outstanding, and I think these young guys here have come in and basically followed suit, haven't they? And absolutely brilliant, set the tone from ball one in the game, and put a Pakistan side again with some top world-class players under some real pressure. And I think it shows the depth we have in this country now in white ball cricket in particular. I'd like to see that grow in test match cricket, certainly test match batting, but in white ball cricket at the moment just shows we could pick 2 or 3 teams and compete. And that's the beauty of franchise cricket, is a lot of these guys, you go down the list there, they've all been playing top franchise cricket around the world. So again, jumping onto a big stage, They weren't, overawed by the occasion, and it was just another day at the office.
Yeah, and we should mention your coaching qualifications. You're now a level 3 coach very recently. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
But you've also worked with the England under-19s as a batting coach as well. And some of these players, would have been probably a little bit before that time, but that under-19s pathway, you look down the list and some of the players who have featured at that under-19 World Cup, Will Jacks being vice-captain in 2018, for example.
Yeah, it's a brilliant setup, and the ECB, put a lot of money, a lot of finance into that, and the programme that the youngsters get. I remember my under-19 days, it certainly wasn't the depth and the finances weren't there as much, but the quality of coaching they do get and the experience is fantastic, and they get to play. I said we were lucky enough to go to a World Cup, and you're playing against the best players in your age group around the world, and a lot of those players, whether you look back and it's a Virat Kohli or a Kane Williamson, they've all been there, they've all played there. Joe Root, Ben Stokes, it's an experience that I think helps them on their journey, and it's great to see, again, the likes of Jordan Cox at Kent, who was on that, who's gone on and got a double 100 in first-class cricket. I think he's just got picked up in the 100. And there's a number of guys there. Will Smead just been picked up as well, who's in the current under-19 setup at the moment. So, yeah, it's a great opportunity for them to learn. Like I said, travelling around the world, and seeing other conditions, seeing other cultures play cricket as well, which I think is massively important to your development. And then transforming it into first-class cricket, delivering there and trying to get yourself out here where, like I said, into a full England shirt.
Lewis Gregory was outstanding, wasn't he, in Cardiff with the ball, his 4 wickets?
Yes, Saqib Mahmood, 4 wickets.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, Saqib struck, didn't he, in the first
he did,
deliveries of the match, really set the tone.
Yeah, I think all of these guys, again, have been consistent performers in county cricket, and I think it's not just consistent performances, I think it's winning games for your team, and we suffered it a few times this year as Middlesex with Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory against us for Somerset, taking the game by the scruff of the neck and forcing the issue for their team. And I think it's those things that, if you're picking an England team and if there are opportunities there, you want to bring those sorts of characters into the environment, and those guys are the sorts of characters who can do that. So it was no surprise that they came onto this environment, into this stage, and did well.
Looking at the players who didn't feature in the first ODI, Will Jacks, Danny Briggs, Dan Lawrence, Ben Duckett, David Payne and Tom Helm, but England aren't going to make any changes, are they, after such a convincing win first out?
Oh, you wouldn't think so. Again, momentum in sport is important, and more of the same, I would have thought. Again, the opportunity these guys have got, if they can win this today, then maybe they might have a little look at Edgbaston, slightly different surface there. You might see Briggs, who that's his new home at Warwickshire and has done very well this year, certainly in white ball cricket. So maybe if they can get a win today, which would be an amazing story, really, to see that if England could go on and win this series against a strong Pakistan side, yes, in our own conditions, but that would be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, because in terms of the batting, not many batsmen got opportunities, did they? Because Malan and Crawley just did the job.
Yeah, they played outstandingly, didn't they? And calm, assured. I suppose the game situation did allow for that. I thought Pakistan made it a little bit easy for them just to cruise to the total, didn't really make it uncomfortable or try anything too different. So I'd imagine Pakistan today will come out reinvigorated with fresh ideas about how they can attack people and try and take wickets. But as an all-round performance for them as a team, setting the tone early, Saqib Mahmood did that, and then a calm, assured performance to put the game to bed beyond that. I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah, and what did you make of Stokes' leadership, Ian, out there in terms of the calmness, the tone that he's able to set within the team?
I think he does that, doesn't he, naturally? I think you watch him with an England side as well. I think he's a leader. I remember, in my early days playing with Andrew Flintoff, he has that, just be being out in the field. His presence out there is calming for other people. He's the guy that generally steps up when England need him, wherever that is in the world, in any condition, any format, he generally steps up. And it's great to have people like that. You need those characters. So, interesting to see him, what he had to say in the huddle and what he said in the training days leading up to it. But as I said, I think when you have somebody like Ben, who has done it all out there under pressure, he's a calming influence, and his work ethic is great as well for young players to watch him off the field and the way he's taking himself and where his game is now. I think that is leadership, isn't it? Not necessarily what he's saying, but how he goes about his business.
And I guess his approach and his ability to take pressure off the shoulders of others was no better illustrated, in fact, than at Headingley when Jack Leach came out to bat in the Ashes test. And the little conversation they had as Jack Leach tells the story, Stokes just says, well, you face, I'll face 4, you face 2 type of thing. And I think Jack at the time was like, I've got to get my head around that quickly. But yeah, he just instantly put him at ease, as if, we've got this one step at a time.
Yeah, to be able to think that clearly under pressure, and we obviously saw what the guys did here at the World Cup, and then obviously to that innings and that passage of play actually with Leach in that Ashes game at Headingley was absolutely incredible. So to think clearly like that under pressure, it's a great example to young players. Again, yes, you have the talent, but that mental side of the game, the best players I played with, everyone, when you get to this level has that talent, that ability, but it's that mental side of the game that comes in, and Ben has that to go with all the ability you need as well.
She just mentioned some green tarpaulins have been pulled up to cover the bowlers' run-ups either end of where the hover cover is at the moment. Steve, your local reading of the situation, there's the odd umbrellas gone up.
Yeah, my local knowledge is that if you look out the windows at the back of the pavilion and you see grey skies towards the west or the southwest, which is that way, you're in a bit of strife. And at the moment, the clouds that we can see behind the pavilion over the top right-hand corner of the pavilion, it's leaden and it looks as though it is for a considerable way back. It only looks light rain out there, and actually the drainage in the outfield here, anything that comes onto the pitch, it just soaks straight through and disappears down St John's Wood Road somewhere into the drains, I'd imagine. So I'd imagine a short delay, and this would just be precautionary, I'd say, but as soon as it stops raining, they'll have absolutely no hesitation in getting those covers off and cracking on.
Yeah, it just feels like a very light few spots at the moment, which will hopefully ease. From this position up here, you can usually, on a clear day that is, you can see the Grenfell Tower from behind the pavilion. So that's always a bit of an indication, as you say. If you can't quite see that, the clouds have closed in. How many times have you been up here, Ian, from this view across to the pavilion?
A few times, but like I said, this is a much better weather watching position here. I remember obviously and Finney will know better than me, but when you get to Lords again, like you get guys running out the back, out the shower windows, the little windows, have a look if there's any rain coming, especially in county cricket. So yeah, it's a much better weather watching position we are from here.
Yeah, and you're normally getting the view from the other side. I'm surprised actually how few times you've been up here.
Yeah, a handful of times in my entire career, I'd say, that I've been up here and never watched an international game from this perspective. It's actually only now that I realise how easy it is to see how bad you're bowling from this view up here. So yeah, when I've read those unkind press reports after a game, thinking, oh, were they watching? They were most definitely watching. You can see absolutely everything. Yeah, there's no place to hide. I'm glad I've not been up here more actually.
Well, covers are now being rolled out across the square, but let's again just hope this is precautionary. We're expecting a toss in 15 minutes' time. 11:15 local time, and then a start at 11:30. So there's still time to get things underway without any further delay. We are expecting a 50 overs a side game to start at 11:30. That's the situation as things stand at the moment. So, Steve, with your views from the far end of the ground, looking back this way, because I mentioned at the start I've got the new Compton and Edridge stand redevelopments put in. Describe it. What does it look like? Because we can't see it at the moment where we are looking out.
I think they're imposing. I'd say it's a nice way to describe it. They've added character either side of the media centre here, the spaceship, I suppose, and sort of in keeping with that, the place that you really notice it is when you're fielding underneath it, because from the opposite, this is such a big ground that when you look from the other end of the ground, you're like, oh, they look pretty big, but they're not that big, are they? They can't be that big. But then you come and you get closer and you stand under them, it's only then that you realise how big and over the top of the ground they are actually. So, I mean, the view that we have here, you'll get that just off a slight angle, but then even higher as well. So, yeah, it's going to be an amazing place to watch cricket, I think. And on a day like today, the first time that there's been a full house in here, or something close to a full house, the buzz and everything, to be sat up there, I think will be a pretty special experience.
Yeah, they're two, if you like, sort of asymmetrical oval-shaped stands, aren't they? But maybe that's a way to describe it, because everybody's familiar with the shape of the media centre, which is like a rectangle but with rounded ends, the spaceship media centre. And then so the stands either side are sort of large ovals, but they lean sort of away and down from the media centre. So it's actually quite in keeping, isn't it, with the character and the style of this end of the ground?
Yeah, there'd have been a few petitions to make sure that they were in keeping, I'd imagine, here at Lords with the MCC and the members wanting to make sure that they can still see the trees over on the high street.
You can just about. Yeah, between the two of them.
You can see the trees over on the high street there in the park. So, it's a beautiful cricket ground. I know I'm biased. I've played here for a long, long time for Middlesex and seen it develop with with the new stand over there, the Warner stand, and now these two here. It's a pretty special place to come and play cricket.
Yeah, and a really nice feature of it, actually, there's a walkway connecting the two stands behind the media centre, so you can actually, that's obviously going to help with the foot flow around the ground, because it could get a little bit bottlenecky during an international, but also people can then stand and view out to the nursery ground as well, so it's a really nice feature of the ground. It's such a special place, and you think it just really adds to, adds to what was already a world-class ground.
Yeah, it's just such a, certainly as an international player, you look for this fixture all the time, the test matches, when it is. Obviously, when it's the one ground as well, your phone goes off the hook for tickets as well. So you're there's a number of people who are always desperate to come to this occasion, really. It's such a brilliant one. And as I said, generally when they do things here, they do it right. So it looks so nice out there. I haven't actually been out there like Finney has in the middle to look back at this. But yeah, it's such a special week as a player to come, and like I said, everything from walking through the long room, everything, it's just an amazing place to come and play cricket.
Just looking around the crowd, it is filling up more as we get past the 11 o'clock mark, and people are aware that there's going to be a delayed start here, but the start is imminent, we hope, as long as it doesn't rain between now and 11:30. But yeah, I can see that the Pakistan shirts in the crowd really stand out with a lime green, some of the darker green colours as well, but it's that lime green, almost Pakistan 92 sort of World Cup shirts that really stand out in what is an overcast day here at Lord's. What of Pakistan then, Ian? Because yes, it was a thumping defeat, and with players like Babar Azam, they've had a bit of time to turn themselves around, but they've got to get that mental focus. What's going to be key to bounce back from such a defeat like that?
I think the tough thing at the moment with cricket, isn't it, is coming on tours. They don't have warm-up games, so they literally were hit hard by, again, a group of players who've played a lot of domestic cricket and were excellent, actually. It didn't allow Pakistan to get going, but I think that's part of Pakistan cricket, isn't it? The ability, look at it, played in the PSL, the ability, the talent they have is amazing. But what you do know with Pakistan, you don't quite know which team's going to turn up on the day. The ability, they could turn up here and outplay England and play their A game, but then we saw in Cardiff that they have the potential to play a pretty poor game. So I think that's the excitement you get with Pakistan here, is that, like I said, the ability and talent is absolutely incredible. It's just which team you're going to see on the day. And England, like I said, all come into this with a lot of confidence. These young players, again, I haven't talked about Ben Stokes, but I think it's that Morgan way as well, that fearless way of cricket. Whoever's there, whether it's Babar Azam, who's a world-class, but one of the top players in the world, is okay, we'll take them on.
Yeah. Imam-ul-Haq fairly well, Steve. You played with him, you, at Islamabad.
I have played with him, yeah.
Tell us about him. He's the coach of this Pakistan side, and he comes across to us in the media as as a very reserved man of few words. What's he like when you're in a dressing room?
Yeah, it's a pretty accurate representation. I think he's one of those types of leaders, and why he was such a good leader for Pakistan when he did it over the years. I think it's that ability to be able to speak, but what you say comes out your mouth is quality. I think sometimes you can have circumstances where it's just a constant dialogue of communication and things, there might be nuggets of information that are good in there that can be lost or misconstrued because there is so much information. But I think actually him as a leader and his reserved, calm manner will be a calming influence for the team. And also when he speaks, you listen, because what he says is very pertinent. So, yeah, and again, he's an impressive man. I'd imagine he's instilled an ethic of working hard in there. We saw when they beat us here in 2016 and 11 of them were doing press-up at the pavilion end of the ground.
Yunus Khan inspired, I think. They'd done some sort of military training.
Yeah,
in the
but I think that would have been off the... But like Misbah was like... He had a six-pack when I played with him and he was 42 or something like that. So he works very, very hard at his fitness, and that was something that I think meant that he had the longevity in his career that he did, and the success that he did later on in his career. You can't do that without being a fit man. So to have that work ethic instilled into this Pakistan team will be a good thing. And also he's a proud man. He's a proud Pakistani and has pride in what he does. And they'll be hurt by what happened at Cardiff, I'd imagine. They're not going to be happy with the way that they went down and how timid it was. That's not the way that Pakistan play cricket. For me, they're a really exciting, passionate,
dynamic,
in-your-face, dynamic team, and we didn't see that in Cardiff. So I'd imagine that it wouldn't surprise me that they had a little bit of a rocket from Misbah after that. So I think there's a chance. I mean, they've been warming up for about 2 hours now, even when it's been raining.
Yeah, they were out early, weren't they?
Usually the opposition teams just go and get in the dressing room and huddle up and wait for it to stop raining. But these guys have been out there for 2 hours. So it wouldn't surprise me if, inspired by Misbah and his leadership style, they're here to mean business today.
Can't imagine Misbah giving anybody a rocket. He's here to say it so quietly spoken in media conference when he speaks to all of us.
But it's funny, like, when guys like that do give you a rocket, then it
really means it.
It means it. Like, where if you have coaches who, and I've played under guys when I was a lot younger, who every day there were rockets, and you're almost like, oh, here we go, another rocket. What does this mean? Like, whereas if someone who's quite quietly spoken is then frustrated and angry with you, you know they really mean it, and it's a more pertinent message for me as a player. I think Trevor Bayliss actually was a similar type, very quiet. And me and Belly played a lot under Trevor Bayliss. He was quiet, reserved, didn't say much, but then every now and again he'd pull the team in and he'd say that wasn't good enough. And you'd know, and it'd make you switch on just that little bit more, because it was infrequently done, but when he did it, he really meant it.
Waited for those key moments.
Yeah.
Do you know what coaching style you want to be, Ian? Now you've got your level 3 and have you figured that out? And does that take a bit of time as a coach?
I think it does, those experiences. But again, I think, the important thing is figuring out your strengths, your weaknesses. So I think that is the most important. Steve's right. I mean, again, being calm, especially at this level, there's a lot going on, a lot of noise around, there's a lot of media talk and everything. So you've got to try and keep that calm. You can't be making emotional decisions all the time. And I don't know Misbah that well, but he comes across that calmness. But and Steve has said there with Trevor Bayliss, again, a lot of the time you'd see him sat on the balcony with his floppy hat and his glasses on, and you wouldn't quite know in his whole demeanour and his body language whether you were 5 for 2 or you were 100 for 1.
True.
In whatever position that was in. So that players, they feed off that, and you can see a coach whether they've got that nervous energy or, as Steve said, or constantly angry or whatever that is. But a calmness, again, from the top man, the coach, I think, again, goes round the players pretty quickly. So that's really important to get the balance, but understanding what you do and how you're going to go about that.
Can't imagine you giving anyone a rocket. You're going to have that work just up your sleeve.
If he did, he'd mean it.
Yeah, I think this is right. Case in point.
Maybe,
Case in point. That's going to be a big weapon. I mean, through the one-day summer so far, I mean, Mickey Arthur is a real case in point as a coach who lives and breathes every shot, every dismissal, and his animations have been sort of fascinating to watch on the sidelines. And that might work for some players equally as well, I suppose, isn't it? So much about understanding your charges and actually how your players respond to communication, how they receive communication.
Yeah, it's knowing your players, that man management of players, but also knowing where your team is on their journey. You look at Sri Lanka at the moment, they look at the start, rebuilding after having, I suppose, a team of 10, 15 years of some of the greatest players of all time. And they look like they're at the start of something. They're going to have to build. They've got a lot of young players with little senior players. So again, he's obviously putting a lot of work now. But when you get to the point, I suppose, as Trevor maybe did and Morgs with the white ball team, again, you're not overcoaching those guys. You're taking pressure off those guys and allowing them to get their ability out on the big stage under pressure, which is what they've done so well. Certainly, I think in 50 over cricket for England now is that, the pressure they take off the players to go out and play. If they make a mistake, then they've got to, as long as they understand they're playing to the I suppose, Morgan's philosophy, and just going out, like I said, and being as aggressive as possible. But if you want to play that cricket, you can't be, like I said, having a go at people if they get it wrong as well.
Yeah, and I suppose this group of players, Finney, largely would know their game, but some of them are still quite young. And how much do you think in this setup now there will be like actual sort of coaching in the net practice in the lead up to a match, or is it again? Would they be treated in the same way as the full senior ODI squad would be in terms of you're here? It's largely the mental preparation and just having your game and being ready to play. Like we trust that you know what you're doing.
I think Belly makes a great point that at this level it's about relieving pressure from players. And I think that if you're in the net saying, "Oh, what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? You need to be doing that," I think at this level is the wrong way to go about it, because there's enough of us sat up here asking those questions of these guys. They need to go out there. They're here for a reason, to go, and they are the best 16, 17 players available for England at this very moment in time due to circumstances, and they're all incredibly talented. So it's understanding that and allowing them and relieving the pressure so that they can go out there and play. And also I think in this England team, And I think, and we'll probably touch on this later at some stage, but there are specific roles for people, whereas I think in the past it's like, oh, well, these are the 4 best bowlers that we have available, so they're going to play, even if they're 4 very similar bowlers. Whereas in this team, everyone has a specific role. Brydon Carse is here to bowl quick. That he knows that. He's told that. He's here to bowl quick through the middle of the innings. So that role for him is defined by the way that Owen Morgan and Trevor Bayliss at the time set up the ODI team. The opening batsmen are there to be aggressive. Then there's a calm influence at 3, and then it gets more progressively aggressive as it goes down. So I think that the way that this ODI team is set up is also great, because it means that people can come in and just fulfil a role, and they're picked to do a role. And with the left armers, you know, the need or the want to have a left armer in the team or in the squad, they're not available now. Or David Payne is, but he didn't play. But you know that there are specific roles, which I think also makes it a lot easier for a player to come in and just understand what he needs to do, which again relieves the pressure on the players when they're out there in the middle.
We'll possibly come back to that point. Some news from the middle that the toss has been delayed again, or the covers are on, the bowlers' run-ups and the tarpaulins either side as well, stretching out across the square. The players are still on the outfield, though, doing their warm-ups, and there's one little purple umbrella down on ground level. I believe Dan Norcross is down at ground level as well. Dan, what can you tell us from outside? How's it feeling?
Well, it feels fine, actually, apart from there's just moisture in the air. Honestly, it's so frustrating. If I look down in front of me, you know, you get sort of dusty patches here, and I'm looking for evidence of heavy rain, and actually it's just the odd dot here and there. But, you know, as Louise Lear said, there are going to be showers today, and I can imagine it bubbling up a little bit. They can't really toss in this because there is, I mean, I won't call it rain. It's not even mizzle. It's slightly lighter than mizzle. And you mentioned the umbrellas. I'm standing right by the pavilion. I can see 2 umbrellas. Everybody else is sat out in the open. It's very muggy. It's really quite warm, it's quite sultry and oppressive, but it isn't actually really raining, technically. You wouldn't call it rain.
I see the different stages of rain as cricketers. So you've got lizzle, you've got lizzle, light drizzle.
Oof, it's a new one on me.
Mizzle, medium drizzle.
Familiar with mizzle.
Then it goes to drizzle. Then
Is that dried drizzle?
No, that's just drizzle. That's when it's drizzle. Then it goes to hizzle, which is heavy drizzle, and then it's rain. So you got the 5 stages of rain for me as a cricketer, and I'd say we're at the lizzle phase here.
Accurate.
Yeah, exactly. And every team has a weather watcher or a weatherman that you know is accurate. So for me, Jonathan Trott at Warwickshire, and obviously with England, he would come in and tell you exactly what was happening. He was right
really?
Most of the time. Oh, he was on. He loved his rain though. He loved seeing, especially in county cricket. He liked to have a couple of hours off the pitch.
Just
so
watching the rain.
he was a constant. He'd come in with a better mood when the rain was around than if it was a day when he knew he was in the field for 100 overs.
Well, I mean, I've been covering cricket for years and years and years, and I still haven't worked out what is the best weather radar app, what have you, to use. And I don't know, Dan's description seemed a pretty accurate one. I can just see him disappearing back under the arch there. He's wearing a beautiful pale blue jacket today, Dan. He's sort of blending in with his face mask, actually, when he's walking around the ground. But yeah, I can see a couple of MCC bacon and egg umbrellas down there in the lower reaches of the stands. But yeah, very few other people even got rain jackets on, or it's not cold either, is it? It's quite a pleasant temperature. We just need the cloud to lift, and whether it's just the sense of the ground to be drier itself. But a little bit frustrating, I think, for the crowd who are in at the moment, that we haven't got anything quite underway yet. But let's hope.
But it's funny, as a player, you're like, well, it's raining. We shouldn't go out there. And as a commentator and as a fan, you're like, lads, just get out there.
Get out and play. Get out and play.
Let's get out there and play cricket.
We genuinely. I mean, there's so much talk, isn't there, about the bowlers' run-ups. The bowlers' run-ups have got to be perfect. And how much, would it be lizzle would be enough for you to say this isn't safe?
Do you know what it is? As frustrating as it is here, sat watching, I think it's more if you carry moisture with your spikes onto the wicket, and you slip, even if you slip slightly at that point of contact when you land, it means what comes out your hand is just, it's so hard to control. So it's more the quality and your pride in performance of wanting to be good when you're out there, especially in this situation, representing your country. If you're running up on a wet outfield, you're slipping slightly when your front foot lands, and that's affecting where you're letting the ball go. It just doesn't look good, and
Quality of the contest.
Yeah, and you just feel like you're not quite giving 100% because you're apprehensive about your foot landing and stuff. So it's those little knock-on effects that, yes, it looks so frustrating for us sat here watching without being out there, but as a player, it's not because we don't want to be out there. It's because the pride in your performance and the mitigating circumstances of the rain and the wetness of the ground mean that the quality of what you're putting on for people watching isn't quite there.
So you could tease him now in to say, a bowler's a bit precious.
Oh, we are, absolutely we are.
They are precious. But you can't win games without them. That's the thing.
Exactly. And you want them to perform at their best as well, don't you?
It's frustrating, isn't it? Because this feels like if they'd started, you wouldn't come off in it.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
You can't start in it, which is one of the strange things about cricket.
There are enough spots of rain, weren't there, before? Let's go back to Finney's point about teams then and roles in teams. Have you seen, detected that big shift with England, that everyone has a role, understands it, rather than, here's a team of 11 and this is a match and we've got to win it? Everything is very much defined.
Yeah.
And how does that manifest?
No, I think that you can see that in the selection. You could argue that there's maybe a few of the players that could have got picked on numbers, Shaheen, for instance, but it looks like, again, this has been picked down the Owen Morgan, Bayliss blueprint. Phil Salt with the top, an aggressive player is going to play the Bairstow, Roy way, and as we've talked about, Carse, who was really impressive. I watched him a couple of times this year for Durham. Genuine pace, through the middle, tall, good bounce, and it's mirroring what the full strength side would do, which makes a lot of sense, as Finn has said. But yeah, I think when you're a player, especially with T20 now, and you look at the franchise and what the detail that they go into, and obviously England go into, as a player, you get role clarity, whether it's with the bat in your position or with the ball. I think that makes it, again, as we've talked about, takes pressure off. Go out and deliver your role for the team. If you don't quite know your role, it can get you in a little bit of doubt. And that's, as we've talked about as a coach, as a side, is to give the players the opportunity to go out and execute and take the pressure away from them. And like I said, on the big occasion, go and show the world how good a player you are. But when you've got that clarity as a player, it's so much easier.
It's an interesting dynamic for Chris Silverwood as coach, because he wasn't expecting to be part of this one-day series either, was he? So first of all, he is now the selector for England teams, and he's had to leap back into the fold to pick up from Paul Collingwood. But I don't know, as England coach, he wouldn't ever really have switched out, would he? Even if he was on the Norfolk Broads?
No, well, I think he is the boss, isn't he, I suppose? Yeah. You've got Ashley Giles, who is the director of cricket, or whatever that role is, that Ashley Giles, like however you would specifically describe it. But Chris Silverwood then is the head. He's not one of a bunch of people. He is the person who's responsible for picking the teams, making sure that the guys go out there and perform, managing them on a day-to-day basis. It's a massive role. So, and it would be almost impossible to switch off from. And I know I played with Silvers, and I haven't played under him, but I played with him and know him a little bit. And he's a very, very proud, passionate man. And I think that even if he was walking on the Norfolk Broads or whatever it is, I think he would still have half an eye. As long as he had 4G reception on his phone, he'd be.
You don't always get the
eye.
Norfolk Broads.
No, that's true. That's true. Although now we've all had COVID jabs, we're all 5G compatible, aren't we? But it's he might have. He never would have switched off, I don't think. And that's just, I'd imagine, the person that he is, and also, again, that pride in what is put out there as part of an England team. Everyone has pride in that, and him none more so than him.
Yeah. Do you like this sense of the coach being the selector of the team, Ian?
I think it's interesting. I was trying to think, I was talking about it actually the day with Strauss here. We were at a charity cricket game, and actually it's quite interesting from a player's point of view, because you obviously want to have that relationship with a coach you can go to and have those conversations, which many times I did with Andy Flower, understanding he's not involved in selection, but you'd never go to the chairman of selectors and have a conversation saying maybe I'm struggling with something. So I can see how the pros and cons to it, and I'm sure Silvers would want the players, that relationship not to change, even though they know he is now chairman of selectors as well as the head coach. So I can see the pros and cons, but it does put a lot on him, doesn't it? Now he is responsible, whether it's good or bad. Now it's with him, which I suppose from his point of view, maybe that's his, whatever happens at the end of when he finishes, good or bad, he knows it was all on him. It was his decisions, and you can live with that.
Yeah, with, of course, quite a big input from the captain in this case. We know Owen is a huge influence in the one-day side, and you imagine Joe Root the same. With the Test side, they also have their say, and that's got to be important too.
I think it's really important. Yeah, as a captain, you want to take out the players that you want to take out. And having that relationship which I think is really strong. Certainly the Morgan one we've seen with the white ball side, but with Joe as well. It looks like they've got a very good relationship and work well together.
Thank you, Ian. I think we're going to give you a bit of a breather. It looks like the coaches, Finney, are making their way, and the coaching staff, well, certainly for England, Pakistan is staying out there. Is this sort of naughty boy nets or double dip practice?
Yeah, it's the equivalent. I remember a few times when I was younger, Jason Pooley, my Middlesex second team coach, when I was 16, 15, if we'd had a bad day, the next day we were on deck at 9:30 a.m. catching high catches for about 45 minutes, and that's exactly what Pakistan have been doing here. Yeah, so I'd imagine it's slightly the equivalent of that. And yeah, all the England team now are off the pitch, feel as though they're ready to go, and that's the confidence that winning and playing in the manner that you did in Cardiff breeds. It breeds that confidence to say, we're ready to go. We're ready for this battle here today. Pakistan, every single member of their squad and management team are out there on the pitch, and they're still catching high catches, which it's like last minute cramming for an exam. It doesn't always work.
It's a really interesting dynamic, isn't it, watching that psychological sort of battle. Yet we don't need to be on the outfield practicing anymore. We're ready. I've just come back from covering Wimbledon, and it's similar when you see the change of ends, like which player leaps out of the chair first to be ready to serve, and is that putting a little psychological edge on the opposition? It's really fascinating to watch. But yeah, we've still got the various members of the Pakistan squad are out on the outfield, and an expectant crowd sitting in here at Lord's. The toss was initially delayed until 11:15. It's been delayed further. No confirmation as yet as to when that will be. So our initial start time of 11:30 has been scrapped. At that stage, no overs had been lost if we were to have an 11:30 start. So we wait to see, but there's still no visible rain falling. A couple of very small spotty umbrellas down in the lower reaches of the stand, but said most people sitting and starting to fill up. I mean, it won't be the 31,000 that Lord's now is. Don't think quite that many tickets have actually been sold, and I think a lot of people are just a bit taken by surprise, almost not expecting full capacity. It's really unusual, isn't it, to be able to buy tickets for major events like a Lord's ODI, like Wimbledon. I mean, people have been picking up tickets for the tennis as they've been released daily. There's actually never been a better time to grab a ticket for an event you've never been to before.
No, absolutely. And yeah, I'd imagine people have got used to being sat in their pants on the sofa watching the cricket from the comfort of their own home, and actually the prospect or the thought of going to a sporting event, especially an international sporting event at a big venue, would be slightly surreal. Yeah, so it's so great to see people here again. And like we mentioned earlier, that Lord's hum, you had the artificial hum last year all the way through, but this, feeling the ebbs and flows of the day and just hearing that, and then if you're fielding at deep square leg, someone popping a champagne cork on your head. Yeah, those things are special about Lord's, and it's great to see people here today.
Probably wouldn't be able to pick it up and throw it back these days, would you? Because of COVID, you need to hand sand immediately.
That's it, you have to kick it back.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. We'll let you go for the moment. Steve Finn and Ian Bell with us for this second one-day international, Pakistan and England's men, with England having won that first game by a considerable 9-wicket margin in Cardiff, and looking to go 2-0 up if they can and secure the series here and pick up 10 World Cup qualifying points along the way. But Pakistan equally want to put in a much better showing. However, we are waiting to see if and when this match will get underway. Somebody who did make the most of grabbing some tickets online for a major sporting event, because Andy Zoltzman, you were at Wimbledon, weren't you, during the week?
I was last Saturday, in fact. Picked up some tickets for the outside court. It was wonderful. It's so close in.
It is. It's very intimate, isn't it?
Yes.
Very intimate. Well, I'm going to make way. Andy, give us a bit of a feel around this ground, England-Pakistan matches. I'm sure there's some stats, some golden stats you can give us around contests of past, and then Atif Nawaz is going to come in.
Well, Pakistan have a pretty good record at Lord's in one-day international cricket. I'll get the details out shortly. In terms of recent form, Pakistan, really since the World Cup, have had a kind of curious record in which they've done very well against teams sort of ranked lower than them, but have struggled against the top sides. And in the World Cup, the match between England and Pakistan at Trent Bridge was one of the finest games of that tournament, a high-scoring classic in which Pakistan made about 340, and England were seemingly chasing it down successfully with fine centuries by Root and Butler before a late clatter of wickets gave Pakistan a win. Following on from a catastrophic defeat against West Indies in their first game of that tournament, which ultimately cost them as the net run rate rule, which was one of cricket's many bafflingly poorly thought through regulations saw them lose out by the barest of margins to New Zealand to make it into the semi-finals.
I recall that vividly, Andy. I remember being at the first game when Pakistan played the West Indies, and I was home much earlier than anticipated. I drove to Nottingham to watch that game, and lots of expectation, the first World Cup match, and Pakistan was soundly defeated by the West Indies, and I got a nice consolatory hug from Sohaib Richards, which was very nice, obviously, but he did intimate to me that he saw it coming from the very first over. So yeah, I also remember being here at Lord's watching Pakistan play Bangladesh in that World Cup and being told that in order for Pakistan to qualify for the last stage, they would need to bowl out Bangladesh for 7.
Well, if any side was going to do it, you think maybe Pakistan could get on a roll, but sadly they didn't. But they finished that tournament on as they were almost the form team of the latter part of the group stage, but they lost that first game to West Indies by 7 wickets with 218 balls to spare, so more than 35 overs left after they were skittled for around about 100. Then had that win with England, a couple of losses to Australia and India, but then they beat successively South Africa, New Zealand, Afghanistan and Bangladesh, and were playing brilliant cricket by the end, but not quite enough to compensate for losing that first game by such a margin, because the way the net run rate rule works was that if you're, say, bowled out for 100 in 20 overs, it counts the full 50 overs for your run rate, so it counts basically as 100 off 50 overs.
Yes, and
that cost them in the end.
It did indeed. And just to clarify, of course, they did not bowl out Bangladesh for 7, obviously, just in case anybody was wondering. Good morning for the very first time to Ebony Rainford Brent, who's alongside me as well.
Good morning.
Good morning. What a beautiful sight it is to see so many fans here. I think we're expecting something like 20-odd thousand. Well, we thought we'd see 30,000 people here today at Lord's. The first big international game since the World Cup final, really. But it's not going to be a full house, apparently. Well, there's still some tickets out there if anybody's looking for them. They're a bit pricey, though, I thought. I looked up, and apparently there were some tickets available for the paltry sum of £80. But the ones that are generally available were available for the princely sum of £165 to £175.
That's £80 for the cheapest ticket is, I would say, way too much for a one-day international.
I think what that number does for me is it's almost too exclusive, isn't it? It means that if you're getting into the game, you want to bring your family down. I mean, one ticket alone, let alone trying to bring your kids, it starts to add up, and there's no doubt, I understand it's a commercial business or sport, and you've got to make your money and you've got to pay for the cost of all these sort of things. But when you hear that number, it's quite scary, isn't it, of how many people that puts off trying to see international sport.
Yeah, I think the kids' tickets were around about £10, but it's a very expensive
two adults
day out,
and a couple of kids is your 500 quid gone, right?
There's a limited allocation of kids' tickets, under 16s tickets as well, so they're very difficult to get a hold of if you hadn't done due diligence a very long time ago. But it's escalated quite a lot. I mean, I remember coming to see, without aging myself, I remember saving my pocket money to come and see England play the West Indies here at Lord's. And my ticket cost me £30.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if that's a reflection on how old you are.
Yeah, well, probably. But yeah, it's just, I think you're very right, Ebony. I think, we need to think about this. We talk about wanting to broaden the game, and there's other tournaments, of course, this summer that with that specific aim. But this is an exciting contest, a big game, exciting team like Pakistan coming over. In theory, we'll get a good contest, although, of course, it was very one-sided in Cardiff. But theoretically, you've got one of the most character-filled teams in world cricket. You want to expose them to the biggest possible audience, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick ticket price comparison. I went to a game in the 2011 World Cup in Sri Lanka, with Sri Lanka playing Zimbabwe, and my wife and kids were out there. And I was working for Cricinfo at the time, and we bought tickets to that game that cost 30 Sri Lankan rupees, which worked out at 16 pence each.
Wow.
For the full, for a World Cup game. And I think the prices to a day at the Lord's Test the following summer was the top price was £90. Then so one ball of the Lord's Test cost the same as the entire World Cup match in Sri Lanka.
So, I mean, yeah, it's extraordinary how this thing develops, Habs.
I was going to say, I'll throw a question to you both then. What do you think is about right? Let's say if you had a family of 4, two parents, 2 kids, what's about right to spend on a high-quality entertainment at a top world-class venue?
Well, I think if you take your cue, it is world-class entertainment, right? Especially if you're a fan of the game, and I like the idea of it having some gravitas. Some of that comes from the cost of the ticket. I'm not suggesting that you make it a tenner and you give it away necessarily, but I like the idea of making it accessible. I mean, when you go into the hundreds, it feels prohibitively expensive for most people. I mean, it's been a pandemic year as well. A lot of people have struggled to make the kind of income they've made previously. It's been difficult. Families, if you go to the West End, right now the West End is reopening in London, and it's very great. The shows are back on, but you wouldn't expect to pay. You wouldn't expect to pay 150 quid for a West End ticket necessarily. I mean, you might if you wanted to be in the dress circle or something, but generally speaking, just for the accessibility, there are tickets there. There are loads of tickets that are available at very accessible prices. This, I think, it's got to be in double digits. I don't think it can ever go to 3. Not for the mass tickets. I think if you're selling more than 10,000 tickets for 3 figures, I feel like you may be doing the audience a bit of a disservice. I don't know. What do you think, Andy?
Well, I guess the proof is that if you've got a game like this where you'd think there's people are desperate to go and watch sports and watch whatever they enjoy watching, so you'd think the demand is there. So if they're 10,000 tickets short, that suggests that the ticket prices have been got wrong.
Yes, absolutely.
But I don't know what I'd say. I mean, maybe they need to. It could be done as an honesty box system where it's free to get in, and then depending on the quality of the cricket, you pay on the way out what you think it's been worth.
Yeah, that could be dangerous, Andy. I mean, when 4 down, you might be leaving at the end of the power play for some of the summer games.
I don't think the Pakistan fans in Cardiff would have been paying a lot under that system.
Yeah.
No, I think within 3 balls, you would have seen a big drop off there.
I think 75 quid. 80 quid feels you're spending high-end money. You know that that's not just for I would say for the average person that's not easy money, but equally it's not completely blowing it out. You could save for that, put towards it, and plan for that. So then, if family of 2 or 4 even, that's gets you towards that 200 mark. I think that it's expensive, but it's doable. I understand that. I think once you start getting to 175, that's crazy to me.
It's like a luxury expense. I mean, some people buy sofas for that kind of money. You know what I mean? Should a day out at the cricket with your family cost as much as a sofa, Andy?
Well, I mean, it depends what kind of sofa you're getting and what kind of cricket you're getting. But you mentioned that the 100 and county T20. I take my kids to a couple of games at the Oval every year in the T20 Barson. It's usually £25 or £30 for adult, and kids are £1. So if in terms of if people have a limited amount of money to spend on watching cricket, then you'd think they're more likely to choose that than £80 for a one-day international. We've talked a lot about the context of one-day internationals and how interested people are in these series, and the fact that it's now part of a kind of longer tournament to qualify for the World Cup, but that's not captured the imagination of cricket fans in any way. And in terms of the structure of the summer, what ideally we'd be watching now is England playing India in white ball cricket in a build-up to the Test series that's happened in 2018, and you then have a narrative building through the summer. Instead, what we've had was that curious late edition of the New Zealand series, and which was a great shame in a way that what the side that proved themselves to be currently the best team in the world had 2 sort of low-profile tests against a non-full-strength England side. Then we have these 2 white ball series against Sri Lanka and Pakistan that don't really have any sort of context within the summer, and then we've got the Indian test, which you'd think would they sort of sell themselves. But in terms of the structure of the international summer, it doesn't really make any sense for them. So again, you're trying to sell for quite high for high ticket prices a game that doesn't really have a context within the story of the summer and the broader story of qualification for the World Cup. You think but both of these teams are probably going to make it quite comfortably anyway, so that's not and it's sort of too distant and too long term.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's anything beyond just relying on that loyalty, that passion for cricket that a lot of the Pakistani audience in the UK and of course long-standing English fans have. It's more just kind of leaning on that kind of probability that they'll come. It's cricket, it's Lords, it's the occasion. That's what, and to be fair, that is a great occasion. I felt a great sense of relief and nostalgia just walking through the North Gate today as well, just remembering the last time I was here for an international match. It was the World Cup final, and it was an extraordinary occasion, and there is still that prestige of going to watch a game at Lords, and I understand that, but 165, 175. Well, who knows? Anyway, the reason why we're talking about that right now is because I'm very sad to tell you that it's still raining a little bit. It's what Stephen Finn a little bit earlier called lizzle, a light drizzle here at Lords, and the covers are still spread out. There doesn't seem to be much activity from the ground staff at this moment. We don't see any coaches or players or anybody on the field of play right now. So the toss is officially delayed. It's been delayed twice now so far today. We thought we might get a resumption at 11:30, but another resumption in the light drizzle put paid to that. So we'll await news. We'll await some more information, and as soon as we have that, we'll bring that to you, Andy Zaltzman.
Well, I think it might have upgraded from lizzle to mizzle. It looks slightly heavier through the binoculars than it was half an hour ago.
Well, I mean, there's a big... we talked about it not being a capacity crowd, but there is a very big crowd. And I must say that the umbrella game at Lords isn't quite up to the umbrella game at Bristol, but still many of them visible. A lot of fans just kind of, I think, almost trying to hint a little bit by kind of defiantly not using umbrellas to the players. But of course, there's player safety concerns, making sure the run-ups are dry, and making sure the conditions are set, so we can't start the game until then. So we await, and the Pakistani fans will be very, very keen to kick things off. They've had a miserable start to this series, being trounced by 9 wickets with 169 balls to spare at Cardiff. So much expectation, so much build-up about this Pakistan team. We talked about the Sri Lankan series being very one-sided, but there was higher expectations, Ebbs, of the games against Pakistan, a higher expectation of a higher quality side, a more polished side that would be coming with a pedigree for one-day international cricket. It was a huge letdown, certainly from a Pakistani perspective, but even as an England fan, watching them win like that, in the circumstances, it was extraordinary, but there's a slight letdown element to it, wasn't there?
Slight, yeah, it was big. I would argue that for me, Pakistan are one of the most exciting teams that I look forward to, partly because I've seen them do so well in England. I think World T20, 2009, Champions Trophy. They've performed when they come to England last summer. A real threat. So with all of that, and actually I was looking, they arrived around the 25th of June, and then I think they had 3 days in the hotel. But I was thinking, all right, that's still a week or so of a good run-in, so I thought they might have been hitting the ground running. So to see, it was a mixture. I think there was very good bowling up front by Saqib Mahmood for the first few wickets. What I would say, though, is there was a number of wickets that really frustrated me. Hasan Ali could see what Matt Parkinson was doing and just gave it a bit of air. And you could see the trap, and he just lazily kind of fell into it. I thought the communication of the run out, when looking at that moment when I started talking up 270, could they score a big total, was that I was thinking, look, it's a good wicket, these two are going nicely, Fakhar was in full flow, and then there was just like a run out which just looked like really poor communication. And so I suppose, fair play to England for playing some good cricket, but it felt like half of that game Pakistan just weren't turning up. However, there were still so many good signs in patches from, like I say, the way Fakhar Zaman batted, the way they bowled, that that actually it could be dangerous if they turn up again today. Like, it's one of those where I would imagine it's easier for them to park that than Sri Lanka, because for Sri Lanka there were technical problems, maybe the mindset. I actually feel like Pakistan could park that and actually turn up today, but they really do, because especially against the B side, that's the last sort of approach and run out you want to have.
Without a doubt. I think there was a real sense of urgency about them, even this morning training, even with the rain coming down. They spent ages out there. I think Ian Bell was noting that they did about 40 minutes of high catches today. And there was an element of like, we want to demonstrate, we want it to be very, very visible that we're taking this seriously, and we're prepared and we're anxious to get out there and kind of demonstrate what we can do. I mean, without a doubt, they didn't play anywhere close to their potential in Cardiff, and they'll be aware of that. As you say, Abs, with the Sri Lanka team, there was a sense of kind of embedded misery, a bit of morale issues, some uncertainty about people's places in the squad, and issues with a complicated relationship with the cricket board, and then the underlying controversies as well with bubble breaches and things like that. So there's a lot going on there. Whereas for Pakistan, it's been a case of we've underperformed, we haven't played to our potential in one game. That's fine. We need to put that behind us and come back strong. They will be chomping at the bit to come here at Lords, get on that pitch where they've got an extraordinary record historically, as Andy was talking about before, and show this England side that they've got a lot of work to do. They didn't. I think the bigger issue for Pakistan, they'll lament the fact that they didn't get a chance to test this New England side. 5 debuts in that side in Cardiff, but we didn't really get to see a whole lot. I mean, John Simpson, wonderful behind the stumps, and as a long-standing Middlesex fan, how lovely it was to see John Simpson keep and get that opportunity for England, but wasn't tested with the bat. neither was really. Zach Crawley obviously played quite well. Phil Salt, he was on debut. He looked a little bit shaky, and he was dismissed. If they were able to test some of these new players, put them under pressure, I think Pakistan they'd find themselves in an advantageous position. But in a way, it was kind of like a soft open. The hotels in the hotel industry have soft openings. It was like a soft opening for those players.
I think there's so many things. Number one is that their biggest thing is once you don't get runs on the board, then your bowling becomes flat because you just know any ball that's pinged off. And the surface was good, to be fair. There would have been a lot of batters looking down that lineup, Imam-ul-Haq or Fakhar Zaman or Babar Azam, looking like we've missed out on runs here. I think that's their biggest problem because once you've got only 140 to chase, even if you're a B England team, you're looking at that surface going, it's going to be fine. So I guess the question is, what can you do? I always wonder this, I've been in teams where, you've got absolutely nailed the day before. What can you actually do between this day and that day? And often it's just parking and resetting. They've got to just come out much more focused. They've got to be aware that there's going to be a real threat with the ball, whether it's a Saqib Mahmood coming at you or the spinner or whatever it might be. But I do sense that they'll perk up through the series. I don't feel like it will be like Sri Lanka, if I'm being honest. I think they will come to the party. Someone like Babar Azam will come to the party. If he did, it could have been a completely different game. So it's just about them stepping it up.
Absolutely. I mean, they know they've got the talent there, and they've been in good form. They've managed to win their last 3 ODI series on the bounce, and they've only lost 2 games in their last 9 ODIs, if memory serves. So. And again, people will say that was against a weaker South Africa team and certainly a weaker Zimbabwe team, but you can only play the opposition in front of you, right? So a sequence of wins going into a series against world champions, it's good preparation. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, one of the problems is that you mentioned those 3 series, but that's basically all the one-day cricket they have played in the last 2 years since the World Cup. And we talked previously about the kind of broken up schedule of ODI cricket, partly due to COVID, but partly due to the change in emphasis in international cricket. So that's only Pakistan's 9th one-day international since they played Bangladesh here in their last group game in the World Cup. So it's hard, I think, for players to adapt, to switch, and there's no sort of discernible sort of form lines and trends in the international one-day game at the moment.
Yeah, well, if you might have just heard in the background, there's a smattering of applause from the grandstand. That is because the ground staff has started moving again. We're not quite sure if it's to spread out the covers or to pull them in a little bit, but I think there was applause in anticipation of them perhaps starting to roll. But yes, we're still not quite sure. We'll let you know as soon as we have more information. We'll bring you updates. In the meantime, well, clearly there's a lot of talk this weekend about another England team in a major final. Of course, you can watch England versus Italy tomorrow night on BBC One, or listen to the commentary on 5 Live. Kickoff is at 8 p.m. We can't wait. 2 years ago, almost to the day, England's men's cricketers played the World Cup final on this very ground, and it's still the last one-day international to have been played on this ground until today. So as the rain falls here at Lord's, we thought we'd take you back to that glorious summer's day, the 2019 World Cup final. And just to let you know, during this programme, Radio 4 long-wave listeners will be leaving briefly for the shipping forecast around midday. But this is the story of that day from those who played the key roles.
July 14th, 2019.
This is more than a cricket match. I know that sounds ridiculous, but you just feel this is such an important day for English cricket.
England versus New Zealand.
A lot hanging on this day, I think. I mean, cricket's future, possibly.
The World Cup final at the home of cricket.
Today is a massive day for cricket because every young boy and girl, cricket fan, sports fan, just someone that's just tinkering along, just watching a bit of TV, can stumble across the game of cricket today. So it's
4 years' work has came down to 1 hour's cricket.
I'm really looking forward to just seeing how a group of players who have played so well for 4 years cope with this.
This is a story of that final hour, from the people at the centre of it.
But days like this, you're looking at New Zealand, no one's given them a chance. I've not met one person on that pitch that has gone, you know what, New Zealand can win today. Just go back.
Over the next 60 minutes, you'll hear from me, Ben Stokes. The amount of thought and effort I put into, constructing that innings and the processes that I went through, I wouldn't have been able to do 5 years ago, definitely not. Owen Morgan.
Batting to start with, myself and the coach were talking about who we would send in. Literally, as that conversation finished, Jofra walked up to me and was like, Morgs, it's me, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, it's you, mate.
Mark Wood.
I said to Stokes at the time, I says, look, no matter what happens, I'm just going to run. And he just completely ignored me. His eyes were like big and glazed over. He was so in the zone.
Adil Rashid.
The energy in the dressing room was, there was excitement. That's the real word I can put, excitement of to see, what will happen at the end. We're only 10 minutes away to find out if we actually win the World Cup or we lose the World Cup.
And Jason Roy.
I thought I've made a big mistake here. Turned around, saw the crowd just staring at me, almost in disbelief that I'd misfielded it. And I just wanted to crawl into a hole, to be honest.
This is the final hour.
Keeps me in touch with England cricket. Well, what a final we've got. 6 overs to go. And England need 53. If it's 52 they get, we'll be into a super over.
Is that right?
We will.
Oh, come on. Me and Joss play very, very well together. We put on some really good partnerships over, the last 3 or 4 years, and I think we both know how we play together at our best. We complement each other really well. I just had a plan of, taking the scoring opportunities when they came along and almost giving the strike to Joss because of his natural game is play quite aggressively and put the bowlers under the pump no matter what the situation is.
I think Stokes' job now is just to give Butler the strike.
Butler waits. Ferguson goes into bowl to him, and Butler hits a full toss over extra cover, out towards the Warner stand for 4. Not a great delivery from Lockie Ferguson. It was dealt with by Butler, right in his hitting zone, and he went over extra cover. 48 to win from 34 balls.
We knew the scoring rate wasn't going to be a massive issue, so it was just about trying to rotate strike and build a partnership, because I knew, one of the great strengths of the team is we bat deep. Ben had been in great form, as I said. He needed a partner, and I just wanted to, we wanted to extend that partnership. We talked about if we were here with 10 overs to go, we can win this game.
Here is Butler going into Ferguson outside the off stump. Now this could be caught on the deep cover boundary. It is. It's caught on the deep cover boundary. Butler's on his way, miscued a big drive.
One of my big things, I want to be the guy at the end and be there, not out, and get your team over the line. I felt in great form all of that innings. It felt like I'd got to the point where I wanted to be, and now I was going to do my thing and see the team over the line. And I tried to win it too early in a way, and just try and take one risk too many, having already hit a boundary that over. And that moment the ball's in the air and you're just thinking just a little bit of luck or someone, and I saw it was actually Tim Southey, who is a really good fielder, who come on as a sub, and he misjudged it a little bit to start with, but and that sinking feeling that I can no longer affect the game. I think that's the hardest bit to deal with, and then you sat in the dressing room just watching it, and you've got no control over anything that can happen.
Well, I have to say that's a brilliant catch, because Tim Southey, he started to go back and then he realised it was a little bit shorter and he steadied himself and he ran in.
I remember Joss Butler punching the physio bench, jumping around, and he never acts like that. He never does. He's cool, calm, collected. A bit like Mogi, the calm people. They trust that process, they trust the way that they play, and that's what happens. And he was so frustrated when he got out. He was punching the bench, he was sat in his haunches, he couldn't watch, he couldn't sit still, and I've never seen him like that ever.
2:42 to win, England 196 for 5. The game lurches another way, it lurches back towards New Zealand.
Well, I said just previously, Ben Stokes' role was to get Joss Butler on strike because he'd hit it better. It's now Chris Woakes' role to get Ben Stokes on strike, and he has to start taking the real risk of hitting the boundary.
It wasn't a huge score to chase down. It was difficult conditions to bat in, but we knew if we could, stay out there and bat the full 50 overs, then we'll be close to chasing the runs down. And that obviously came from the way that we bowled, the performance we put in, restricting them to a pretty low score in modern day cricket. Allowed us to have a time to rebuild.
And no World Cup is won easily, that's for sure. Looking at a picture there from Trafalgar Square, the fan zone's, a lot of people there sitting and watching this match there out in the open air, which is fantastic.
Stokes has got to do the business here. So hard for the new batsman coming out to bat in this pressure zone on this kind of wicket. Can't leave it to the likes of Plunkett, Rashid, Jofra Archer. He's got to see it home here for England.
I've seen England supporter, he's praying. He's praying.
So am I.
He's got his earpiece. If you're listening to us, don't worry. Neesham's on his way. He goes round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who clubs it away into the leg side. Out towards the boundary it goes. The crowd's willing it on, and it's gone for 4. And Neesham can't believe it. He's sunk there to his knees as Stokes finally hits the boundary that England needed. 7 from the over.
141 Ks.
Yeah, wide pace off.
Bowl slower.
203 for 5. Let's have a bit of Sweet Caroline.
Here we go, I guess.
This is Lords. This is Lords. Never has this been played at Lords, for sure.
We had to step back from the atmosphere that we were involved there, and because we were so blown away by it, we were like shivers down your back. We had to sort of gather our thoughts and get our mind back onto the task.
Well, it is incredible. 203 for 5. 4 overs remain. The target is 242. It's Ferguson, the fast bowler from the far end. Moves in, bowls to his side. This is going to be caught. Caught by the keeper, surely. Oh, he's clung onto it and he's taken it. But my word, he made that look difficult. Oh, some nerves there. But not quite sure why Wokes did that. And there's shades of Sri Lanka there. With Stokes at the other end. Just give him the strike. Give him the strike. Wokes there while he's trying to put the fast bowler into the tab and stand. I just don't know why he did that.
Again across seamer, hit hard
hit
into the surface, saying to the new batsman, go on, try and play the cross-batted shot. Not too sure Wokes needed to do that. Just get off strike, get Ben Stokes down the business end. Good catch from Lathan. He steadied himself. Any catch under this amount of pressure, good catch.
He lurched towards it.
Even if he got the gloves on.
Yeah. Certainly his.
I've got one of these watches that monitors your heart rate and stuff. And it's just buzzed and said, a minute of breathing will be good for me. 38 from 21. 4 wickets in hand. He's on his way again from the pavilion end and bowls very full. It's just simply chipped away to mid-wicket by Plunkett. It's another dot ball and Stokes is helpless. And he's coming down a few paces now. They'll meet in the middle of the pitch. I see some very long faces amongst England supporters now, and Stokes, well, who knows what he said to him there, but he just gave him a little touch of the gloves. Here's Ferguson. He moves in now, bowls, and he's heaved it away. Out towards deep mid-wicket for 4. Liam Plunkett has got them cheering again. 34 from 19, it's still a very big ask, but a couple more of those and suddenly it'll be in reach again. But that's a brave shot in the air past mid-wicket.
Oh, what a great exhibition this has been for the game.
Fantastic.
Terrestrial TV, millions watching, listening.
As Trent Boult is in and he bowls to Stokes, who hits him away into the leg side. There's a man out there, and it's gone for 4. Straight between the two fielders out there, deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. The ball was full, it was round right Midland leg. And Stokes chanced his arm, and again those England flags are flying around Lords.
In situations like that, when you're watching or when you can't do anything to influence what's going on, that's when you're probably most vulnerable in terms of, you know, your nerves and the anxiousness of what's about to happen. So actually being out there in the middle, you're just out there in the moment, and you know what your job is, and you know that's what you've got to focus on.
24 off the last 2 overs. You've got to say that fancies New Zealand.
What do you think?
Well, it's Neesham to bowl from the pavilion
Yeah,
end.
it's a Neesham over and Bolt the last over. This is probably going to go to the last over in this match. Well, that's fantastic. That's befitting of a final, isn't it?
But if you're asking me where my money
And
is,
actually,
my money at the moment's on New Zealand.
I know everybody cares about it, but, you know, in some ways, it's done so much for the game already.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it's been a great
Whoever
game.
wins it.
Yeah, but let's be honest. I'd prefer England to win it, Jeremy.
I'd like New Zealand, so that's okay. That's fine too.
There's 2 overs left in this World Cup final, and England need 24 to win. Can I introduce the tie to the equation?
Yeah, well, that's an over, isn't it? It's
and
an
the
extra
super over.
Yeah,
I'm just going to toss that out there. Let's keep our eye on it if the scores are level. There'll be a super over, 1 over per side. Neesham runs in and he bowls outside the off stump. It's been heaved down the ground. There's a man there, and Plunkett's been caught in the deep. And Plunkett has gone at 220 for 7. He just lined himself up nicely there and took a pretty straightforward catch, but then nothing at this stage is straightforward. Batting, bowling, fielding, catching, nothing is straightforward. And there's some very energised New Zealanders I see in the crowd there now. As Plunkett went for that big hit, up it went, and Boult took the catch in front of all those cameramen down there. So the Screw Titans.
Pudsy's knock will probably never get looked back on in that final as being very influential, but they were very, very crucial runs at that time. We did lose quick wickets, and he managed to come out and keep the scoreboard ticking along with myself. So, that partnership I think was probably only worth 20 or 25, but at the moment in time in that game, that 25-run partnership was very, very crucial to us getting over the line.
That's very hard in the last over.
22 from 9 balls. Stokes on strike, and Neesham continues from that far end and bowls to Stokes. Has hit that!
As a batter, you know as soon as you've hit a ball if it's got enough to go for 6.
Bolt's down there again. Will he take the catch or will it go for 6?
I knew that I hadn't hit it far enough to clear the boundary.
And the catch has taken it. This will be a replay.
That's 6.
I'd say it was like slow motion, just watching the World Cup just go away, pretty much. I was watching Trent get under it, settle himself, and there's no way he's going to drop it because he's a very, very good fielder.
He's stepping forward, he's stepping over, hits the boundary. It's 6.
Yeah.
It is 6. He then got rid of the ball and Guptill came in. Wow.
Guptill was signalling 6, and then for some reason I did it as well as a batter. I've got absolutely no idea why, but in that moment I felt like I was a fan. I felt like I was the guy behind Trent Bolt who got caught, signalling 6.
Not only is that not a wicket, Ben's still there and that's 6 runs, and suddenly the belief starts to really improve.
And Neesham stops there. Stokes has seen somebody moving. It's probably some poor old member having a heart attack down there in the pavilion.
I think he's decided to go home. It's not exciting enough.
Oh, dear me.
Well, you'd say that Jofra Archer's got a free hit. He's got to stay down this end.
Yes.
This last ball, he's got to keep Stokes down the far end for Trent Bolt's last over. Jofra Archer's got to try and clear the ropes with this delivery.
Wow. What a terrific finish.
And can Neesham be prepared for that slower ball again? For the first ball, it's very difficult. He might pick it up, yep, sure, but it's worth a go.
Well, with this field, you think it's going to be slow. Third man, fine leg in the circle.
Well, Plunkett couldn't hit it, and he'd been in for a few deliveries, hadn't he? It'd be a damn good hit.
The facial expressions on the screen here, the crowd and the players on their balconies are amazing. 15 from 7. Here's Neesham, bowls to Archer. Is bowled in first ball. He went for the swing. The bails are flashing everywhere, and it means that Trent Bolt has got to defend 15, but 14 would be a tie for New Zealand to win the World Cup, and Stokes has to take 15 off it.
Such a simple equation for that, it was just literally, it was a free hit. It was the last ball of 49th over, there's no point in blocking it or trying to, scamper a 2. If he hits that for 6, complete control is towards us again. So it was literally a do-or-die situation there for Jofra, and unfortunately he missed out.
Yeah, and Al Rashid, what he has to do now is at that non-strikes end, just think, I've just got to sprint back. As soon as Ben Stokes hits it, I've got to get in and out.
When I looked in Ben Stokes' eyes, I saw hope, I saw confidence, I saw that desire and that will to win. There was no fear, there was no regrets. It was always that positive breed, that positive brand, what we always talk about in his eyes, We
all remember that last over that Ben Stokes bowled in the last over of the T20 final in Mumbai, when Brathwaite got hold of him. He's got the chance here to redeem himself, but what a tall order he faces. 15 from 6 balls. Spare a thought for the bowler too. Tough.
Now, I remember waiting the bat, actually, and I thought if Stokesy gets out, I'm going to have to be the one that tries to hit a 4-6 in international cricket. I'm not a great batter anyway. Where am I going to possibly hit a 4-6 to get us over the line? And it's the only time I've ever played international cricket. I've never, ever felt as sick as what I did in the draft. I was close to throwing up at one point. I felt so bad.
Here's Bolt, the start of the final over. He runs in smoothly, bowls to Stokes. It's a lovely full ball. He digs it out, and they're not going to take a run there.
It's the right decision. He's got to stay on strike. He's got to think 4 boundaries, 3 boundaries. If Bolt gets one on length, he's got to clear it over long
Yes,
on.
he does.
If it's full, he might be able to glide it past those 4 fielders on the offside for a 4.
I think the only real time I started to panic was when the first 2 balls of last over were dots.
5 balls to go, 15 needed. Bolt's on the way, bowls to Stokes, who hammers out again to the edge of the circle, straight to the man.
Well, what bowling that is.
4 fours, 2 sixes and a 4.
Yep. 4 balls, 15 more.
And you work it out. But Adil Rashid's coming down now, and he's consoling Stokes, I think, who's leaning on his bat.
This is the time. If it's not now, it's never. That kind of attitude we had. And it was something that, it was a real buzz about it, the whole stadium. There was a different kind of buzz that, it's really hard to explain.
2:27 for 8, 15 needed. What can Stokes do? Bolt's on his way, bowls to him. That's a length, and he heaves it away into the leg side. That's going to go for 6. What a shot!
To be honest, I've never ever played a sweep shot off a seamer before, so I've got absolutely no idea why I thought to play that shot.
Well, Ben Stokes, he's the fiercest of competitors.
I've faced Trent quite a lot at the end of innings. When he misses his Yorker, it's generally a full toss. That was probably what was going through my mind. Honestly, I can't fully remember, but I thought if I get down and sweep it, then can just sort of take the pace and hopefully it will go.
Oh my, 2:33.
Well, he's got to keep trying to get it there.
9 off 3. In goes Bolt. It's a full toss. Swiped into leg side. They want to get 2 here, surely. Come on, Adil Rashid. Run. Stokes for the far end. He's desperately getting there. Dives. Now, that came off Stokes. If it goes for 4, there's nothing they can do about it.
That's 4.
There's nothing they can do about it. Stokes is saying to the umpire, don't let it count. But it does count.
You get a tell from the keeper, where he stood, because obviously the keeper comes straight up to the stumps in a situation like that, and he didn't move. So I knew that I'm going to have to get out a dive here to give myself any chance whatsoever to get in here. I just got to a point where I thought this is where I'm going to have to dive.
Stokes was diving for his ground. The throw hit him absolutely accidentally and ricocheted to the boundary.
Hit his bat.
As he dived to go in.
You can never ever see that happen again. From a 70-yard boundary to hit my bat and go for 4, it was a very unfortunate thing to happen, but you just can't do things about that. But the way that I think New Zealand played throughout the whole tournament and the way that they are known for playing, led by Kane, there was no complaints about it whatsoever, and I said to Kane, I'll be apologising about that for a long, long time.
That is a freak. 3 from 2, but 2 ties it.
The timing of it in the game obviously helped us and brought the game back in our favour. So I didn't know how to react. I was still trying to process what had happened. I wasn't cheering or shouting or celebrating because we still needed to get over the line.
Yeah, suddenly it's 3 off 2 and the odds are really in our favour.
I've never heard a noise like this at Lord's. Poor old Father Time, he's turned away, he can't bear it, look at him there. Up above the scorer's shed. He's never heard a din like this before.
You can just see Ben Stokes has taken all the time in the world. He's just got to compose himself. Getting very emotional, just watch the ball react.
The amount of thought and effort I put into, constructing that innings and the processes that I went through, I wouldn't have been able to do 5 years ago, definitely not. But that comes from experience, that comes from playing, and that comes from being in situations like that similar over the 4 years that we've had together as a one-day group.
Get ready.
They're all standing in the man stand. Look at that, the crowd, they can't sit. They cannot sit down, everyone's standing. 2 ties it, and there'll be a super over if that's the way it stays. 3 to win. Bolt goes in and bowls to Stokes, who hammers it down the ground. They're running, and Rashid's coming back for the second. Surely the throw comes in, and he's run out.
Stokes is on strike.
Stokes is on strike.
It took Rash so long to turn. He turned like the Titanic to get back. Trent probably had time to throw at my end and run me out, but obviously, when you're caught up in something like that, you're not thinking as clearly as you would like to be.
We're going to have a tie
here. Because my mind was so clouded, before I went out to bat, there was only 1 ball left, and I went out with my chest guard, my arm guard, the whole work. I would have run faster if I had less on.
What a game. And there's your mate Mark Wood.
I sprinted down because I wanted to get my body sort of ready to sprint, and I was sort of coming down into the long room, and as you go through the long room, all the guys who are stood there, they sort of shout in this sort of like war-like chant. I felt like I was watching the film Zulu again. It was like, oh, come on. I was like, right, I'm ready to run. I'm just going to sprint.
There's 1 here anyway.
Getting that tie, I guess.
There's 1 here anyway. So it looks to me, the tie is on.
Yeah.
Can Stokes hit 2 to win? And if it goes through to the keeper, Wood's got to run.
I said to Stokes at the time, I says, look, no matter what happens, I'm just going to run, because if he missed it, we need to get 1. And he just completely ignored me. His eyes were like big and glazed over. He was so in the zone.
It was probably the only time where I actually properly thought about what stage the game was at. Because before that, it was just try and get as many runs as you can, whereas that ball was, if I get out here, in terms of hitting one in the air and out, we lose. We don't win the World Cup.
Here's the last ball of the match. 2 needed to win for England. Bolt runs in. Bowls to Stokes, a low full toss. He pushes it down the ground, and Wood's going to run a second. Here they come, up to the non-strikers, and he's run out. He's run out. The match is tied. Have a look at it.
Oh, he's out. He's out by 2 metres, I reckon.
Stokes threw his bat. Wood was absolutely full length, desperately trying to get in his ground. He was run out. It looked to be a fair one from here. The umpires will check it. Oh my word.
When I look back on that moment at the end of my career, I will be happy with my decision because I made it before the ball was bowled. I consciously said to myself, keep this along the floor because at worst you're going to get one. Even if I hit it straight to a field on the ring, I knew we were going to get one.
But he said that mid-wicket was a bit squarer, so if he'd get it to mid-wicket's right, just to the left of mid-on, he was backing me to get back for 2. But he says he almost hit it 2 perfect to mid-on, that I didn't really have a chance.
It's 1 over.
Yeah, England bat first.
England bat first.
Yeah.
They're allowed 3 bats, in other words 2 wickets, and it's simply the runs they score. The ground staff are coming out.
You know, I was still emotionally caught up in what had already happened. You know, I was disappointed that I didn't manage to get the 2 runs that we needed to win. So I was still carrying a bit of that with me, and then when I got told I was going back out to play in the Super Over, I knew that I couldn't be in this mindset going out there to try and get us a good score. So yeah, I just had to go out the back of the changing rooms at Lord's into the shower area and just be by myself for 5 minutes and gather my thoughts, because I had to get out of the emotions that I was in, because it wasn't the right place for someone to be in, to go out and try and do what me and Joss had to do. So doing that just sort of allowed me to forget everything and really focus on, you know, the next 10 minutes, which, you know, was probably the biggest stage in my career to date, which, you know, a Super Over in the World Cup final.
So you think it'll be Butler and Stokes? Jason Roy? You'd expect that Ben Stokes will stay out there.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, and Jason Roy, Butler, who are you going to send out?
We needed to figure out what worked at the time. So guys had found it hard to time the ball throughout the game. The 2 guys for us, Ben and Joss, who had that significant partnership, had found it easier than others. They hit the middle of the bat more often than others, so it was important to try and get those guys out there. So speaking to Ben and making sure he had the physical and mental strength to go back out and produce something that could win us the game was important.
I'd stick with Stokes. Probably Joss has got to go in there as well.
I was quite single-minded. I just started putting my pads on. We didn't really discuss it, but I knew I'd be one of the guys to be involved in the over, so I just started putting my pads on. And as I was padding up, Mo said, you're going to go, and I just said, who with? And he said, Stokes if he's not too tired. So we're waiting for him to come back in. But I think as well, there's, like I say, that in that half an hour, there have been so many moments of madness that it just seemed fitting that this was going to happen. And I remember being really excited that actually I can now affect the game again.
And those bowlers that are in the toilets now, that's an indication.
What's going on in that dressing room?
The energy in the dressing room was something you can't really describe, because it's never done before, it's never happened before. There was excitement. That's the real word I can put, excitement of to see, you know, what will happen at the end. We're only 10 minutes away to find out if we actually win the World Cup or we lose the World Cup.
Alim Dar came into our dressing room just before the Super Over. Jason Roy is scrambling everywhere. Owen Morgan and Trevor Bayliss are scrambling everywhere. And we can't decide what's happening, who's going to go, what is the rules. No one knows really what's going on. It's just literally the dressing room was manic. Because we'd sort of felt like we'd get out of jail a little bit, everybody was pumped and shouting, and then it took everybody to say, right, and then Alim sort of said, right, this is the equation. Whatever you get, they'll need 1 more because you've got more boundaries.
That was the first part of the final hour. A look back on England's World Cup win, which was 2 years ago, almost to the day. We'll hear part 2 later, but I'm delighted to say the toss has taken place, and Pakistan have won that toss and will bowl. They will not field, they will bowl. We will get the team news shortly. Ben Stokes is being interviewed, but we will find out whether England go in with an unchanged side. You might imagine that they would do after that crushing win a couple of days ago. Pakistan, well, they might look to make some changes after all, losing by 9 wickets with an inordinate number of balls to spare. It was was Andy Zaltzman's with me. One of the heaviest defeats England have inflicted on anyone, isn't it?
It was right up there. Just see if I can find my stats from it. I was just getting something else.
I've ambushed you.
It was England's 9th biggest ODI win in terms of balls remaining when they completed a successful chase, and their 3rd biggest since 2008.
Thanks, Andy. Well, let's head straight over to Alison Mitchell. She's got captains with her after the toss.
Well, I've got the Pakistan captain, Babar Azam, with me. Babar, you are opting to bowl first. Was that an easy decision to make?
Yeah, because of different conditions, overcast conditions, so we are utilised that condition.
Tell me, what has your message been to your team since the match at Cardiff?
But we are sitting together and talk to each other, and we are just asking the players play freedomly and fearless and go and express yourself.
And have you made any changes to that side?
No, we are going same team.
Okay, good luck today, Babar. Thank you very much. He's almost 5 metres away from me, so apologies if I'm sounding like I'm enunciating and having to shout. I just want to try and make sure that both can hear, because of course we've got this crowd behind us and a bit of a Lord's hum. Ben, good to see you. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Yeah, I got you.
Bit of a change of tack then with Pakistan having the opportunity to bowl first. How does that sit with you?
Yeah, well, we would have bowled as well. Pretty nice overhead conditions here, but looking forward to seeing the lads go out and set a total.
It was such an emphatic victory for you in Cardiff. How have you managed the days in between, and how do you feel the squad will respond to that? If you had to take a particular role in leadership to kind of keep feet on the ground even?
No, not really. I mean, there's not a lot negative to say about that first performance, but as we know, cricket doesn't always work out like that, so we didn't get put under pressure at all in the first game, and I've got no doubt that we will at some point, and if that is today, then it's all about adapting to the situation, and just looking forward to it.
Have you seen fit to make any changes?
No, not this time, no, I don't need to.
No surprise at all. It's your 100th one-day international. Congratulations for that. What was that like at the presentation in the huddle?
Obviously, nice day. I guess just sort of happens the more you play, I guess. I don't really know what to say too much on it. Very proud moment, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is the result today.
It is. Does it help to give you a sense of your place in history? I mean, you've played so many incredible innings that have given you a place in folklore, but when you look at these little milestones, does it stop and allow you an opportunity to think, this is all part of a journey? Not just
I don't know. I've not really given it too much thought, but 100 caps is a very special moment. Not taking anything away from that, but as it is in team sport, the most important thing is the team, so that's what it's all about today.
Good luck today, Ben. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Alison. So, 2 unchanged sides. Not really surprised, actually. I've got Stephen Finn with me. I expected England to be unchanged. In a curious kind of way, when you lose really heavily, you sort of send out the same team again, don't you?
Yeah, I think you've got to give them the opportunity to go out there and right the wrongs, almost. It'd be like sending someone over the top in battle when they weren't responsible for getting you there in the first place. So if you were to make too many changes. So, yeah, I think Pakistan or both teams going unchanged, I think, isn't really surprising. And as Babar Azam said there, that they'd have sat down and talked the Pakistani team about how they can right the wrongs of the game at Cardiff, and I'd imagine that we're going to see Pakistan, especially having won the toss and bowling first, give a much better account of themselves today.
Yes, Ben Stokes said he would like to have bowled if he could have done, and you can understand why. It's a thick, heavy cloud cover. I've been round the ground 2 or 3 times today for imaginary tosses that didn't take place, and I can report that it is muggy and grey and a bit damp, but without being rainy. It feels like a bowling day. And you can imagine England's seamers will just be a little bit, are we going to have to bowl when the sun comes out at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah, you're whispering to me there in my ear, making the hairs on my neck stand up, talking about those bowling conditions at first thing in the morning here at Lord's. Slightly delayed start, but as you said, the leaden skies. The cloud has lifted slightly, but still here at Lord's, even with the white ball on a fresh wicket that's been under cover for so long, with such a lush outfield and a lush square, as we look at it here from the media centre end, there's no wicket ends anywhere on the square for fielders to bounce the ball in, to scuff the ball up. So the ball is going to...
The balls, are you finding something similar?
No, but I think the T20 balls are actually slightly different. They're called a Turf 20, which I don't know whether they actually do anything different with them. But these balls in the ODIs especially, I'd imagine England will employ someone to go to the manufacturers and particularly pick the batch of balls, and it seems as though it's this batch of balls that England have got this summer so far in the ODIs have just seemed to swing more. I don't think I've played cricket for a long time, and it's hard for me to explain exactly why that might be, but they've got a swingy batch and it seems to be working.
Yeah, they really do, and it's going to help the likes of, well, I'm thinking Hasan Ali, Harris Rauf, Shaheen, Afridi. It's quite the bowling lineup, and they only had 120 odd runs, 140 odd runs to defend in the last game, so now they're in with a real chance of doing to England what England did to them at Cardiff.
It's a perfect opportunity for them to make early inroads. I think you look at those opening bowlers. Shaheen Afridi is immense to watch. He bowls quick, he swings it, he bowls an attacking, aggressive length, he's in your face. And I think that, in a situation where you only have 150 runs to play with, as Pakistan did a few days ago, you're almost overreaching, over-searching to try and make something happen. And because you realise that it's so pertinent within the situation of the game, which then can lead to more bad deliveries, overreaching as a bowler, and then the runs flow more freely, which I think we did see with that Pakistan bowling innings. But here, getting the opportunity to bowl first at Lord's under leaden skies, the ability to be patient and just try and maintain a good length, a challenging, probing length, knowing that only 3 batsmen batted the other day from the England lineup. They got Phil Salt, who was on debut, out early. They'll see an opportunity to get through Malan and Crawley there and then try and make inroads into the middle order, which is Stokes' side inexperienced.
It's very clear that England have decided what their best team is. I sort of wondered when this 18 was picked, how are you going to pick an 11? How are you going to know? So were they going to use this series actually maybe to have a look at Ben Duckett again, Will Jacks again, Danny Briggs, Jake Ball, probably the most experienced international player in there apart from Stokes, you might say. And they've left them out. They haven't been tempted to go and have a look when they're 1-0 up. They clearly do want to win the series. They're serious about it. It's part of a ladder, if you like, World Cup qualifying. Can we have a word about John Simpson? Because he's going to be playing here at Lord's, his home ground. He joined Middlesex in 2009, 12 years ago. For my money, one of the best uncapped players in the country, along with likes of James Hildreth. He's been a terrific keeper. Maybe he hasn't got the quantity of runs to force himself in ahead of Butler, Bairstow, Folkes, but this must be what a moment for him to do something that he would have thought even a year, 2-3 years ago, he would have thought, well, it's never going to happen.
2-3 days ago, maybe.
Well, yeah.
You're looking there and thinking, especially with the backlog of wicket keepers that England have at the moment, you think it might never happen. But yeah, I mean, I'm immensely proud of him for plugging away and getting his opportunity and seeing him receive his cap from Dawid Malan, who's his good friend and ex-Middlesex teammate as well. The other day would have been a proud moment for him. His parents, they don't live in the UK now, they live in Spain, but they're big cricketing family, and they'd have been immensely proud of him. Yeah, so just great to see him have an opportunity, and it's almost a fairy tale here at Lord's for the first time in 18 months that there has been, or even more, 2 years, that there has been a full house, a full crowd, or something close to a full house here, and he gets to experience it with an England shirt on. I can almost see his flat in Willesden Green, sat here, looking over the top corner of the Warner stand. It's just a wonderful, wonderful occasion for him, and I hope that he manages to savour it and have a good day at the office.
I mean, were you able to do that? Because, when you started playing for England, you were young. And so when you played your first game for England at Lord's, was it different? Was it special because it was your home ground or because it was Lord's? Did it affect you positively or negatively or neither?
I think it affected me positively. I think the familiarity of the surroundings, I mean, obviously there's more stewards, more people, more of a buzz, more going on. You get prawns at lunch, which you don't during domestic games, which is a big gripe of mine. But it's there are a few idiosyncrasies that are very different about an international day here, but fundamentally it's the same cricket ground, and the familiarity of that and the surroundings. I mean, once you're out there as a player, it's hard to describe, but you don't actually notice the crowd too much because you're so focused and you have tunnel vision for what is going on in the game, especially as a wicket-keeper, being there every single ball, concentrating. So you don't actually get the feel of the crowd. You just have eyes for the wicket and the ball that's coming down. So as a player, you're acutely aware of the surroundings, but not too much, and I think that would be a good thing for him today.
Visiting wicket keepers, I've seen a lot of games here at Lord's now, and sides that come with keepers who aren't used to Lord's, and actually sometimes keepers who are used to Lord's struggle. It's a difficult ground to keep wicket. That's going to hold John Simpson in some good stead, isn't it? Because he must have played, I don't know how many games he'll have played here, hundreds.
Yeah, well, you do see wicket keepers who haven't kept here before, and with the wobble, I mean, it's less so with the white ball, admittedly. The red ball does seem to wobble around, and you have to have good reactions and good experience of doing that. Otherwise, it looks like you're wearing a pair of boxing gloves and you're just punching it towards first and second slip to try and take the pace off it. But John Simpson's experienced at that, and maybe when he comes to keep today, there won't be quite so much cloud cover, so it'll be slightly easier. Rizwan, the Pakistani keeper, made some unbelievable takes down the leg side. I think that overreaching that we talked about with the opening bowlers for Pakistan meant that they were searching for those full straight swingy deliveries, and they pinged a few down the leg side, and he made some outstanding saves down the leg side. So I can't imagine he's going to struggle too much with it, but it can have its challenges.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the freedom that this England team can play with. Am I overplaying this? You know, they're 19th to 37th or 36th in line, if you like, with the exception of Stokes.
Yep.
So does that give you that freedom? Because in a sense, you can go in fearlessly. A failure doesn't mean that you're out of England reckoning forever. It just means that this was the opportunity, you didn't quite take it. But you were never expecting it to happen. So does that give you a slightly different mindset?
It does give you a bit of a free pass, I think. But also, I think when you're in this environment, yes, you want to go out there and do well. But I think one of the advantages of this England team is that no matter who comes in or what 11 players are selected, there are 11 pretty distinctly defined roles within the team, which give you absolute clarity about what you need to do when you go out there. So you look down the order, and it's almost like a football team sheet where you could have 3 people available for that opening batting role, but Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Phil Salt, aggressive players, they fit into that mould. Number 3, Dawid Malan, fit, that calm Joe Root, assured role that goes at a runner ball but can anchor the innings, and then it gets more explosive as it goes round. Then you've got your all-rounders, then your bowlers. Brydon Carse is there to bowl quick. Craig Overton's there to hit the deck. Saqib Mahmood takes the new ball like Chris Wokes. So you've got those clearly defined roles within the team, which mean that when you go out there, it gives you freedom to just perform the role that is defined to you, which then if you put that in with the free-spirited attitude that people like to see you playing within this one-day team, and I think that you can go out there and fail, and failing's fine. You fail more often than you succeed in cricket, but it's going out there and doing it with the attitude that this one-day team wants to play in. And if you show that, there will be more opportunities for you down the road.
It seemed to me, looking on, I wasn't at Cardiff, I was watching the game, that there are a couple of people here who really could make a big name for themselves in the shorter term. I mean, there'll be some who will have their eye on the longer term. I'm thinking people like Brydon, Carse, perhaps, might be thinking, well, this is a good opportunity to show what I can do, but I'm not expecting to break into a World Cup team or a 50-over team anytime too soon. But then Dawid Malan, I mean, he might be having his eye on how he might creep back into the Test team.
Yeah, he might be trying to book a flight to Australia, mightn't he, for that Ashes series. Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. None of these guys would have sat there a week ago thinking that they would have an opportunity this soon for England to go out there and show what they can do. And what better time to do it against Pakistan, a strong team. Everyone knows that this is pretty much close to a full-strength Pakistan team. So to beat them so convincingly in that first game, if they can put in a performance that convincingly beats them again, it makes people sit up and notice. And it's those things that I think will tweak the selectors' ears when it comes to picking future squads.
And Saqib Mahmood as well. I mean, actually, you could sort of make a case for it. If he picks up another 3 for another 4 for, how are you leaving him out? Because I mean, his bowling to me seems to have come on quite a bit in the last couple of years. I saw him in the North v South series then out in Barbados, and he bowled well, but he tended to bowl 2 lengths. He tended to bowl very full at the death, and he tended to bowl a bit shorter early on. Well, now he seems to have added a yard of pace. He seems to have unbelievable control. He was just superb in Cardiff, I thought.
Yeah. Well, I think that started as early as 2 years ago He's obviously been a good bowler for a while now, but he's a young man, and 2 years ago he was the leading wicket taker in the Royal London One Day Cup, and we played a game against him here for Middlesex, and I wasn't playing, but I watched, and he just hit that relentless length consistently and made life uncomfortable. We had Ross Taylor playing for us, one of the finest one-day batsmen in the world at the time, just before the World Cup, so he was in his pomp and he couldn't lay a bat on him. So yeah, he's added that to his game. I'm slightly biased. I would love to see Tom Helm play one of these games this series. He's obviously only got one left in the game at Edgbaston on Tuesday, but he's been a consistent performer for Middlesex, up front and at the death, and has skills that not many people in the country have. So I'd love to see him get a go, but all the England bowlers did such an outstanding job the other day. Obviously, they're going to get another chance today.
Well, the applause you can hear rippling around the ground is because the players are out there, the umpires are out there, and England's openers Phil Salt and Dawid Malan will shortly be taking strike. The first over, it looks like it's going to come from the pavilion end. The ground is not full. There are tickets available. If you go online, you can only buy them online. Don't rock up at the ground and hope you can get in. But if you are so minded, it's a 47 over a side match, I should point out, because for reasons that make absolute sense. I was doing one of these games the other day. I think it was also 47 over a side at Bristol. There's so many games that come thick and fast, but with a half 12 start, we've lost half an hour, which translates to 6 overs somehow or other. I don't quite know how. So, players are ready, we're ready. The mizzle has stayed away. As Stephen Finn said earlier, there was lizzle in the air, which was light drizzle.
Yep.
And I think it was, if there's a word for something that's even lighter than light drizzle, that's what I experienced. I went round the ground twice without an umbrella, and there was not a drop of rain on me. I received one on the top of my forehead.
You'd have felt it as well.
I felt it with that, yes, with my lack of hair.
Sparsely populated.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes. And there was one on my left hand, one drop on the left hand. It's going to be Shaheen Afridi who's going to bowl the first ball from the pavilion end to Phil Salt. 2 slips are in, 3 on the offside and the ring. Shaheen's in, first ball tucked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run, and the crowd are very excited. They've seen a dot ball. I don't think we'll have quite so much applause for ones at about 6 o'clock in the evening. But
no.
We're underway, I'm delighted to say. Andy Zaltzman's in the house. Stephen Finn is with me. We have Ian Bale, Ebony Rainford, Brent, Artif Nawaz, and Ali Mitchell, as they say in Australia, on the tools today.
We are. We've downed tools for the last hour or so, but back on them now.
Here's Afridi, the second ball of the match. And Salt drives firmly straight down the ground, up towards the pavilion. It's going to run away to the boundary sponge for 4. It's a lovely, fluent shot from Phil Salt, over pitching from Shaheen Afridi, trying to find swing as you'd expect, and that's a shot people who've watched a lot of Phil Salt at Sussex will be very familiar with, that firm front foot drive.
Beautiful, wasn't he? He's not tried to hit that too hard, just waited for it. Shaheen, he has 2 slips searching for some sort of movement, but there was absolutely zero movement.
Sometimes happens, does it, with a lacquer?
Yeah.
It actually can take an over or 2 before it really happens to you. Here is Afridi once more. Salt faces up, and he lets this go by, quite close to his off stump, and it just shapes ever so slightly back towards Rizwan behind the stumps. There's no run. 4 without loss, England. I think it's interesting you said he didn't overhit it. That would have been a criticism you might level a bit at Phil Salt in a way, isn't it? His sort of eagerness to get at the ball, and that's how he got out in the first match, actually, sort of coming after it, taking the ball a bit too far in front of him.
Yeah, he is an aggressive player, and that's the role that he'll be asked to perform here, but playing strong shots like that, especially at the top of a one-day innings with only 2 fielders outside the ring, there's such value for them, you don't need to hit it miles.
Afridi in, and Salt drives at this and misses. It was an expansive drive to a ball that was not of a full length. It was not there for the shot. It's almost as if he's listening to us and saying, what you mean like this?
Well, we've commentators cursed him there, haven't we? We've just talked about how nicely he waited for the previous boundary that he hit. That was a half volley length. This ball's a good length, leaving him. Shaheen Afridi, a tall man, he gets good bounce. He's got a real whippy, wristy action. And there on a good length, Phil Salt, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, trying to smash it, spank it through cover, and it leaps and beats his outside edge. Good bowling.
It wasn't a pretty shot. Here's Afridi again. Salt pulls in the air, out through mid-wicket for 4. That's a much better shot. He latched onto that, a little bit of shortness in length from Afridi, and he pulled it. Good strong bottom hand. He got it between mid-wicket and mid-on. It ran up towards the... well, that's not really the mound stand, is it? It's sort of the extension of the mound stand.
That's the tavern stand.
That's the tavern stand. The mound stand is sort of at square leg and long leg, and the tavern stand there. 8 without loss. Very briefly, because you're leaving at the end of this over.
OK.
Tim Murtagh and Phil Salt.
Yep.
Murtagh quite likes getting him out, doesn't he? And Salt rather doesn't like getting out to him.
Well, I think this style of bowling, Shaheen trying to bowl into the pitch, Phil Salt loves it when it's into the pitch, and there we saw him latch onto that so quickly. It makes him so hard to bowl at because you know he's going to go for it.
Afridi in to complete the over. He defends with the back foot, pushes into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. England 8 without loss, 2 boundaries from it. The crowd very much up for it. Stephen Finn departs. Andy Zoltzman, hello.
Hello, Dan. Shaheen Shah Afridi had a spectacular day here at Lord's. That game we were talking about, Pakistan, Bangladesh, when they needed to bowl them out for 7 to make it to the World Cup semi-finals. They didn't manage that, but Shaheen did take 6 for 35 on that occasion. In all in the World Cup, 16 wickets, average 14.6 with an economy rate fractionally under 5. So an outstanding tournament. A very promising young bowler who's already had a good start to his international career in all 3 formats.
Hasan Ali is going to take over from the Vauxhall end. He's going to bowl the first over. He's just running through his warm-ups. He'll have a couple of slips in. A deep third to the left-hander Dawid Malan. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, a long leg. And I've got Ebony Rainford-Brent.
Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Looking good in the blue. That's a good... Well, double blue, really.
Yeah, we've got some strong colours. We've got some strong colours going on today.
Is that allowed? You know, like double denim is considered a bit of a faux
Well,
pas. Is double blue okay?
Do you know, there was a little bit of conversation in Shane Norcross this morning about it because Catherine had made the choice yesterday, my wife, that is, if you're wondering. Hasan Ali in for his first ball. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Taken low by Mohammad Rizwan as it sort of swung away from the right-hander, away from the left-hander as well, but past his legs, 9 without loss. And she was very confident at a certain light. I think she'd sort of checked in a rather dark room and went, yeah, they work. And then she was umming and ahhing this morning at 8 o'clock. Oh, I don't know, she was saying. And then she wasn't quite sure if it was going to work with the further, because it's triple blue.
Oh, yeah.
The blue of the jacket, the blue of the shirt, and the blue of the trousers, and actually blue of the shoes and the socks. So there's a number of...
There's about 7 blues going on,
There's some
Dan.
serious
I think that's
tonnage.
a faux pas.
Well, is it? I mean, look at the England team. They're wearing a kind of light blue and a dark blue. Here is Hasan Ali, driven by Dawid Malan, but at the covers, no run. Dawid Malan, of course, a former player from Middlesex, know these conditions well. Sorry.
So, no, all I was going to say is the England kit... so your trousers are the colour of the England kit. Cool. And then it's very clean for them. Your jacket is the colour of the top of the England kit, that light blue.
Yes.
But that's it. They've just got 2 tones of blue. It works nicely.
Oh. So
now I'm thinking...
Too much?
Maybe just...
Take off one of the blues?
Yeah.
But that would leave me, as Hasan Ali's in, thick inside edge, rolls to a short square leg position by Malan as he looked to punch that ball through the offside and didn't time it, and it went in entirely the opposite direction from that which he'd intended. Thing is, if I remove any of these, I don't actually have a replacement.
Oh.
So, I mean, the trousers have therefore got to stay.
Please, 100%. I like the shirt. I really do like the shirt, actually. It's a nice tone of blue.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, back to the cricket. 9 without loss. I'll come back to Dawid Malan in a moment as Hasan Ali is in. It's in. Left-handed Malan, wrapped on the pad, but might be a bit of inside edge as the ball rolls down a second slip. And there's no run. They're not going to think of reviewing it. Malan here, as I was saying to Stephen Finn, he's got an opportunity not just to break into the one-day team. You sort of feel that England, you don't just sort of feel, you know, the stats will tell you that for the last few years, top-order batters have really struggled to score runs for England, and Dawid Malan got 100 in Perth, don't forget, and he looks like a proper top-order batter. Hasan Ali into him again. Oh, he plays at that, misses outside the off-stump in the channel. Felt more rapid than that, 83 miles an hour, and Malan slightly tentative as he can be at the beginning of his innings.
Can I just say, this is a bit of a tricky spell here. The ball before, Hasan Ali got it to jag back, so almost back down the hill, so you almost saw him like jam down on his hands, like trying to adjust. So this next one going across, that's tricky.
Oh.
One coming in, one going away.
Hard new ball, lacquer on it, proud seam.
All of that.
Nasty.
This is going to be a good one. So, sorry, go back to your point.
So I'm thinking...
Are you talking in the test team,
Well,
ODI team?
I'm thinking in a strange kind of way. This could be a way of pushing for test. I mean, you wouldn't normally say, well, 50 over. But Hasan Ali is in again. That's driven by Malan without timing up to wide mid-off, where it's fielded by Babar Azam, and there's no run. There's not a lot of opportunity to play 50 over cricket in England at the moment because the Royal London takes place at the same time as the 100. Dawid Malan wouldn't be playing. He'll be playing in the 100, not the 50 over competition. But this is sort of as near as you can get opening the batting in 50 over cricket to sort of proving in a way that you can build an innings against a new ball, that you're comfortable against a hard new ball perhaps. Here is Hasan Ali. That's driven out and it's taken at second slip. Malan's got to go. A loose drive outside the off stump. It went low to slip. And this time it's England who've lost the early wicket. 9 for 1. Malan has to go for a duck.
He's upset with himself on that one because he went flashing, but I actually think it's the setup. From the ball that jagged back, he looked a little bit uncomfortable, and then he's pushed 2 across himself, and I think this third one was more a little bit wanting to feel bat on ball. Excellent catch in the end from Shadab. It was dying, not completely low, but it was dying and going sort of towards shin height. But that's a big wicket. I think Pakistan could bounce back here, Dan. They're that sort of team, win the toss and bowl in these conditions. This could be lively.
Well, they feel very favourable conditions, don't they? You've just got that sense. You know, everybody has a sense of it being a bowling day, but somehow at Lord's it's even more accentuated. We know you look up, not down. There's this bowl effect, the warmth, the mugginess. If you've been out and about, you'll know what I mean today. So this is going to be very testing, especially after England won the last game stunningly. But let's be honest, it is still probably their BC team. And these guys they shouldn't be expected necessarily to be pulling off performances like they did in the last game. Crawley's going to walk out to bat. He's playing in only his second one-day international, having hit an unbeaten half-century at Cardiff. 58 off 50, and he's there because Dawid Malan's gone. Hasan Ali's bowled an old-school maiden. There was a wide in it, so it's not a maiden anymore. But in my day, that was a maiden. They didn't used to give the runs to the bowlers.
Those were the good days.
Great for bowlers.
It's quite a long time ago now, that, Dan, isn't it?
Is it?
40-odd years.
Oh, no, is it?
Yes.
Really?
Dan, keep
gone
up.
in the blink of an eye, that.
I don't know if the number of wides and no balls declined when they started charging bowlers for them, how much difference it made. Bowlers protecting their numbers.
Well, Bob Willis would have had very different figures during the 1981 Ashes, I tell you, because they didn't count to the bowler in those days.
They didn't.
And no, and he had a bit of a no-ball problem, and despite his great heroics at Headingley. Famously so. Right, Phil Salt's going to face up to Shaheen Afridi. Hit 2 boundaries in the first over, both crisp, lovely shots. Afridi's into him, and he signals this fine. It's going to run down to the fine leg boundary, and it will be cut off by Hasan Ali, and they come through for 2. Good work down there on the boundary, because fine leg was at long leg. He had to make about 15 yards to his right. And Salt moves into double figures, 11 for 1.
Sorry, I think this is going to be just an interesting power play spell because there's good pace in the wicket for the bowlers. There's seam movement, overheads and the slope. So all of a sudden, if you're Pakistan, you're charging in thinking, can we do the same to England as they did to us in the last game?
Well, they got very favourable conditions for it. Afridi into Salt. And Salt pulls, misses, and gets an edge on it, goes through to the keeper. Does he? Yes. Finger goes up, Salt doesn't believe it, and he's gone straight for the referral. He turned his back on that, did Phil Salt. He went for a pull, it went through low, diving low to his left was Rizwan. He took the catch. Pakistan were convinced. Shaheen Afridi was convinced. Salt had literally turned his back on the umpire and couldn't believe it when he heard the roar and instantly went for the referral. So I wonder if this has brushed maybe pocket or hip or something of that sort, because he was so quick to refer. Now, we have discovered, actually, that some players don't know when they've hit it.
Well, I saw from our looking live, there was a definite deviation in terms of the ball cut back towards the keeper.
OK, yeah,
right.
That's always available. Thank you.
OK, so we're now going to have to go through the process of ultra edge. And the ball's past his bat here as he pulls. And it's going to, I wonder if this is going to touch his shirt as it goes through.
Keep bowling through frame by frame, please. It's a flat line. Keep bowling through all the way through, please.
As you can hear, flat line and ultra edge.
No mat involved, so Richard,
I shouldn't touch anything.
Turn your decision out to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
There was nothing on ultra edge. Phil Salt survives. I'm not really surprised he survived because he had no interest in the appeal and instantly referred it.
Yeah, interesting. I can understand why that might have been given out, because the ball, after passing the batter, significantly moved. It clearly wobble, it can wobble in the air. It would have just seemed as if it was a deviation off the bat.
One of the easier decisions for third umpire Michael Goff, that one. Nice and quick, so we're back on it. Here's Afridi into Salt again. Salt drives into the covers, but straight to the cover himself, just in front of square. We've got a cover point, a cover, a mid-off. Deep third, 2 slips, square leg, mid-wicket, and this long leg, or fine leg, more of a long leg. But it's a great diving stop that from Rizwan. I think part of the reason they were convinced he got something on it was because it did deviate, didn't it? It really deviated back to the left of Mohammad Rizwan, who took a great catch, although, hadn't come off the bat. Took a great take, let's say. 11 for 1, England. Salt faces up again. And he drives with no timing or power up to mid-on. There's a little bit of a shall we, shan't we, with Zach Crawley. In the end, they wisely say no to the run. Salt has 10. Crawley come to the wicket because Dawid Malan has gone for a duck to his 6th ball. A contrast to his previous innings, unbeaten 68 at Cardiff and then out for a duck at Lord's, a ground that was until very recently his home ground. He'd have walked out today feeling quite confident, thinking, I know these conditions.
He would know that the ball jags back, he knows the pace, he'll know plenty about this. I think he'll be pretty frustrated with the way he got out, because he was flirting, he was tempted into that one.
Afridi in again, and Salt drives again with no timing, again off the inside half of the bat, this time straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Crowd sort of trickling in. I mean, I'm always surprised at Lord's when I look across at the pavilion and I see it 8/10 empty, like we did for the Women's World Cup final, for example. Today, why isn't it full?
I don't know.
There's a waiting list to get into this club of about 25 years.
Yeah, I think it's... I wonder if it's just that it's only Test cricket that really does it.
Afridi in to compete the over. Dropped a backward point. Who's driving at that was Salt, away from his body, got a thick outside edge, a really terrific diving effort, left-handed by Imam-ul-Haq. He nearly clung on to a stunner, but he couldn't quite. It rolled down to deep third. They came through for a single. That is the end of the over. England are 12 for 1, I believe. Salt has 11. Time for me to make way for Annie Mitchell after some more thoughts from Ebony Rainford.
That would have been a spectacular catch. It was one of those ones going so fast, and he did everything right. He got the timing of his jump, he got the arch of the body, trying to take it in the left hand, going over his shoulder. It was just the pace, I think. He didn't have enough to hold on to it. But what a catch. For Phil Salt, though, he's not looking in flow yet. He hasn't found any sort of timing off the surface. And that one, again, pushing, really forcing, getting his hands through it. So, Ali, it's going to be a tough few overs, I think, for England.
Hi, Ebbs. Yeah, well, good start for Pakistan. They really needed it because it's going to set a bit of a tone for them. They're finding an edge, taking a catch, just missed a catch, but they're in it, aren't they? They can feel. It's a good bowling day. And here's Hassan Ali in now to Salt, who's on 11. There's a flashing drive, but he misses, and it goes through to the keeper. You'd think that having watched Dawid Malan just get out in similar fashion, that he might just give himself a little bit more time to wait for the perfect ball. But it's moving away.
I can see, he's someone, strike rate over 100, he wants to get on with it, I understand that. It might just be worth him just giving himself 2 or 3 overs just to settle in. You don't have to play a shot at everything. At the moment, he's trying to dominate but not connecting.
Hasan rushing in, that's cut back in at him, looking to turn it into the onside, comes off the thigh pad, out towards cover, and there's no run. I do wonder, Ebbs, it's been suggested to me on Twitter, and we could probably get this confirmed by the MCC, as to whether, because we're looking across at the pavilion and there's empty benches either side of the central steps, whether actually members aren't allowed to sit in that part of the pavilion in order to keep COVID spacing from the players.
That's quite a possibility.
Couldn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because there are smatterings of spectators either side underneath the windows and at the top, in the top deck. but still not full at the top deck, though. Hassan Ali in again. There's some width and looking to drive. Salt doesn't time it. Fielded at mid-off. A really loopy throw comes in, grabbed by the keeper. Way off the mark from the stumps, but Rizwan moved for it. 12 for 1.
Also, the team's substitutes are sitting on those white benches that are normally packed with members of that. Back up what you were saying.
That would make sense.
Pakistan bench is sitting in the front row. England opting to sit back closer towards the open window of the long room. You can't see figures looking out through the long room windows. Hassan in again, walking down the pitch, and this is a wonderful off drive down the ground for 4. A flourish of the bat from Phil Salt advancing on Hassan Ali. The crowd have enjoyed that. 16 for 1.
Fair play to Phil Salt there. He's going to go about his business and wants to be attacking. And I like the way he used his feet, because he did it by getting himself in line. Sometimes batters get a little bit leg side and leave themselves vulnerable. He didn't. He charged at the bowler and then dominated by getting on top of any sort of movement. So really nicely played.
When the aggression comes off, it has some spectacular results. Hassan in again, launched over mid-wicket. He hasn't quite got all of that. The ball's rather plugging in the turf over mid-wicket. And they'll come back for a second. And Salt moving on to 17, 18 for 1. It's going to be fun, this.
Yeah, I was thinking in the last game. So I was thinking that it was really nicely played by Crawley and Malan, and they went comfortably at run a ball, and Zach Crawley overtook it in the end. But it felt very comfortable and playing the smart option. And I was wondering, because of the nature of Bairstow and Roy normally, would we see players wanting to do that sort of bully mindset, that really dominate? And it clearly, Phil Salt is not hanging around. He's trying to get on with it.
And he's got a free hit now, Ebbs, because that was in fact a no ball called by the electronic line. Oh, he's fired it right in looking for a Yorker, struck him low down on the pad, and the ball ricochets away into the offside. So no run off the free hit faced by Phil Salt. But yeah, again, these no ball calls come late, don't they? Because it's the call which goes to what's picked up in the truck, then buzzes back to the umpire standing to then make the call. And it was as Hassan Ali was back at the end of his mark getting ready to bowl the next delivery that it suddenly came up on the big screen that it was a no ball the previous delivery. So Hassan Ali in again, 19 for 1. Salt 17 off 18. Hassan in, looking for Yorker length once more, but clipped away along the ground behind the square leg umpire. Up the hill towards the grandstand, a sliding stop by fine leg, covering some ground. Was that Afridi down in front of the grandstand, but England picking up another couple. Zach Crawley hasn't faced a ball yet, so it's England are 21 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, I've had in a message just to say the pavilion is restricted because of obviously the current situation, which makes sense. Yeah,
it does, doesn't it?
And there's also that, I mean, I remember reading there was this sort of, there's a concern of the flow of air, and if you're anywhere near the sort of players' pavilion, so they've kept that very clear. And obviously they have to stay quite far back. So,
of course, the players occupy the middle floor, don't they, with the dressing rooms either end, and that looks like it's been cleared out completely.
Cleared out, so it makes sense.
So 21 for 1. Here is Crawley about to face his first ball. He's marking his guard, scraping away at the crease. Still the 2 slips in place. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Crawley wandering out of his ground now to tap at the crease and leaning down with his glove to wipe away a loose bit of dirt, perhaps. But 58 off 50 balls. Crawley in that second wicket stand over 120 with Dawid Malan to see England home in Cardiff. But it's a different dynamic now, with England asked to set a total. Not quite happy with something, Crawley. There is it's a member of the Pakistan bench who's on the move. I don't expect the players to be the source of disruption. So Crawley taps his bat against the ground. Shaheen Afridi, left arm over in. Oh, it's bowled him! The familiar celebration from Shaheen Afridi with both arms aloft. And Crawley has gone first ball. That was spectacular from the Zing Bales, flying into the air. Crawley on his way, 21 for 2.
Wow, that is as good as it gets. And I think that I actually got a chill listening to the crowd roar at that, because that was a beauty. 90 miles an hour, just clipped the outside, so he shaped it, so it started a little bit wider and then came back in and just took that off stump. But pace, venom, and I don't think too many would have got much on that. Zach Crawley's going to have to go for a duck.
First baller as well for him. Been out there just watching Phil Salt go for a few big drives, try and loft a couple, and first ball. I mean, a corking delivery from Shaheen Afridi. He is a quality bowler. He's got conditions to suit here, and if he's finding that kind of pace, he's pitching it up. And I think you're right, not much that Crawley perhaps could have done about it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be one of those ones that, sometimes you sit in the dressing room and, there's different ways that people get out that you don't mind at all. But sometimes when you see a delivery that looks so good and so venomous, you start to get a little bit nervous. Right, we're 2 down, tricky conditions, the bowlers are fired up. That wicket would have just sent a few little waves in there. So they're going to need to calm this down. Phil Salt isn't calming down at the moment. I don't know if that will change his approach or not.
Well, if you want to have a look at that wicket, you can watch clips of this game on the BBC Sport website and app. And there are also highlights, of course, don't forget, BBC 2 at 11:05 tonight, where Ebbs is in charge of that programme. And then tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2:15. That, don't forget, is the second T20 between England and India's women. And the third one is live on BBC 2 on Wednesday evening, that coming from Chelmsford. So plenty of action online and on the radio for you, as James Vince walks out with England 21 for 2 in the 5th over of this second one-day international.
That's only the 3rd time in England number 3's been bowled for a golden duck in one-day international cricket.
Wow, that's a record Zach Crawley won't want to tuck under his arm and take home.
Graham Hick and Jonathan Trott were the others.
Well, here we go then, 2 slips. Shaheen Afridi is racing in. Vince's first ball, and he's angling his bat to absorb the pace of Afridi, angling the ball down into the ground. Just defensive fashion, getting his head right over it. Not really trying anything too flashy. But Pakistan, well, this is their moment, isn't it? They've got 2 wickets early. Keep up the energy in the field, keep the discipline.
Well, they're a dangerous team. I can imagine that sort of loss, and there would have been a few words in the changing room, and you're going to want to come back and make a statement.
Afridi in with the pavilion behind him, left arm over now to Vince. He's coming forward, defending once again, and just taking a little bit of the energy and the vigour out of Pakistan at the moment with the euphoria of the wicket of Crawley. It just helps, doesn't it, having someone coming in. You can absorb a few deliveries. It's not T20. You can take a little bit of time to get in.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Salt changes his game at all. I sense he might not. But that will leave a few jitters. If he's going for it, the ball's moving, Pakistan are on it, it will leave them vulnerable to that 3rd wicket.
Vince, his bat poised in the air, taps it, waits. Afridi is in. Oh, it's an edge! I don't think it carried to first slip. If it did, it's been spilt. But first and second slip both looked like they were going for it. But he might have had an escape there, Vince. Might have also just had soft enough hands that the ball died. Oh, I mean, there was a bit of a push, didn't quite carry. It's actually second slip then, and Shadab diving in front of first.
That was close, wasn't it? And it's been smart. He's bowled a couple of balls into Vince, and again, that one that angles across. He wasn't sure with the slope if it was going to come back or carry, and he kind of get into 2 minds with the shot.
Feels perilous batting out there at the moment. Vince, 0 off 3, and Afridi is in. He's driving this time. One bounce into the ground, though, and into the hands of cover. A bit of a crowd catch almost. The crowd does feel like it's filled out. Certainly the grandstand is really well populated. The Warner stand, the Allen stand. And we can't see the wonderful new Compton and Edridge stands and new developments. They're high up on our level now, either side. A wonderful view over Lords. Vince still yet to score. England 21 for 2 in this 5th over. 47 overs aside after a rain delay earlier. And Afridi is in. Vince is coming forward, defends. The ball coming off the outside edge of the bat, though, towards backward point. And Imam is there to field. Vince scampers through for 1, so he's off the mark. 22 for 2. And delivery from Shaheen Afridi in Pakistan. Having the opportunity to choose what to do. When Babar Azam won the toss, it was not a difficult decision to say, we'll have a bowl. And it disrupts England's tried and tested plan, their modus operandi, doesn't it, of bowling first and then having a chase. So now this new look side, the COVID squad, if we call them that, have got a chance the middle order now, who didn't have an opportunity at Cardiff to put some runs on the board.
So the 5th one-day international of this summer, and the teams batting first have really struggled. England have bowled first in the 4 previous and have won all 4 with relatively simple chases, and early wickets have been crucial to this. The second wicket of the ODIs this summer has fallen with the scores at 24, 6, 29 naught for Pakistan in Cardiff 2 days ago, and 21 today.
A pattern as Hasan Ali is in now to Saud. He's 19 off 19, bit of width, and he's got that away for 4 runs through the offside. Just reaching for it. There was a fielder at cover. He's laced it through for 4. And there's even some fans with Pakistan shirts on applauding.
That was a loose... Well, first of all, it was a loose delivery from Hasan Ali because it started wide and went wider, and actually Vince did well just to wait, let it come to him, and then drill it just sort of in front of point between cover. So that will give him a little bit of flow, a bit of confidence.
Yeah, he likes it there, Hasan Ali. In again, the tall figure of Vince. He waits, and he is in. He's tucked him up a little bit on leg stump. Bat and pad, the ball drops into the ground, and Hasan Ali picks up in his follow-through. Go on, Andy.
To put that in context, those early falls of the second wicket for the team batting first. Over the previous 6 summers of ODI cricket since 2015, when the sort of tone of one-day cricket, certainly with England, changed, the second wicket for the team batting first has fallen an average of 92. So far this summer in 5 innings, they haven't reached 30 before the fall of the second wicket. So we talked a bit about the balls behaving maybe a little differently to they have the way they have in recent years. It's definitely been a bowler's summer in white ball cricket so far.
Hasan Ali in again to Vince. Clip of the wrists to turn him to mid-wicket. Finds fielder, and there is no run. What would your hypothesis be on that, Ebbs? Why we're seeing a flurry of early wickets go down? I suppose a lot of that would be... A lot of that is looking at the fact that England are bowling and the opposition hasn't given them too much of a...
I think it's hard. It's a hard one. I think Sri Lanka was clearly just they weren't up to the standard that they needed to be, and it was consistent wickets, their technique, the way they struggled against the bowlers.
Ali in now to Vince. Width once more, inside edge, away down towards the pavilion, down through fine leg, but that could have clattered onto the stumps. Vince coming back for a second as the throw comes back in and taken on the half volley. Rizwan, he parries it away, wasn't actually able to pick it up cleanly, but a couple in a rather more risky fashion. He was trying to play that same shot as well, wasn't he? The bit of width through the offside.
Yeah, got the big inside edge. He was trying to play it square again and letting it come, but it didn't get up as much as he expected and anticipated. Got lucky. That's a good old cut.
Maybe he's going to need a little bit of luck just to get through this opening spell with Hasan Ali and Shaheen Afridi. Into the 6th over of the innings, and Ali is in. He's from the crease, going back, defence, angling the ball down to the ground out towards Imam at backward points once more.
Yeah, no, sorry, just continuing on that. And I just think the Pakistan game in the last one, I wouldn't say it was anything sort of magical. I thought it was brilliant bowling from Saqib, especially the first 2. He just put the ball at pace in asking questions, and Pakistan were just not quite switched on and struggled. So I don't know if there's a pattern yet this summer. Sri Lanka were just, where they were. They weren't ready for that sort of threat.
Ali in to Vince. 28 for 2, England. That one in a little more. And a scamper, a single, turned around the corners on the 45. The keeper scurrying across to his left-hand side to pick up, and the single taken. So England 5 overs into this match, 29 for 2, having lost Dawid Malan out for a 6-ball duck, 9 for 1 in just the second over. He got a delivery from Hasan Ali that was shaping away, a flashing drive, and the outside edge found, going to Shadab at second slip. He took a good catch, and Crawley, then a first ball duck, having been out there for a little while with Phil Salt at the other end, looking to play a few shots. When Crawley did face up to Shaheen Afridi, he got a full delivery at pace, and he prodded forward to it, and the ball reared up and took out the off bail in spectacular fashion. 2 slips in place now, and Afridi in again. 29 for 2, Vince on 8. He's forward looking to drive. He'll scamper a single to mid-on. It's fumbled at mid-on, and they're able to get through comfortably for the 1. 30 for 2 then in the 6th over. Steve Finn back with us. How about that delivery from Shaheen Afridi?
Yeah, I've been trying to decide if it was an accidental Yorker or an intentional Yorker, because as a bowler in these conditions, you feel as though if you hit a good length, as we've seen with the outside edges and the chances that have sort of squirted off the edge, that's your area to bowl. And sometimes a Yorker just comes out accidentally. So I'd like to be inside Shaheen Shah Afridi's mind to know if he actually meant that, because if he did, it's genius bowling.
But what sort of percentage of Yorkers would you say are completely deliberate? As Afridi's in once more, getting in behind it, Salt. Back up the pitch. Sorry, it's Vincent at this end. There's no run.
At this stage of the innings, I'd say very few. But Hassan Ali's was the one that he bowled to Salt that was a free hit, was obviously meant to be a Yorker. But sometimes they just come out. I think it's hard to understand if you've not bowled, and especially at this pace, that making everything move in rhythm at the same time, every single ball, is actually really difficult.
Here's Afridi from a little wider of the crease. Oh, it's flashed away up the hill towards the grandstand. It was airborne, but well wide in front of backward point and Imam. And, well, Salt's just stood up and slashed that away up the hill for 4.
It was so obvious that Shaheen Shah Afridi was coming wide of the crease there. As he ran in, he was sort of creeping more and more towards the wide line, jumped even wider, and Phil Salt, I think, saw that and realised that by doing that, he's trying to create more of an angle across Phil Salt. So he opens up, gives himself the option to hit it through backward point and absolutely smokes it, which that intent has meant that a second slip has come out to an extra cover fielder. Now there's less slips in place for the outside edge, and Pakistan's set in a more defensive field now, which is good for England.
Salt's attacking instincts. As Afridi's in once more, clipped off the legs this time, behind square. There is a fielder at long leg who races to pick up, and Salt comes back for the second. Throw comes into the keeper, and Salt is through safely. So 36 for 2. We wondered whether Salt might play things a little bit differently with the 2 wickets having fallen quickly, but his mode is to attack, isn't it? And you know, when it works, it's spectacular like that, and then enforces a field change from the opposition.
Yeah, I think the counter-punching and counter-attacking, especially now, gone are the days where you scrap your way to 220 from this scenario, where you're like 21 for 2. Gone are those days where you just try and get a competitive score.
Afridi in. No, it's tucked Vince up. It's half an appeal for LBWs, who struck on the body, from the midriff perhaps. Ball ballooned up into the offside, picked up, and Salt rehearses coming forward again, and as if he was looking to ease out through the leg side, because there's not much protection. There's 2 inside the circle on the leg side here, 4 plus the slip on the off, and got third man back on the fence. Fine leg as well. Overcast day, but the cloud just seems to have lifted, and it's sort of a little lighter in the distance. Hopefully that Stephen Lizzle is staying away. Salt's on 25, Afridi in. He's forward defending up the pitch. Afridi leant down to try and get a finger to it, but it's picked up instead by mid-off, cutting it off. So end of the over. We've had 7 now in this England innings, 36 for 2, with Salt on 25 off 24. Vince is 9 from 12, with some more thoughts from Stephen Finn, Middlesex's T20 captain, and Atif Nawaz is coming in.
Yeah, all action cricket here this morning so far, after a delayed start because of some lizzle. Since then, the Pakistan bowlers came out bowling with intent, but the England batsmen have been batting with intent as well. 21 for 2 has turned into 36 for 2, trying to build a partnership here that can relieve the pressure on the England batsmen, but 2 early wickets for Pakistan have set them off at a good pace.
Hassan Ali in now, full ball driven beautifully, but stopped in his follow through. Hassan Ali, good diving athletic effort there. The score remains 36 for 2. I've got to tell you, Stephen, every time I hear you say Lizzle, right, it just makes me think of the grime artist Lethal Bizzle.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Lethal Bizzle?
Oh, very, very. I spent a lot of my youth listening to him.
Yeah. Was that the inspiration for Lizzle, or just a happy
I think
accident?
it's just a very, very logical way of describing the many stages of rain that you experience as a cricketer.
Yeah, of course.
So what would Lethal Bizzle be as rain then?
Lethal Bizzle.
I think it'd be
biblical drizzle. We're talking flooding
here.
Yeah. Lethal Bizzle. A day of cricket at Bristol. Now then, Hassan Ali's at the top of his run. He's just pausing for a moment. He's not quite ready to jump into his run-up. He's got very explosive action as well. Has Hassan Ali. He's still a slip in place as James waits and wide outside the off stump. That will be given a wide by the umpire. Another run to the England total. sort of a mini recovery of sorts for England in progress here. 37 for 2, ball swinging all over the place. But Salt's counter-attack has got him to 25 of 24. And he's Osman.
They'll be pleased to see the back of Zach Crawley, Pakistan first ball today. Previously in international cricket, 2 tests last year in the one-day in Cardiff. He'd scored 378 runs off 542 balls and only been out twice. So I guess that run had to end at some point.
Hasan Ali in once again, back of a length this time. An attempted drive from Vince, and he couldn't quite get a hold of it. In the end, Hasan Ali just collects in his follow-through, and there's no run. Yeah, saw every single one of those runs from Zach Crawley against Pakistan over the course of last summer in the bubble. It could be quite long days for some Pakistan fans watching Zach Crawley bat, and I'm sure there was some elation amongst them. The crowd is filled out quite nicely. We know it's not quite a capacity crowd at Lord's today, but it's filled out nicely. That real hum that you talked about, Stephen, what a pleasure it is to have. As in comes Hasan Ali once again down the track. Comes James Vince driving beautifully through the gap between mid-off and extra cover, and that ball will go all the way along this beautiful turf here at the home of cricket for 4 runs. England 41 for 2. What a shot.
Yeah, it was a slightly more aggressive, less elegant version of the James Vince cover drive. Usually he waits for it till it's right under his nose and hits it quite square as a cover drive, but here he thrashes it almost through the gap between a short extra cover and mid-off aggressively, and with the pace of the outfield and the slope running down that way towards the Tavern and Mound stands, it's 4 runs.
Hasan Ali back in now, short this time, and pulled by James Vince into the vacant square leg region, and that will go crashing into the boundary in front of the grandstand for another 4. Back-to-back boundaries here from England. The counter-attack is on, 45 for 2.
Yeah, counter-attacking seems to be the way that teams, especially in white ball cricket, get themselves out of these situations now, as we alluded to before. Scratching your way to a semi-competitive total and then seeing the other team knock it off after 2 early wickets isn't the way to go about it anymore. These batsmen know that there is still batting and all-rounders batting quite deep in the batting order to come, so it gives them the freedom to be able to play like this.
Hasan Ali coming in once again to James Vince. This time the ball squares up, the batsman takes a thick outside edge and races away all the way along the ground to deep third. They come back for a second, and that's good running by the batsman there. There was plenty of time for it. A good early call. Spotted the fielder slightly slow to his left there. It's Shaheen Afridi there in the deep, and they come back for 2. England move on to 47 for 2. And good piece of running there. Maybe dropping a little bit short, Hasan Ali, just adjusting his length ever so slightly. Going a bit fuller there, Steve. Is that the way to go?
I think that's a nice length that he bowled there. He obviously tried to bowl the bouncer to look for the top edge to the fine leg fielder, the ball before. But here he knows James Vince wants to come at him and drive.
He's still on strike, James Vince. As in comes Hasan Ali, this time again, just angling the ball into the batsman. He just defends to backward point. It's a big loud call of no very quickly from Salt at the non-striker's end. 47 for 2, the score remains for England after 8 overs. And, they've been very, very eventful since we've started here. We started a delayed start today. The match reduced to 47 overs. But England starting to recover after losing 2 early wickets. Both the men who were unbeaten in Cardiff have been dismissed for naught. To Shaheen Afridi. One was a scorching Yorker, a gorgeous delivery really. Pakistan buoyed by this crowd here at Lord's. They always seem to do their best work at Lord's. For a great track record here of the Pakistani team.
Yeah, played some wonderful cricket here. It's also interesting that the counter-attacking nature of the way these 2 batsmen are playing means that the field change, the second slip has come out and moved to extra cover. So even if there is an outside edge, it has to go to first slip. James Vince in the previous over, because of the 2 attacking shots that he'd played, the second slip comes out, and the fine edge, I don't think it would have been catchable height for a second slip, but the second slip wasn't there to try and pouch it.
Now then, in comes Faheem Ashraf into the attack. It starts with a short ball that has been slaughtered through the mid-wicket region. That was hit hard. It was always going all the way to the boundary. The fielder, Saud Shakeel, had no chance of getting anywhere near that. The England 50 comes up after 8.1 overs, 51 for 2. What a shot that was. Welcome to the game, Faheem Ashraf.
It's the way Phil Salt plays. He sweats on that length delivery around waist high. Don't think it's a bad length in one-day cricket, but one of Phil Salt's very many strengths is the fact that he's able to pick up that length and thrash it towards the mid-wicket boundary, and he puts bowlers under pressure early. And here Faheem Ashraf, he's looking to just get into his spell, bowl a good length over the top of the stumps, and Phil Salt thrashes that away. 4 off the first ball, the bowler under pressure.
Ashraf in once again, short this time. Tempted pull shot from Phil Salt, but he didn't quite get a hold of it. And Faheem fields in his follow through, and there's no run. 51 for 2 the score remains.
Islamabad United teammates, aren't they?
Yes,
These two?
both of these two are teammates of yours as well.
Yep.
There's a lot of Islamabad United going on here at the moment at Lords.
Fraternity at Lords, isn't there?
Do you guys all have a WhatsApp group?
No, I got removed from it when they released me. Brutal it was.
Wow, they don't have an alumni
I might have to
WhatsApp
start.
group?
I'll start one up. Belly can be in it as well. I'll
Yeah,
start
there
the
you go.
alumni Islamabad United WhatsApp group.
Well, I wonder who else would find themselves in that. In comes Faheem Ashraf once again, this time just angling the ball in towards Phil Salt, who just defends, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, James Vince in particular will be very well known to these guys. He played most recently for the Multan Sultans in the PSL and was in terrific form.
Yeah, he's
so
a wonderful player.
People have been calling for his call up to the England side for a very long time. But again, where'd you put him?
Yeah.
Right? Who do you take out to put James Vince in? He had a terrific time at the Big Bash as well, and just scoring runs all over the world, but just can't break that England side. But today, he's got an opportunity to really show what all that hype is about. As in comes Faheem Ashraf, short outside the off stump. It's been cut away nicely, past extra cover, and that's going to go away to the boundary. Another 4 for Phil Salt. He's flying now. He's on 33 of 28 deliveries. England 55 for 2.
Lovely shot, and Faheem Ashraf just wants to get into his spell here as the first change bowler. You just want to come on, hit a good length a couple of times. The batsman pats them back. You get into your work and you go and you build confidence from that. But here, Phil Salt, right from his first delivery, has put him under serious extreme pressure. And now Faheem Ashraf looking for ways to try and stop Phil Salt scoring. He can't find that. He's gone for 8 off 4 balls.
Faheem Ashraf in once again, short again. This time the ball takes an inside edge and goes fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Well, it's not as elegant as the previous shot, but he'll take it. 37 runs he moves on to. England 59 for 2.
He's not going to die wondering, Phil Salt, here. I don't think. It's slightly short and slightly wide from Faheem, but it's a wobble seam delivery and it nips back down the slope here. There's still moisture in the wicket. You can see footmarks where the bowler's feet are landing. There's sawdust on the pitch. There are slightly grey skies, not as grey as we saw earlier, but a wobble seam delivery nipping down the slope takes the inside edge, but Phil Salt throws absolutely everything at it and it flies away for 4.
He's struggling here as Faheem Ashraf. He's gone for 12 so far in this over, and he comes for his last ball. This time the ball's been smashed down the ground. It's going to beat the diving fielder at mid-on, and it's going to go for another boundary. Well, an expensive over just got even more expensive. 16 off it. England 63 for 2 after 9 overs. Phil Salt assaulting the Pakistani bowlers.
He is, and the Pakistani bowlers would have felt as though with those 2 early wickets that they had a real opportunity to try and make more inroads into this England team. Ben Stokes at number 5 is obviously the huge wicket in these circumstances here, but in their attempt and their quest to try and search for wickets, to try and make those inroads, it seems as though there have been a few more loose deliveries than you would want in these conditions. If you hold a good length and challenge the batsman to hit your best balls all the time, they're the most challenging balls to face, whereas here Pakistan slightly fuller, slightly shorter, looking to try and maybe force wickets, has meant that it's given England scoring opportunities and given them a chance to counter-attack. So England, after being in a little bit of trouble at 21 for 2, this partnership's accelerated and now the pressure really is back on the Pakistan bowlers to try and stem the flow of runs.
It is indeed. We're going to have another change in bowling now. The very quick Haris Rauf going to come in and bowl. It's going to go up the hill. Interesting. Usually with your quickies, you want them coming down the hill, surely, right? Well, let's see what they've got in store. An explosive action he's got. In comes Haris Rauf with the slip in place. Starts with a short ball. It's been pulled to the square leg boundary by James Vince. Well, if Salt doesn't get you, Vince will. England are just accumulating boundaries for fun right now. 67 for 2.
That's 4 boundaries in a row for England. And here, again, a bowler wanting to just get into his work, but still inside the first 10 overs, there's only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So if you do drag one down, you don't have the protection of a deep square leg to be able to counteract for you trying to get into your spell. And there he drags it down. James Vince pulls it away. Easy boundary.
Haris Rauf in once again, this time a better length. It's been pushed to backward point, and there is no run. Score remains 67 for 2. Andy Zaltzman.
That was the 7th boundary in 11 balls, and the 12th of the power play so far.
It's been an extraordinary counter-attack, as you're saying, Stephen, just from these England batsmen. These are the 2 quality batsmen. We were talking about, Phil Salt. We saw a little bit of him in Cardiff, but, it didn't make as much of an impression as he would have liked. Now he's got James Vince alongside him, both really keen to show what they can do. This is the platform that they've been kind of blessed with. As in comes Haris Rauf, a full ball angling quickly into the batsman, who just plays it deftly off the back foot, off the face of the bat, down to deep third for a single.
I think these situations also show a lot of people's characters, because at 21 for 2, you're playing your second ODI. You could start scratching around and just try and get yourself a score and try and get the team to a semi-competitive total. Whereas here, Phil Salt has said, no, that's not the way that I play. I'm going to stay true to that, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the situation. I'm going to play the way that I see it. And if the ball's there to hit, I'm going to smash it. And I think that if you commit to doing that, it stands you in good stead, and you get the fortune. And we saw the inside edge when he flashed at it. It goes for 4. Those little bits of favour go your way, and your innings starts building momentum.
Yeah, small margins. In comes Haris Rauf once again, short outside the off, some attempted cut shot. The ball misses a top edge as it goes through to the keeper. He just adjusted his guard before that shot as well, did Phil Salt. What was he doing, Stephen Finn?
I think this is the first ball that he'd faced, so sometimes to different bowlers, batsmen will take slightly different guards, and I think here Haris Rauf wouldn't have played at Lords before, and he's bowling at the nursery end, so the slope is going down away from the right-handed batsman. It seems as though he's slightly struggling with his line at the moment.
Haris Rauf in once again, this time angling in towards the batsman. Gorgeous delivery as Phil Salt just pulls his bat out of the trajectory of that ball at the last second. He just rised on him and came in sharply as it went through to the keeper for no run. Well, it's been a over of contrasting deliveries, this from Haris Rauf, but that was lovely to see.
That's a wonderful delivery, and I think the ball before we saw, it started wide and it kept going wider with the slope, and that's why Phil Salt missed it. Here, the ball's slightly angled in towards off stump, but with the slope leaving the right-handed batsman, it gives the ball an opportunity to just stand up slightly and beat the outside edge, which is exactly what that did.
In comes Haris Rauf. He pulls out of his delivery that time. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He hasn't played at Lords before. Discovered by Pakistan in 2019. Had an extraordinary season in the Big Bash for the Melbourne Renegades, where he took 3 5-wicket hauls in that T20 tournament, which really burst onto the scene with his pace and bounce and aggression and his personality. And then subsequently went on to do quite well for the Lahore Qalandars as well. In he comes now, Haris Rauf, full ball, and this has been smashed through the covers. A gorgeous shot from James Vince. From Phil Salt, I beg your pardon, all the way through the covers, along the ground, in front of an appreciative crowd. And while the boundary assault continues from England, every ball from Phil Salt, you see some kind of attacking intent. I'm very curious eventually to get Ian Bell's thoughts on it as well, because he's newly minted level 3 coach, right? I'd love to hear what he has to say about the stance, that aggression, that kind of first initial movement towards the ball. He always looks like he just wants to hit the cover off it.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it'd be the opposite to an Ian Bell cover drive, I'd say. But yeah, I think that the thing about Phil Salt that really stands out that is if he decides to play a shot, he's 100% committing to playing that shot, which means that even if you cloth it slightly, it's still, if you get it, it's going to go for 4, or if you hit it a little bit, it's going to go for 4. It'd be interesting to see now, as we're outside the 10-over power play, Pakistan are allowed 4 men on the boundary. Will he still try and hit boundaries, or will he hit the sweepers?
Faheem Ashraf to come back for his second over now. He starts with a good ball. It's just been played into the onside for a single. Tell us a little bit about that, Stephen. In a minute, you're going to be joined by the devilishly handsome Dan Norcross.
That is the first time that Dan Norcross has ever been described that way. And he's grinning like a Cheshire cat as he plugs his microphone in, desperate to say something as a retort to me.
I mean, I don't need to say anything, Stephen. I just need to stand before you in all my devilishly beautiful...
I'm actually in awe. I might get my sunglasses. You're glowing so much.
I really am today. I don't know what it is. 73 for 2. It's true. No one has ever said that to me. And Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Backward point will field. There's no run. 73 for 2. Phil Salt has 45 from 34 balls. Andy Zoltzman.
Lots of boundaries and all of them fours. 13 fours in the opening power play, which is the third most England have hit in the first 10 overs of one international in the last 20 years that ball-by-ball data's available. That's just counting fours rather than fours and sixes. So, but quite rare to score that many fours without a six in an opening power play. But
Yeah.
perfect.
Faheem Ashraf is in from the pavilion end, and Salt just guides this quite nicely down towards sort of deep backward point, if you like, to the left of backward point for a single. 74 for 2.
Had 22 for 2 in the first 5 overs and then 50 for no loss in the second 5 overs.
50 off the second 5. Going to get 10 and over there. And do you know what I think's happening here? I think Phil Salt knows that Owen Morgan is watching this from his quarantine.
Yeah, well, what else is Owen Morgan going to be doing?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, yeah.
He might find it quite difficult to watch. He might have, I don't know, he might be watching Dr. Strangelove, for all I know. Faheem Ashraf is in. Driven out firmly, but it'll go straight to the sweeper on the offside boundary for a single to Vince. He moves to 26, 75 for 2. Might be starting a new box set. But anyway, one way or the other, I'm pretty sure he'll be watching this.
I'd imagine he's paying attention to it in some way or another.
Yes.
But yeah, and it's that one-day style of playing, isn't it? It's not being satisfied with just scratching around and trying to get to a score. It's about trying to get a winning score or a score that is too much for the other team. And if he feels the wicket is good enough to play those shots, then you go for it.
Faheem Ashraf into Salt this time, who guides it again, but can't beat backward point. Imam-ul-Haq does the fielding. There's no run. He knows full well that Owen Morgan wants his sides to be aggressive, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And it's that intent, I think, that means, or is the way or the mantra that England play under. I remember a few ODIs in that little period between 2015 and 17 where England would be bowled out inside 50 overs, and people are sat there saying, why on earth are you letting yourselves be bowled out within 50 overs? Scratch around and get 230.
Salt faces up again and he drives rather brutally, but gets no timing on it at all. Aims to a ball that wasn't really there for the shot, it has to be said. A bit back of a length, it rolls out to the onside. End of the over, 11 gone. England 75 for 2. Salt 46, Vince 26.
And I remember Owen Morgan saying in his press conferences that that's not the way that he wants this team to play. He would rather his team get bowled out for 230, trying to get 300, because they feel that's a winning score on the wicket, as opposed to getting 250 and just losing slightly slower. And that's the way that we played one-day cricket for a while. It was get a score and we'll defend it. But now, the way that modern one-day cricket is going, and with the depth of talent that England have at their disposal, as we're seeing here, basically, I mean, a second 11, it sounds disrespectful, but this is the second batch of players that have been picked for England within a week, and they're still able to go out there and perform at this level.
The impressive Rauf bustles in, starts a new over, and he beats a little tentative prod of James Vince just outside line of the off stump. It goes through low to Rizwan on the bounce. There's no run.
Scuttled through there. I think also the previous over, Faheem Ashraf changed his pace. 4 of the deliveries were slower balls in that previous over, and that just messes up the batsman's rhythm. And again, I think Pakistan, maybe as soon as the batsmen were getting going in those first 10 overs.
Here is Rauf in once more from the nursery end, dabbed into the offside, back to the square. It's going to run down fine, the offside. They're going to come back for a second. That was really well played and well run by James Vince. He took the pace off the ball and picked up 2 where there might have been 1. 77 for 2, Vince to 28.
Sometimes in the first 10 overs, when batsmen are just used to hitting one pace, and it looked as though they were just setting up to hit anything that was loose, if you throw a slower ball in there, not like a really slow ball, but an off cutter or something, it means that the batsman's half wary that he could slightly get there early on one, and it can mess up their rhythm. It didn't look as though Pakistan have done that.
Vince on strike again, cuts through backward point for 4. 2 short, 2 wide from Rauf. Vince is going to miss out on that, and this glut of boundaries continues. Vince moves into the 30s. He has 32. England 81 for 2.
I think I'd back myself. Do you know what? I'd go as far
Would
as
you?
saying I'd back you to put that one away, Dan. Yeah,
Oh,
and that is really saying something.
It's the kindest thing you've ever said to me. But would you hit it for 6? Because you know you and I still have this bet on this season.
Yeah. I
You've
doubt
hit,
I'd
you've
have
hit
hit
the
that
one,
for 6.
You've hit the 1-6, haven't you?
2, but leg side
2?
is my leg side's my go-to. I'd struggle to hit one over cover.
So-
I'm not that good.
Saw a great one of those the other day, didn't we, from Pakistan players. Rauf is in, and that's pushed into the offside for front foot, square of the wicket by Vince, but he can't beat the fielder. And England are 81 for 2. Yes, and you've got a second 11-6, haven't you? And
Yep.
We decided between the three of us, you, me, and our, I suppose I can say our colleague on the little thing that we do together.
Yes.
Decided that you'd get a half a 6 for a second 11.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's fair.
But then you came back and said it needed to be upgraded because the bowler was playing first team cricket the next match. Is
Absolutely, yeah.
Rauf in. That's cut away nicely. This will be cut off, but not before Vince comes back for a second as it goes to deep backward point. And Vince moves to 34. England are 83 for 2, and we're still only in the 12th over.
Yeah, it's been all action so far, hasn't it? It looks as though Rauf is just struggling slightly with the nursery end here. I think sat here and maybe on TV, or when you haven't been to Lords and stood in the middle, the slope, you're like, oh, it's a slope, but it's not huge. But when you're out there, it does really mess with your momentum as a bowler. So from the pavilion end, you'll see bowlers really stand up tall and finish their follow through on the wicket, and the ball will tend to drift in towards the stumps consistently.
Last ball of the over. What will Vince do with it? Well, they've got a thick edge that'll run down through sort of vacant, deep third slip region, really. And they'll pick up one more. Vince will keep strike. He has 35. England are 84 for 2. We've had 12 overs. It's been all action today. You can watch clips of this game on the BBC Sport website and app. Highlights, BBC 2, 11:05 tonight. And tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2:15, we have the second T20 between England and India's women. And you can watch the third one, watch it live on BBC 2 on Wednesday evening. That match taking place in Chelmsford. Andy.
The partnership now 63 from 7.5 overs. James Vince is heading out of his danger zone. This is his 15th one-day international innings. On 12 of the previous 14, he's reached 14, out 5 times before reaching 20, another 5 times before reaching 34. So he's already got his third highest ODI score, his highest of 51. It's a criticism that's often been levelled at him, and his stats in all formats do suggest that he does have a habit of getting in and then getting out.
Faheem Ashraf is in to him, and that's stabbed into the offside. Thinks about a single, it's not there. Can you drill down a little bit there, because there's getting in and getting out, and there's scoring runs and facing balls. So he's now faced 30 balls. Is that a different calculation? Are we heading out of the danger zone once he gets to 30 balls?
I'll have a look for you. He has in list A cricket, so including county one-day cricket, 3 scores of 170 or more. Only 10 players around the world have ever made 3 170-plus scores in list A one-day cricket, including Fakhar Zaman playing for Pakistan today.
Wow. He can be hugely destructive, can he not? The Aegeus Bowl down in Southampton. Faheem Ashraf turns and runs in from the pavilion end. Vince advances and pulls in the air, and it's going to land just in front of deep square leg, who attempts to stop the ball. He attempted to catch the ball initially, and then in diving forward didn't get to it, and it has run into the boundary sponge for yet another 4. Saud Shakeel out there. It was brave of him to go in for it. That was a bit of a tooth crusher, that one, Stephen Finn.
Yeah, when you've got fake teeth like me, the money that you've spent on them does flash between your eye or before your eyes when you go flying forward for a ball like that. But when it's halfway there, you feel as though you can make it, and then as soon as you start diving forward, you realise you're not, and it's self-preservation mode. 4
more to Vince. Ashraf in again. Thick top edge. Goes fine. 1 bounce, 2 bounce for 4. Very fine. Down on the leg side. It was, I say, a false shot. It's not really a false shot. He's just going for it here. Vince and England are going for it, and they're riding their luck. It's the 16th boundary 4 of the innings, and they're 92 for 2. It's a 47 over game. After losing those 2 early wickets, I wondered, were England going to collapse in the way Pakistan did? They may yet. There's plenty of opportunity for it to happen, but That ball might not swing quite as much as it would have done after the pounding it's been taking. Ashraf is in to Vince. What will his response be when he pushes off the back foot nicely through deep backward points, running towards the boundary, but it will be stopped and thrown back in. 2 more to the total. Fakhar Zaman out there on the cover boundary, really had to make ground to his left. 94 for 2. Vince is now within 1 run of Salt. He's got to 45 off 33. I thought Salt was going quickly enough. 46 off 37. They're both approaching their half centuries. This has been thrilling stuff from these two after the loss of those 2 early wickets. Crawley, Malan and Crawley in that order. Ashraf in. Vince dabs. Fine. Backward point gully region. Gets a single. Moves to 46. Joins Phil Salt on 46. England 95 for 2 in the 13th over.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I criticised Pakistan for the other day was not trying hard enough to get a wicket, just letting the game drift a little bit in that second innings of theirs when they were only defending 150. Here, it looks as though they're trying really hard to get a wicket, but when you're bowling first and you're trying to you're trying to restrict a team to a total, sometimes consistency of just bowling over the top of the stumps is the way to go.
Last ball of the 13th over. Salt faces, pushes nicely into the offside. He'll get the single, he'll keep strike as it's picked up by Fakhar Zaman. Thrown in on the bounce onto the lush pitches. It'll make very little difference to the ball. Stephen Finn's going to leave us. England at 96 for 2. Salt will be on strike on 47. Vince 46. It's been quite, I say the start. I feel like we've been here for quite a while now, but 13 overs, 96 for 2. That's a run rate of over 7.38. And I think what's so refreshing, I guess I asked Stephen Finn at the start of the play, does being not even in England's first choice 18, does it give you a bit of freedom, Ian Bell? And I think the answer is probably yes, looking at the way Phil Salt and James Vince are going about it. Harris Rauf's going to start a new over from the nursery end. He's bowling to Salt on 47. And Salt pushes into the offside. Backward square. Wants a signal. It's not there. Throw comes in. He's sent back by Vince. Ball misses the stumps. And he's safe. Now, this might just be a little bit jittery. On the verge of a half century.
I'm sure that's going through his mind. I mean, it's been a great start. It's been brilliant viewing. I mean, I think Pakistan started well. They got the ball up there, encouraged the drive. They got those wickets. But Phil Salt has thrown back a few counter punches and Vince as well. And it's been a brilliant partnership to watch. And as we've talked about, this is the way England want to play, not just survive, but throw some questions back to Pakistan.
Harris Rauf in to the right-handed Salt, who drives at and misses a ball that was in there. He's in the slot. He's annoyed with himself, actually. Just does a little punch with his gloves as the ball goes through to Mohammad Rizwan on the bounce.
And I think that's the important thing, isn't it? I mean, Phil Salt's been selected, yes, in this second squad, but to play the way he has for Sussex and how I suppose the success he's had, and that's why he's here, not to change his game and try and survive and play a different role. It's to go and do what you do normally, and that's what he's actually managed to do today. Show people here that actually, whether it's T20 or 50 over cricket, he could be a player in the future.
Here's Rauf. And Salt gets a thick edge. It's going to go fine down to the boundary for 4. A fortuitous way, perhaps, to reach a half century. But he's got there. He's got there in 41 balls in only his second one-day international. He raises his bat to an appreciative crowd as England's 100 comes up with that as well. In the 14th over, it's been a spirited, nerveless, audacious knock from Phil Salt, and I'm delighted for him. The crowd, many of the crowd are standing around, standing up for him as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see, isn't it? A full house at Lords, and deserved a little bit of luck. You have to make your own luck, and he's done that. I think, as we said, I think if Morgan was captain, they would hold a slip, but they've played so aggressively and so well, they've actually earned the right to get rid of that slip, and they get the boundary.
Rauf, what will he do now? Bid it for that fortuitous 4. Well, it's a short back of a length ball, punched out to deep point for a single. 1 more to the total, 101 for 2. Salt to 52. I mean, I'm hugely entertained by watching Phil Salt bat. Whenever I've seen him, there's a kind of murderous quality, a scything quality to his cover drive. I'm sat next to you, who had one of the more famously elegant cover drives. Phil Salt doesn't play it quite like that.
Slight difference.
A bit more chopping a big tree down, isn't there? As Vince is on strike, turns this ball into the onside, can't pick up the single. because it's fielded at short mid-wicket. There's no run.
A little bit different. The harder I tried to hit it, the worse I was. So it's a very different style, but been successful for Phil, certainly in T20 cricket. And as we said with these groups, yes, they haven't got the experience of international cricket, but Phil's another one who's played a lot of franchise cricket around the world, certainly in the PSL, with a lot of success.
I mean, there is a comparison, I suppose, to be drawn with Jason Roy, isn't there? They both like to hit off the front foot. They both quite like to hit straight. He likes to get after the bowling early on. Rauf in to complete the over, bowling to Vince on 46, and Vince drives in the air through backward points, is running away towards the boundary, and it gets there. That'll be his half-century. So both these batters have now reached their half-century in this over, both with boundaries. That one not streaky at all. It was a lovely aerial square cover drive by Vince, and he raises his bat to the skies, and the crowd stand up again. This nearly full house have had absolutely ripping entertainment. At the end of the 14th over, England are 105 for 2. Andy Zaltzman, you can give us the details of both these players in their half-centuries.
Phil Salt reached his from 41 balls with 10 fours. James Vince from 36 balls with 8 fours. It's Salt's first ODI 50 in his second innings, and Vince's second in his 15th innings.
And what a start. England were 21 for 2 when the second wicket they went down.
Yes,
with 21 for 2.
Fifth over.
Between these two batters, they've scored all but how many runs off the bat? What are we looking at here?
There was a no ball and a wide, 2 wides.
No ball, 2 wides, 2 ducks, and these runs.
Yes, and the partnership is now 84 from a ball under 10 overs.
Wow, it's been thrilling stuff. Drinks are now being taken, and they're taken in separate silos, of course. The Pakistan team are taking their drinks, the England team. I don't know who, I think that's Ben Duckett has come out there. I was quite surprised, actually, that Ben Duckett didn't play initially. I don't think that England got the team wrong, but I was looking at the team and thinking, well, Jake Ball, Ben Duckett, they've got a bit of international experience, but they've gone with this side, and so far it's doing them proud. I'm going to allow you to have some thoughts on this first, how long has it been? Hour and 5 minutes of play? And then I'm going to hand over to Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start, actually. Just what this, a full house at Lord's. To come and see this first part of the game, it's been absolutely thrilling. You know, some great bowling up front, a couple of drop catches, and then some brilliant stroke play. Again, Vince is one of those players, again, you love watching him play, and actually probably gets frustration from people because he always looks good. He always gets a nice 20 and 30 and never kicks on. And with the strength in depth in white ball cricket now, these two will love to go on and get 100 and really ask the questions of selectors to, if there is ever an opportunity with this great white ball side we have, and they want to be the next guys in line for a position.
Hi Ian, just made my first faux pas of the day. Sat down with my headset on, plugged in, and then realised I still had my mask on. Following protocols to the T, we are able to take them off. So I am demasked, so I can speak and you can hear me clearly. Yeah, it's been a real shift, isn't it, after those early wickets. And Pakistan the bowlers just seemed to lose their length. There was too much short, too much width, which has then enabled Salt and Vince to really throw their hands and play that attacking brand of cricket, which is coming off in 2 half-centuries. And Vince now 1 away from his best ODI score as well, which was back against Sri Lanka in Cardiff in 2016, where he made his 51 that Andy flagged earlier. So yeah, Pakistan have got a bit of thinking to do in the field with how they bowl now and how they can try and rein things back, and taking wickets is going to be key.
Taking wickets is the most important thing, isn't it? Through the middle period, that's what captains like. They obviously, having a wrist spinner obviously is very handy as well, and that pace through the middle. But again, England have actually been ruthless. These two, you know, any slight mislength or width, they really have, I suppose they've earned the right with the aggression that they've played, but they've put everything away, which has put a lot of pressure now back onto Pakistan. So this is a real big hour for them now. They're going to have to take some wickets. And really, I mean, that's the thing when you're a fielding side, you're always looking to get 2 guys on naught and build that pressure again on the batting side.
And they're looking to Shadab Khan with his leg spin, see if he can break this partnership. First ball in, Salt's looking to attack, trying to get forward, but didn't strike it cleanly. And back up the pitch, into the hands of the bowler. With the leg spin, it's turning it up the slope with the right-handed Salt on strike. 52 off 43, Shadab. In now, going to go back, cuts up towards the grandstand, picks up a single, Salt onto 52, and England ticking around to 106 for 2 now in this 15th over. So yeah, really crucial part of the innings for them. 4 men allowed outside the circle, so they've got deep cover back in front of the grandstand, long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket as well. And that's the direction Vince is looking at the moment, away to his left and then up towards the right, towards the grandstand, and Shadab in again. Vince goes back, and like he had to play very hurriedly to get his bat down on that, defensively out to the offside, but some cries of encouragement and excitement from Shadab and the keeper.
Yeah, it might be wrong. It looked like a googly, but again, both of these have played a lot against Shadab in the PSL, so they should know all about him. Phil Salt's kept wicket to him as well in Islamabad United.
Shadab in, Vince picking at that time. It's a fielded, Salt's out of his ground at the non-striker's end, looking to see if they can grab a single, but thinks better of it. Scampers back. Yeah, it was out the back of the hand from Shadab, and that had Vince adjusting very, very quickly. Shadab in again, keeper bobs down. Shadab bowls, goes back, Vince cuts, only finds backward point though. It's picked up by Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain, tosses it back into the keeper, and there's no run. 106 for 2. One more ball to come in this Shadab Khan over. In past the umpire. There to Vince, he's looking to drive, and he'll find long off. All the way along the ground though. So Afridi coming in off the boundary to field, and a single to Vince to take him on to 51, equaling his highest score in the one-day arena. But yeah, the change of tempo, the more gentle over and a tight over, importantly for Pakistan.
Yeah, it was a really good over. You actually think, mate, could they have done that a little bit earlier, maybe straight out of the power play, or even in the power play? You've got two players here who go particularly hard at the bowling. It's all very same tempo, same pace for that first 10-12 overs. Whether a change of pace again would have been a nice way to go, but that was a really good start, and they're going to need more of the same.
Talk to me about the slope from the batsman's point of view here, Ings. We heard Stephen talking earlier from the bowler's perspective. As a batsman, how much are you aware of it, first of all, in your stance when you're looking?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It's a lot bigger than you think. There's two sides to it. You get the impression when a bowler is struggling, it's a great place to bat, and it really is. You feel like from batting at the pavilion end, it doesn't take them a lot to give you a bit of width, so you get the cut shots away. And then the other end, when they're bowling from the pavilion end, those straight deliveries, you feel you can clip the ball a lot and quite comfortably. But then, when you get the masters of it, like a Jimmy Anderson or a Glenn McGrath, who know what they're doing with the slope, it becomes very, very hard. And all of a sudden, you can get dragged into deliveries that you don't want to play, which can be the other side of it. But yeah, it can be a really nice place to bat. Such a fast outfield when somebody's struggling to control the slope.
We'll spin at both ends now, with the left arm spin of Saud Saqib, who is immediately beating Vince, and a cry from the keeper as he takes the ball in his gloves, and maybe a little shy feigning as if to take the bails off. Beaten past the outside edge. See how much turn he's getting here. Left arm finger spin around the wicket he goes, makes a bit of room, it's chipped up in the air, down towards long off, it'll be safe. Vince not altogether convincing, goes 3 for 1.
Yeah, really nice start from the spin. Actually looked like just a little bit of grip. And this is where I think with the England side, so where Joe Root comes in, he generally just goes around knocking the ball, scoring off as many balls as he can, and that'll be the skill for these guys. They've got a brilliant platform, they play aggressively in the power play, but can they just turn over the strike now, score off as many balls as they can and put the bad ball away?
3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the on. A little wide from the crease. Outside edge drops short third inside the circle. But looking to attack again and on the drive. Are you liking the approach? Is there an element of risk?
Yes, I like the approach, and this is the way Phil Salt's going to play. That's what's got him here, and that's why he is successful. But yeah, again, don't underestimate through his middle period, using your skill, scoring off as many balls as you can, puts pressure back on the spinner as well as the boundaries.
Shakeel in, a little flatter, driven back up the pitch along the ground. Bowler gets 2 hands to it, takes some pace off the ball and then picks up. So these are really valuable dot balls after Salt and Vince race to half centuries. Just slowing things down a bit from the England point of view. Shakeel in, here's one launched over extra cover, it'll be safe. A couple of bounces, it is cut off just inside the rope. Has he saved it? Yes, a tumbling stop as he went over the rope. Was it Rauf down there? He then had to gather his feet, managed to just pull the ball back in as it was rolling towards the rope. 110 for 2.
Yeah, really nice shot there. Lovely footwork, into out, over extra cover. Yeah, real nice intent, and that's the way Phil Salt will play. And obviously we talked about rotating the strike is one thing, but I think he will always look for that boundary option first. But again, big part of being this middle overs, as we say with Joe Root, why he's a master of this game as well, is the fact that he can just turn the strike over. And it does, when you're out there working as a partnership, is so important.
It's Hasan Ali down on the boundary, being applauded by the Pakistan fans when it was replayed on the big screen. Forward is Salts, back up the pitch into the hands of Shakeel. So 110 for 2. Just the 3 runs coming from the first over from Shakeel. So, yeah, very much that tempo. And again, England as the batsmen need to just ride this, don't they? Not feel as if this is a shift in momentum. You can afford to take a couple of overs and you'd expect them to then play strokes again.
Like you said, just getting used to it. Again, we haven't seen a spinner on the pitch. So, again, adjusting to the tempo of the pitch. Is it spinning? Is it not? But again, this is why, again, getting off strike and rotating is so important. It takes pressure away. And if you're hitting good shots to extra cover and you're hitting the field, that's why in the nets you've got to practice so religiously of making sure you're hitting gaps, not being sloppy in your training and hitting fielders, because it does take pressure away.
Shadab in again now to Vince, who's driving neatly, nicely down to long off, jogs through for 1. How did you replicate that in the nets in terms of field positions? Is that just something you're playing in your head, or setting your own field in an imaginary way?
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's up to the individual to really get that right, and the best players do that. You know, it's not just about going and hitting balls.
Shadab into Salts, who looks to get after it, but it's been well stopped by Shadab in his follow through, and really at the feet of the non-striker, tumbling to the ground as it was drilled pretty hard by Salts along the pitch. Shadab ball in hand again, long off, long on, and back on the fence. As Shadab is in, Salts forward, driving. This again brings long off into play, moves in off the boundary. Floodlights have been switched on. Just a little bit of murkiness. Doesn't feel like we're close to rain. The sky feels much lighter than before, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, this has been a nice passage of play for Pakistan now, and good footwork from Salt, though, again, coming down the wicket. Nice shot to long off.
Vince on 53, faces up to Shadab. It's aerial to long off. Big cry from the bowler as if to say, come on, pick it up, but drops safely in front of Afridi. And another single's taken. See Vince rehearsing that shot, looking for that lofted drive down the ground. And if they can get it back over the bowler's head and bisect those 2 fielders, it'll be 4 all the way. Difficult against a spinning ball. Shadab a little bit quicker, a bit smeary this time, across the line from Salt, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've set off quickly, they'll come back for the second, and Vince is running well down to the non-striker's end. The ball comes back into the hands of the bowler, a well-run 2. Just transfers a little bit of pressure back on the fielding side.
Yeah, the importance, again, modern-day T20 cricket, the running between the wickets. Again, Lord's big ground, big corners, lots of 2s out there as well.
Shadab into Salt now, goes back, thumps the ball into the ground, up towards the grandstand, picked up in the field, single taken, and England 116 for 2 after the end of 17 overs. And remember the start that Pakistan got. Dawid Malan was out for a 6-ball duck, 9 for 1 when he fell in just the second over, and Hasan Ali, a delivery that shaped away from Malan, and so far the flashing drive, the outside edge found, going to Shadab at second slip, and then Crawley stood at the non-striker's end while Phil Salt was playing some strokes. Then when he did get to face up, out for a first baller, full fast from Shaheen Afridi, and a spectacular delivery as the zing bail, the flashing light went flying. 21 for 2 in the 5th over. Shakeel's in, and now he's Salt advancing, drills the ball along the ground down to long off. Picked up by Hasan Ali, jogging through for 1. They're rotating the strike nicely, and that just means the bowler can't then settle into a groove against the same batsman. Shakeel. Past the umpire, around the wicket. Drops it a little bit shorter. Single down to deep cover on the drive. Vince moving to 55, England 118 for 2. Looking steady after a blistering start to the partnership between these two, coming together as they did in the 5th over. 50 off 41 balls for Salt and 50 off 36 balls for Vince. So he's looking to sweep, he's been bowled round his legs. Salt is out for 60 and Shakeel is engulfed in hugs by his teammates. Well, that's the blow they were after. The spinners have done it for Pakistan, and England are 118 for 3 in this 18th over.
Yeah, you just felt something was building a little bit there. It looked a lot more in control for Pakistan with the pace coming off with the 2 spinners. I think Phil will be disappointed with that. As I said, he got a brilliant start. And a real shame, actually. He's looked fantastic, actually, and he's managed to show everyone why that England have put him in this squad as well, what he's done in T20 cricket, in franchise and for Sussex. Be really pleased with that, but just disappointed again. He had a platform there to really go on and keep stretching this partnership so that England could get a big score. And obviously England has been so dominant in white ball cricket so far this summer. We look like we're teeing up a nice game of cricket.
Yep, he's gone off to a really warm reception, quite a rousing reception from this Lord's crowd, who have been starved of seeing international cricket in this number in the stands. And here's another reception. Have a listen. Now, who do you think that's for? Ben Stokes has walked down the pavilion steps in his England one-day kit. This the first one-day international played on this ground since the famous World Cup final, and Ben Stokes played such a starring role. So it's a good memory when you go back to a ground where you've had such good times. I mean, I'm sure he must have felt some sort of tingles today. And it's his 100th ODI as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant. He's been fantastic, hasn't he, for England? I mean, the last couple of years in particular, I mean, some of those moments under pressure, holding your nerve, getting your skill out under the highest amount of pressure you can get in the game. He's just such a fantastic player. I said, like, his leadership in this as captain, but I think what we've seen in the test matches as well, I think his presence in that group, it can't go underestimated. Again, he's a calming influence on the dressing room, off the field, and also when he walks to the middle, you know, he takes control now. He really is a fantastic player and a great bloke.
Andy, have you got the stats from the innings?
Phil Salt's superb innings, 60 from 54 balls with 10 fours. Only his second one-day international in his first half-century. The partnership 97 in 13.2 overs.
Yep, it's certainly set England on the way. Got a platform now for Stokes to help build on. He's facing Shakeel, a left-hander, and he's defending back up the pitch. The three inside the ring on the offside for left arm spin, backward square leg in place, mid-wicket in front of square. As Shakeel is in, Stokes at back foot opens his stance to stroke it along the ground up to mid-off and gets off the mark.
And you mentioned that the deceleration brought about by Pakistan's spinners, no boundaries from now. 23 balls that the spinners have bowled in the previous 7 overs. There'd been 13 fours.
Yeah, that tells the story, doesn't it? Here's Vince on 55 off 45 balls, full, driving. Doesn't get it past the man at extra cover. And it's a low 5 as Shakeel retrieves the ball. Every run saved, so important here. So we've had 18 overs of the England innings after Pakistan won the toss and opted to field first on this day that always looked good for bowling. But Stokes on 1, Vince on 55 after Salt. Bowled by Shakeel. Is it the right stroke to be going for? Do you think the sweep?
Generally at Lords, the sweep's quite a hard shot. Again, the wicket's generally quite skiddy, and you're looking at the left-arm spinner there. He's not tall spinner. Again, it's going to be all attacking the stumps. He obviously hit a beautiful shot over extra cover. For me, that would have been more the option, hitting straight down the ground or going over extra cover. But again, that's the way he plays. I mean, again, Sussex fans will know that more than anyone. You know, he's an aggressive player, constantly looking for boundaries. But I think tactically, Pakistan got that little period of play right.
His new over with a slip-in for Stokes as he's playing a very high front elbow back up the pitch and picked up by Shadab in his follow-through. So immediately sensing an opportunity, because if they can dismiss Ben Stokes here, that will feel like they've opened things up again. Shadab in, reverse sweep by Stokes. Oh, he's well connected as well. He's beaten the man on the 45 and he's got the boundary as well. Well, there's a shot to, wasn't quite off the mark. He had one to his name already, but a first boundary, and it's a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot. There's just the one man behind on the offside with the extra slip, so they went with the attacking option, Pakistan, so it did leave a gap. Again, I think if Pakistan won't mind that, because again, if you get that wrong, again, you're in front of all three. But yeah, a nice start, and again, Ben in a positive frame of mind, which again, I'm sure he's telling his young players to play that way as well.
123 for 3. Off he goes on the back foot, chopping into the ground, but only finds cover and he wanders away towards square legs, if to say, I missed out on that. Just a couple of inches either side and a boundary towards old Father Time here at Lords. Yeah, the captain's persona, attitude just seeps through the dressing room. Shadab in. Stokes, the flash of the wrist, looking to drive once more, but fielded. Short extra cover and no run once more. Like Pakistan, once they do have a spell where they either take a wicket, they suddenly look sharper in the field as well. Shadab in again. Stokes, he has got this through the gap. There's some cover on the cover boundary. Swept up Stokes back for 2. So favouring that offside to Shadab.
It's amazing what a wicket can do, isn't it? All of a sudden the fielding just went up there, didn't it? And that's where Stokes is very clever in terms of that. You notice that, and then that boundary just settles them, calms them down again. But when you do play Pakistan, you do feel sometimes they can go very up when there's a wicket, but they can drop off quite quickly as well.
Shadab in, Stokes tickles it behind square on the onside, jogs through for 1. There's a man in off the fence to field, Harris Rauf, and single taken here. See the floodlights taking a little bit more of an effect now as we've had 19 overs of the innings. England 126 for 3. You can just see a couple of shadows around the feet. But of course, it's no concern because we've got the white ball, floodlights on, and we play through. It's only rain we've got to worry about. But as at the moment, the sky looks pretty light, the cloud is high, and we've only lost 3 overs off the innings so far from that delay at the start. So 47 overs aside. Worth keep mentioning in terms of the length of this innings. Shakeel is setting his field to the left-handed Stokes, bringing the third man up mid-off inside the circle here. As Shakeel is in, going back, play carefully, covering up Stokes, back up the pitch into the hands of the bowlers. How did you approach your method of playing spin as Shakeel is in now? Stokes forward, defends solidly, and no run.
I think I'm very different to some of the modern day players now with the power they have. But again, it was all based on footwork. Constantly trying to get right back or right forward, quick on my feet. That was sort of my plan. Like I said, rotate the strike as well as possible.
Stokes awaits, and Shakeel in now, drops it short, and Stokes heaves this over mid-wicket for 6. Into the middle tier. And haven't the crowd loved that?
Absolutely brilliant to see. He's picked the length so quickly there. He does that so well. Again, slightly missed that length short, and he can just has the power just to muscle that into the second tier.
Oh, that gave me shivers. A bit like a flashback to the World Cup final.
That's right. We all love when we see Ben playing like that. He's going to be such an important player, not just for this series, but the next few series to come, this next 6 months. And him at the top of his game is exactly what we're going to need.
Oh, it's crushed away. Have we got the ball back? Oh, we have, yeah. It's going to take a little time now, because of course it's got to be sanitised. So the umpire has the wipes. But yeah, that's moved the score along, 132 for 3. Stokes 14 off 11. And did that footwork movement for you, is that something which came naturally, or did you hone it, really have to work on it? I mean, it always looked very natural. There's Shakeel in again to Stokes. Where's this go? Goes fuller, and Stokes works it along the ground, takes a single to long on, no run.
I think we're just a very different generation. I think the start for me growing up when we were young was all round about playing 4-day cricket. Obviously, yes, white ball cricket, you adjust to that, but it wasn't that much dissimilar the way people thought about it. So it was always constantly about the footwork for 4-day cricket, and then you'd adapt that a little bit to white ball cricket, whereas the guys now, it's very different the way they're brought up.
Shakeel now to Vince, who's stroking it through the covers, taking a single along the ground, picked up by Hasan Ali. 134 for 3 now, 1 more ball to come in this 20th over. And there's a man in the crowd who's got a Ben Stokes mask. Ben Stokes is my hero. There's a lot of people who probably share that sentiment. Stokes 15 as Shakeel is in, and he's forward and defends, eases it into the onside, and Shakeel fields off his own bowling to end the over. 20 gone then in this innings of 47 overs. England 134 for 3, having been 21 for 2 in the 5th over, and then a partnership of 97 for the 3rd wicket that was highly entertaining as Phil Salt and James Vince set about scoring runs and playing in an attacking fashion. And that really progressed the innings until that partnership was broken. Phil Salt bowled around his legs, sweeping, and a wicket for Saud Shakeel. He made 60 off 54 balls, so 118 for 3 in the 18th, and that was the entrance of Ben Stokes. That's where we are now as England seek to come a little mini recovery once more and rebuild after every fall of a wicket. Just a little setback, and on they go again. And that's the phase we're in. Shadab Khan, ball in hand, prepares to bowl to Vince. 56 not out off 47, and Shadab is in. Vince, the inside half of the bat, looking to drive and get on the front foot. It's fielded to mid-wicket by Babar Azam. Ian Bell's made way for Steve Finn. What an exciting shot that was from Stokes a moment ago. Shadab in, Vince, come off the pad, brings into the offside. Half a cry. Yeah, crashed, wasn't it, from Stokes?
Yeah, relentless. And I think Belly alluded to it there, that these guys are so good at picking up that length.
Vince face up again. Oh, looks to go back and misses. He's eyeing up square through the offside up towards the grandstand. It's into the gloves of the keeper. Lucky he didn't get a little nick on that.
It's spinning slightly, isn't it? The replay showing the ball is just taking grip, which suggests this surface is slightly drier than we thought.
Shadab in, Vince forward, can't take a single. Fielded on the offside, Imam-ul-Haq moving forward, wearing his baseball cap with his, pretty sure he's got his glasses on. Can't quite see from here, but that's his norm to wear them whilst in the field as well as batting. Shadab in, Vince going back, it's bowled! That's another wicket for the spin, it's Shadab this time. Pakistan engulf each other in hugs once more. And Vince, bat in his right hand, trudges off towards the pavilion. It's been a good innings, a good knock. He would have liked it to have lasted longer.
It's a good knock. The very, very clever bowling from Shadab Khan. The previous delivery spinning past the outside edge. We mentioned a little bit of turn from a deck that we think may actually be slightly drier than we first anticipated. This delivery, James Vince going back to a ball that was maybe slightly full to go back to, but expecting it to turn away. In fact, it's the googly, and with the slope at Lord's, Shadab Khan bowling from the pavilion end. The googly coming back in, tucking him up for room, and only cannoning into the stumps as opposed to beating the outside edge like the previous delivery. So really intelligent bowling from Pakistan. They turned the screw slightly, or very much more so than they did since they've brought spin bowling on. Shadab Khan has led the charge, and here England now 4 down in a mildly perilous position, with a debutant John Simpson coming to the crease. An opportunity to try and build an innings for him, but it's going to be interesting now to see how England go about manufacturing the rest of this innings, given the fact that there's still a considerable amount of time to bat.
You summed that up beautifully, and I think earlier we'd seen Vince look a little bit vulnerable to the googly, and he managed to keep it out, but very good bowling by Shadab Khan. I'm going to let you say a few more words here, and then Atif Naz is going to come in, see how the new batsman John Simpson gets on.
Yeah, John Simpson about to face his first ball in international cricket, a man that I've spent a lot of time with as a Middlesex teammate. A proud moment for me to sit here and watch him as he squats and does his footwork drills just before he faces up to his first ball in international cricket from Shadab Khan.
Yes, big moment for John Simpson. He's on strike as Shadab Khan comes in. Balls in with a quicker ball, which Simpson just sees off outside the off stump. And that ends a terrific over from Shadab Khan. As you say, Stephen, just kind of a sequence of leg spinning deliveries, hits him with the googly, just built a little bit of that kind of unsettledness in a very settled batsman. He's been there for quite some time. He's striking the ball quite nicely. To try and lull him into that trap, it takes quite a special, very intelligent piece of bowling.
Yeah, it's lovely bowling. Shadab Khan, he captains Islamabad United in the PSL, so he's an intelligent cricketer that thinks about the game. I got that impression when I played with him. So there always the temptation as a bowler, if you see one thing work, the leg spinner beats the outside edge, you think, oh, do it again. But if you're one step ahead of the batsman, who may be worried and vulnerable about being beaten on the outside edge or potentially outside edging it, to bowl a googly there and cramp him for room is a great bit of bowling, and also a good bit of captaincy here. I really like this from Babar Azam.
Yes, absolutely. Shaheen Afridi coming back for his second spell now. It's Babar Azam looking to press home this little advantage that they've built with these two set batsmen falling after that superb partnership between Salt and Vince. In comes Shaheen now, full ball defended on the front foot by England's captain Ben Stokes. He's on 15 off 14 deliveries. I've noticed, Stephen, you mentioned Islamabad United a few times today. I don't know if you're dropping any hints or anything.
Yeah. If the owner out there is Ali Naqvi's listening, very, very keen to come back.
Well, I'm sure they'd be happy to have you, Stephen. They'd be lucky to have you.
Of course, yeah. Anyone would.
Middlesex
it's
man.
Not what my girlfriend says all the time, but
Shaheen Afridi now tearing in from the end, and this time, oh God, just outside the off stump. A little bit of uncertainty there from Ben Stokes as the ball goes through to the keeper. There's a bit of pace, a bit of bounce. The crowd here at Lord's as well, they're making that noise as the bat bowler runs in. You can tell they're they've been sucked back into the game, particularly the Pakistani audience, after having been sort of plateaued a little bit after that partnership and where both batsmen got to 50. What a terrific innings it was from Phil Salt as well. I just wanted to reflect on that. It's just outstanding, just belligerence and having that complete comfort in your own style. And really making an impression on world cricket as well, I imagine. As in comes Shaheen, full ball, driven nicely, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. 134 for 4 the score after 21.3 overs. I mean, it's a big game, big high-profile match at Lord's. You got to imagine a lot of franchises, T20 franchises, teams around the world paying attention. IPL, PSL, CPL, so many leagues nowadays. I think Phil Salt's agent is going to be a busy boy after this series.
Potentially, yeah, and it's the intent that he showed even when we were when I say we, I mean England were 2 wickets down early on. To still show that intent shows bravery.
Shaheen in once again, short outside the off-stump and slapped through the covers by Ben Stokes. There is a sweeper out in the deep. It's Sohaib Maqsood who gets the ball back in and a single taken. Stokes onto 16 off 17 deliveries. England 135 for 4.
But you can just sense with Pakistan that they've got a sniff here now. They've got 2 relatively new batsmen to the crease. Stokes has only faced 17 balls. Simpson 1, who now comes on to strike to face Shaheen Afridi. Left arm quick. And that you can just sense there's a slip in place. You can see 4 shadows on every fieldsman out there from the floodlights. The crowd's just buzzing up a little bit. You can hear the Pakistani fans. They sense an opportunity here to try and nick a couple more wickets to change the momentum.
And then John Simpson on strike now. As in comes Shaheen, full ball, driven nicely by Simpson. He's off the mark in one-day international cricket with a single out to Sohaib Maqsood sweeping in the covers. Big moment that for him. He'll breathe a little bit easier.
Crisp shot, and it's out the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
I'd imagine you just want to get one and you don't actually care how it comes. I can't remember my first run in international cricket, which makes me think that it wasn't a particularly memorable shot that I got it from. But if you crunch your first run out to the deep cover fielder that hard, then you have to feel as though you're in a good place.
You've intrigued me, Stephen Finn. We're going to find out exactly how your first run happened. As in comes Shaheen Afridi again, full ball and just rushing Stokes a little bit as he just squirts that out to mid-wicket. They run through for a single and make it with relative ease. 137 for 4 after 22 overs. Andy Zaltzman's going to do a little bit of digging and find out a little bit about Stephen
Finn's.
Finn's
Grin on his face. I don't like the fact that he has a grin on his face whilst he's doing this.
Well, we've talked about how you offered immense value to Islamabad. We must be balanced, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm happy to relive my Test match 50. I mean, I think I'm the only person in this box right now who scored a Test match 50. So I am.
This moment. Yeah.
Ian Bell's disappeared, so I can say that. Yeah.
He's got a couple of them. Andy Zaltzman.
We haven't got time to go through all your 50. It took ages, didn't it?
Yeah, it took a long time. It wasn't T20 batting, no.
Shadab Khan in once again. It's a full ball defended on the front foot by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. 137 for 4 the score remains.
I'd say the strength of my batting is that I just play the situation, Andy,
yes.
And that situation meant that I had to bat for 6 hours to save the game.
Shadab Khan in once again. There's a slip in place and Ben Stokes just goes on the back foot, punches that down the ground too long on for a single. 138 for 4. There's 22.2 overs have passed now. John Simpson, he's playing on his home ground. He would have played it many, many times. What do you learn about Lords playing here, batting here over and over again? I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. As I tell you, Shadab has come in. There's an aerial shot in the mid-on region. A few yelps and cries from the Pakistan team as it just drops short of the fielder at long on. They come through for a single. What do you learn playing here? Having played it for 10 years.
You mean batting here?
Batting here, I beg your pardon.
I mean, I'm not all that qualified to answer that question, but I do think the slope has actually quite a big part to play in it.
As in comes Shadab Khan once again, fuller and driven once more to the mid-off fielder this time, and there's no run.
I think understanding where the ball runs away to, so if you hit it down the slope into the pockets, and they are big pockets here to the corner of the ground.
Shadab in once again, this time turned to that fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
I think it's understanding that you don't have to overhit the ball. The outfield is so quick, the square's hard, the ball runs off it, and especially down the hill, the ball will race to the boundary.
This time on the back foot, pulled by Ben Stokes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Well, that breaks a little sequence there for Pakistan. A few dot balls in there, but Ben Stokes breaking the shackles with a boundary to mid-wicket. 23 overs gone, England 143 for 4.
So it's a very good shot from Ben Stokes. Shadab Khan looking to get out of the over, bowling it slightly more into the wicket to just try and get nudged, I think, into the leg side. But the intent that Ben Stokes shows here in rocking back into his crease, getting deep, opening up his front leg and swiping it towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. He threads a small gap between the short mid-wicket fielder and the deep mid-wicket fielder, but with the pace of this outfield that I mentioned just now that the rain and the spots of rain would have worn away from it, means that it dissects that gap and it just absolutely races to the boundary. So value for shots, good batting, releases a little bit of pressure for England.
Yes, indeed. That was a terrific analysis. We'll come back to that in a second. As in comes Shaheen Afridi, starts with a short ball to Simpson, who ducks underneath it. And it goes through the keeper for no run. Yes, well, I mean, there was a terrific analysis, and we'd expect nothing less, Stephen Finn.
You sound surprised.
We know we've got access to your records. We know how good it is. Tell us about Stephen Finn's record.
I found your first international runs on this ground. A full toss outside off stump, which you pushed through mid-off the bowling of Bangladesh's Shaheen Hussain.
OK, for how many runs?
3.
3? OK,
yeah,
I'll take that.
It's a long boundary.
Yeah, I mean, slightly disappointed I didn't hit it for 4.
Shaheen Afridi in now, full by outside edge and just wide of the diving Rizwan. It's going to race away for 4 runs down to the pavilion end. So close to a 5th wicket there was Shaheen Afridi. John Simpson lives to fight another day.
Excellent bowling. The bouncer, quick, short bouncer, has John Simpson on his toes. The ball before here. A slight push, not quite coming forward. It's a perfect length from Shaheen. And there, the gap between the keeper and first slip, it's a big gap. You'd call that a 1.5 slip. So there is a considerable gap between the keeper and the first slip. And it just goes directly down the middle of it. And if anyone in the world's going to get there, it would be Rizwan, and not even he could get there.
Shaheen now running in, bowls a short ball. It's gone down the leg side. It's a big appeal from Shaheen Afridi. The umpire is unmoved. And none of the fielders seem particularly interested in that, other than Shaheen Afridi. Seemed to just flick a bit of thigh pad maybe on its way through to the keeper.
He's a bowler's bowler, Shaheen, isn't he? Everything, every appeal is done with so much vigour. He thinks everything's out, and there, that almost certainly came off John Simpson's shoulder, but it's quick, and the atmosphere, it looks light-skied above us, but for some reason all 4 floodlights are fully in play here, which makes it slightly more tricky for batting against seam bowling.
And Shaheen Afridi running in once again. He bowls a good length delivery, and just time on the front foot in defence is Simpson, and there is no run. He's got a terrific amount of energy, as you rightly say, Stephen. He was encouraged by the selectors in Pakistan to take some time off in between. He refused it. He wanted to go and play against Zimbabwe. He wanted to play against South Africa. He wanted to play blast cricket last year. He played in the entirety of the PSL, both legs of it, and he's not going to be sitting out the West Indies tour either. I mean, you worry about player burnout and, giving people breaks, as England have done so efficiently over the last 12 months, at least in terms of player breaks. He doesn't want any of it. He wants to play as much cricket as possible. As Shaheen now is running in, bowls a low full toss. The ball's been hit into the ground by Simpson, and it goes into the long on region. They run through for a single. The score moves on to 148 for 4, with 1 ball to come in the 24th over. Do you remember feeling like just never wanting to take time off especially when you're in good form?
I got forced to take time off in my first international summer because I was stick thin. The ECB put me on a month-long strength and conditioning programme after I'd played the first 2 tests of the summer against Bangladesh. So I missed a month of cricket when I was what I felt like was my prime. I took wickets, a lot of wickets in that early part of the season, and then your momentum stopped.
Shaheen now building momentum as he comes in and bowls and beats the outside edge through to Rizwan. So close. I feel like he's on the verge of something. England 148 for 4 after 24 overs.
But I think, as I've found subsequently, as you get older, your form fluctuates. It's natural in sport. Form fluctuates. It's frustrating, obviously, for fans to watch and people to be out of form or out of rhythm. But you have those periods in your career. So whilst you're bowling well and you're playing well, I mean, Shaheen here, he's bowled lovely today. He went for a few in his first spell, but you still felt as though he was threatening and he had a plan about what he was doing. Wonderful Yorker to dismiss Zach Crawley. Why would you want to stop that?
Shadab continues now. He's got a fly slip in place. Full ball, it's been driven uppishly to mid-off by Simpson. And there is no run. He's got 7 off 9 deliveries so far, has Simpson. Some of them were slightly Not the most convincing runs in the world, but, you know, he'll take them. In comes Shadab Khan once again, outside the off stump, and this one's been driven beautifully by John Simpson. That is as good a cover drive as you'll ever see, and has gone all the way into the boundary, extra cover for 4 runs, applauded by the fans. The 150 comes up for England as well, 152 for 4 after 24.2 overs.
Yeah, those pockets running down the slope there. The extra cover fielder is tight because they want to try and build pressure on John Simpson if he blocks the ball, but that means that there's a big gap between the short extra cover and the deep cover fielder.
Shadab Khan in once again, this time swept by Simpson, but only as far as the fine leg fielder, which is up inside the circle. It's Shaheen Afridi there. It's just tugging at his hamstring a little bit. He's okay, probably.
The pace of the outfield here means that if you beat the man and it races away, it literally just disappears to the boundary so quickly.
He's gone out now deep as Shaheen, as in comes Shadab Khan. This time the ball has been swept a little bit squarer, and Shaheen from the deep has to get the ball back in, but the batters get back for 2. Simpson on to 13 now. England 154 for 4. Again, just threatening to build a little partnership after the fall of those 2 wickets.
Nice little release of pressure. Shaheen bowled a really good over the edge. Went for 4 runs, unfortunately for him, but yeah, England still managing to find runs.
Shadab in once more, this time driven out to long on for a single. You know what's extraordinary, Stephen, is Ben Stokes obviously is playing his 100th one-day international today, and Pakistan's playing pretty much their full-strength ODI team. Yet none of them have played 100 one-day internationals.
Really? Who's the most? Let me guess who the most is, actually.
Shadab in once again. This time the ball's been driven to the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. Really gets through his overs quickly, it does Shadab Khan. That's 155 for 4 now, England, after 25 overs. This would be the halfway point, but of course, rain has forced a slightly shorter game here today. 47 overs aside in the second one-day international between England and Pakistan as part of this Royal London ODI series. It's a big crowd in today at Lord's, not quite capacity, but huge interest from Pakistani fans, from England fans. It's a great atmosphere here. Crowd having a wonderful time.
The thing is, this will feel like a full house. Playing here earlier or a few weeks ago in front of 6,000 people felt, after the last 2 years, like a full house. And this now, great to hear the Pakistani fans cheering. They're cheering their team on. Great to hear the Lord's hum. Hasan Ali comes back into the attack. Only 1 over for Shaheen.
Yeah, 2 overs for Shaheen.
2 overs, sorry.
In comes Hasan Ali now, and this time angles the ball into the pads of Simpson, who works it down to fine leg for a single. They think about a second, but the throw comes back. So the score moves on to 156 for 4. Stokes is on 22 of 25 deliveries. Simpson is now on 15 of 14 deliveries, as we see some faces in the crowd enjoying themselves. A lot of food coming out as well. Good food options here at Lord's.
Yeah, I've just had a wonderful lunch here. It's beautiful food.
We got kind of spoiled.
Yeah, the best food in the world, I'd say, at a cricket ground.
It's a great qualifier. Bowled him! Hasan Ali has gone right through the swing of England's captain, Ben Stokes, and he smashed the off-strunk right out of the ground. England 156 for 5. Full, fast, that's all you need.
Yeah, the stump sits on the ground rather, smashed out the ground. The classic Hasan Ali celebration here. Ben Stokes advances down the wicket, but from round the wicket, Hasan Ali is bowling, which means that the angle with the slope going down towards Ben Stokes' leg stump means that the ball comes in on the angle from round the wicket and moves slightly down the slope to beat the inside edge of Ben Stokes' bat and remove his off stump. Ben Stokes trying to show the intent that England talk about and England want, but now Pakistan, to have England 156 for 5 in this position with still 21 overs to bat, leaves them a great opportunity to build some pressure and try and reel this England score back in.
Yes, in Pakistan, we've talked about their batting not being quite up to scratch in the previous game. Well, that's an understatement, really, with 141 being scored by them at Cardiff. They won't want to chase too high a total here. England will know anything sort of even in the low 200s, you know, with their sort of almost unknown bowling attack to Pakistan, they can really It caused some trouble, but that was a terrific piece of fast bowling from Hasan Ali. Always good to see the stumps go flying. Doesn't matter who you support. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, it's a huge wicket for Pakistan, particularly given Ben Stokes' recent form in one-day international cricket. This is his 100th match, his 85th innings in his last 51, including this one, averaging 57 with a strike rate fractionally under a run a ball. His first 34 innings, he'd averaged under 22, so vastly improved player in one-day cricket, as he was indeed after a difficult start in his Test career.
Lewis Gregory, the new batsman.
And we talked about this the other day, that part of England's way of batting in one-day cricket was facilitated by the strength of their lower middle order and tail, often with Moeen Ali coming in at 7-man with multiple international centuries.
Hasan Ali now steaming into Lewis Gregory, full ball, which Gregory just squirts out to mid-on. Goodness me, every ball feels like an event. Andy Zaltzman.
And then, particularly in that World Cup cycle, Chris works up several innings, bailing England out of trouble, batting at 7, 8 or 9. Liam Plunkett got crucial runs. Adil Rashid, they had players, often Rashid coming in at 11, as basically a full all-rounder in county cricket. But this team doesn't have that depth of batting, so this might be a problematic phase for England.
Well, time will tell. As in comes Hasan Ali now. Another full and fast delivery, which Gregory just pushes to the point region. And there is no run. He'll do well just to get through this over here. Gregory's under pressure. Didn't get a bat in the first game. Well, to be fair, neither did most of the team for England.
No, it's an important phase of the game, and you can sense that Pakistan, the ring fielders are really encompassing the batsman Lewis Gregory there. There's a slip in place. The cover fielder has come up to try and squeeze to make sure there's no easy singles.
Hasan Ali in once again. Short ball this time, and an attempted pull shot. There's a big appeal from Rizwan with an air of theatricality. I think this is one of those situations where you just don't want the ball to be given a wide. And he's been successful with that, at least. Rizwan's having a chat with Shadab Khan at slip.
It's a nice intent as well. You've got the number 7 batsman. He's having his first bat in ODI cricket. Give him one early. Sniff him up early. Let him know that you're there for a contest, that even though you can see that the atmosphere's closed in slightly, the seam bowling conditions have improved within the last 10 or 15 minutes, which is why we're seeing Hasan Ali cause some problems here.
And he comes for the final delivery of his 5th over. In comes Hasan Ali. He bowls down the leg side, just flicks the pad a little bit. There's a shy at the keeper's end. It was inches away from causing more trouble for England. Well, Pakistan, all of a sudden, you have to say, on top here at Lord's. England 156 for 5, 26 overs gone. A further 21 to come in this rain-reduced game. A few more thoughts from you, Stephen Fenton. You're going to be joined by the devilishly handsome Dan Norcross.
Babar Azam here, rotating his bowlers intelligently. Shadab Khan was the first person to come into play and really stem the flow of runs. England scoring so freely in the first 10 or 12 overs. Shadab Khan came into the attack, immediately tied the batsman up and made something look like happening. He started the rock, and then as the atmosphere has closed in, the lights have come on. You can see 4 shadows on each player out there on the pitch now. The introduction of the seam bowling has been a good option.
Shadab Khan starts a new over. Forward in defence comes Simpson. Plays the short extra cover. There's no run. It's been all action today. England losing 2 early wickets. Malan and Crawley without scoring. Then we had that wonderful partnership between Phil Salt, James Vince. Shadab's in again. Worked into the onside by the left-handed Simpson. Can't beat the fielder. There's no run. It was a terrific, exciting all-action partnership. They kept on going in the way that they had kept on going, but they strangely, I say, got out limply. They got out continually trying to play shots, but we've just seen Ben Stokes depart, and I want to chat to Stephen Finn about that shot. Shadab is in. That's nicely flicked, slightly in the air, but past the diving mid-wicket by Simpson, out to wide, long on, almost a deep mid-wicket. 157 for 5. Charging down a wicket to 86 mile per hour bowler. That was quite the audacious shot.
It was, but it's not an excuse to hide behind, I don't think. But having intent and putting pressure on bowlers and not just letting them bowl is a big part of this England team's mantra. And as the captain, you have to set that example and set that tone. So if he felt as though Hasan Ali was just honing in on a good length, and the way to get him off that length was advance down the wicket and try and hit him over his head, then you have to live and die by that decision.
Shadab in again. That's nicely worked by Gregory, but he can't beat mid-on. It was full and on his pads. I suppose where people watching it would just be a little sceptical would be, he's probably the one player left who can play a bit of an anchor role. Shadab is in, that's flatter and turned into the onside. They're going to get a single for us. It goes just in front of square. The onside, 157, 158 for 5. Gregory's off the mark with that, off his 6th ball. We've seen Stokes play those kind of innings where he can go through the gears, and he's got John Simpson at the other end batting for the first time in an England shirt. Plenty of overs left. Shadab in, worked into the onside, out to deep mid-wicket this time by Simpson, who's timing it well at the moment. He's looking really comfortable out there, and has moved to 17. He'll keep strike at the end of the 27th over. Don't forget, only 47 overs per side after we lost some time to rain this morning. So there's 20 overs left. England have 5 wickets in hand, but as Andy Zaltzman was saying, it's not quite the same tale, is it, that England have got here?
No, and that allows them and gives the top order and the middle order that freedom to be able to play shots like Ben Stokes has just done. I think on reflection, absolutely, he'll be sat there now thinking, should I have played that? Should I have given myself more time? But hindsight is a beautiful thing. When, I'm sat here, every bad ball someone bowls, I'm like, why has he done that? What's he doing that for?
Hasan Ali's around the wicket down the leg side, will be signalled a wide.
Why has he done that? Wally, shouldn't bowl it down the leg side, and then I'll get out there on Friday night here, fling one down the leg side and not mean to have done it. So
perish the thought.
Well, yeah, I know. It's happened very few times in my career, naturally, and as I'm making my transition up to the commentary box, the better I will have got, It's the best. The fewer bad balls I'll have bowled across my career, the higher up I get in this commentary box.
The best sight you get in this box is hindsight. There's no doubt about it. Hasan Ali is driven, bowled, full, and Simpson looking to drive that straight back past the bowler is just beaten by a full-length ball. Good bit of bowling from Hasan Ali, but England are subsiding here now. They're 160 for 6.
Outstanding bowling from Hasan Ali. We mentioned the round-the-wicket angle that he bowled the last over to Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes advancing down the wicket, and that angle married up with the ability of it to come down back into the left-handers with the slope here from the nursery end at Lord's meant that it knocked Ben Stokes' off-stump out the ground, beating him on the inside edge. Here, John Simpson stays still, but still tries to hit the ball towards mid-off, but with that same angle and the ball angling in on a slightly fuller length, inviting that drive, goes through the gap between bat and pad. It's wonderful bowling from Hasan Ali, and also a really impressive captaincy from Babar Azam. He realised he needed to get his premier bowlers back on. He sensed through sniffing blood here, I would say, as a captain. The seam is angled perfectly towards that leg stump, and everything is coming in down the slope here at Lord's. Beats John Simpson on the inside edge. Wonderful bowling. Now England in a pretty perilous position.
It was a wonderful bit of bowling. We've just seen the replay a few times now, and there wasn't a huge gap between bat and pad, and you can understand why Simpson was playing it where he thought he was playing it, but it just tailed and it came off the pitch and it went through that small gap and clattered into middle stump. And now Craig Overton coming in at 8, a capable batter, that there's no doubt. I'll take a look at his List A stats. He's got 756 runs in List A at an average of 22, but how many times has he been facing Hasan Ali with 3 wickets to his name, steaming in from the nursery end at Lord's in gloomy conditions with the lights on? Not often, I'd reckon, if ever.
No. To put it quite simply, no. It's a different proposition. He's a short man, Hasan Ali, for a fast bowler, and that trajectory means that a lot of the balls hit the stumps, and he's displaying that here.
He's yet to score a run in ODI cricket, Overton, but he faces his first delivery this innings and guides it to backward point. That is, I think, his first innings in ODI cricket. He made his debut in 2018, played a game 2 days ago. On neither occasion did he bat. He's got Lewis Gregory at the other end, who's an explosive player. He had a strike rate of over 200 in one 2020 blast season a couple of years back, maybe 3 years back, over a consistent period of time. But now's not really the time for that, as Hasan Ali's in again. And Overton covers up in watchful defence, pushes out into the offside. It's picked up by Saud Shakeel, and there's no run.
Be interesting to see whether Babar Azam here really does go for the kill and get Shaheen back on from the pavilion end. I think the aggressive captaincy that we saw from Ben Stokes, and that would have come from Owen Morgan and his style of captaincy, is really, once you get a sniff, you really go for it and worry about the rest later. But if they get one more wicket here...
Here's Hasan Ali. That's played at edge, does it? Well, the Pakistanis love it. They want it. They're up and down. I thought I heard something. And I think they're going to refer this. They are. Mohammad Rizwan has made the T sign about 7 times in under a second there.
I think there were 4 of them making the T's. There were 4 of them running towards the umpire with T.
Well, I tell you, if it hasn't hit the bat, I heard something in my headphones. But Overton was playing at one outside the off stump. It went through rapidly. It went straight through to the keeper. Everybody went up instantly. Now, my suspicion is that this will have taken an edge, you know, but
the bowler wasn't convinced.
Oh, now if it is an edge, it's an inside edge. Overton does rather guiltily look round. The ball's very close to the bat. We're seeing ultra edge. And yes, that's an inside edge. That's the raw.
Yeah, outstanding bowling from Hasan Ali. Gets the ball before Craig Overton signalled to his batting partner Lewis Gregory that the ball was leaving him down the slope. He signalled that away swing shape to his non-striking partner, but here Hasan Ali, a wobble seam delivery, realising with the slightly closed overhead conditions that a wobble seam delivery can dart either way off the seam. It darts back up the slope, which Craig Overton wouldn't have been expecting, flails his hands at it, takes a very thin inside edge. The wicketkeeper and everyone behind the bat were convinced. The bowler and the umpire weren't. Wicket for Pakistan, and now England in real trouble.
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen's going to take a break. They are in trouble. They're 160 for 7, and Craig Overton, despite making his debut 3 years ago, still hasn't got an ODI run. It was a good bit of bowling from Hasan Ali. Not helpful if you're a non-striker and say, I think this ball's going down the hill, and then he sort of plays slightly outside it, but really good bowling. Hasan Ali has 4 wickets to his name. And Brydon Carse is coming out to bat. It was a really weird one, that, because I could hear through my headphones. I don't know if you could. You heard it, Andy? Yeah, I thought I heard the nick. I sort of went up for it, but I suppose we're getting stump microphones, so the umpire probably didn't hear it, strangely, as clearly as we did coming through our headphones. So Gregory has 1. Carse is yet to score. After this ball, I'm going to come to Andy Zaltzman because he's got some exciting statage. 2 slips are in, and Carse is off the mark straight away with a little guide down to deep backward point, and he gets a single. Much needed for England to have just, say, ground to a halt. They're doing worse than that. They're subsiding here at 161 for 7. Andy?
Well, a couple of things, Dan. Firstly, Hasan Ali's recent form in ODI cricket. Before this match, he hadn't taken even 2 wickets in an innings in his last 13 one-day international innings, in which time he'd taken 8 wickets for 734 runs. Today, 4 for 31, returning to the form that saw him be named player of the tournament in the 2017 Champions Trophy.
He's in now. I think this is to complete the over. It's Lewis Gregory in his sights, and he gets up on his toes, Gregory, and pushes into the onside. And Hasan Ali runs to the ball, wants to throw because Carse is out of his ground, but there's no one backing up. He's a bit furious about that. He holds on to the ball and he completes another successful over. 4 for 31 for Hasan Ali. England 161 for 7 at the end of the 28th over. 19 remain. Gregory has 1, Carse has 1.
And the Zing Bales have been earning their corn today. I don't know what Bales are paid per match, but 5 of England's top 6 have been bowled out for only the 2nd time in a one-day international for England, and in all men's international cricket. This is only the 5th time England have lost 5 of their top 6 bowled out since 1908.
Oh, Dawid Malan, though, if he could have been bowled, he was caught at second slip, wasn't he? By Shadab. That's upsetting. Ebony Rain for Brent has joined us, and Shadab Khan's going to start a new over, wondering if it was going to be Shaheen Afridi. Well, they're sticking with the leggy. And first ball of the overs turned into the onside. It's going to be a tight single. Throw comes in, but Gregory is home. Carse picks up another run. 162 for 7. Welcome back, Ebony.
Hello. It's been eventful since I was last on air, right? I think.
Yeah.
Fair play to the Pakistan seamers who were loose, and then I think their lines tightened up nicely. The spinners got the control. And now it's a very different looking game.
Well, it's been a flurry of wickets. Gregory on strike now, and just punch drives up to wide long off for a single. England can do no more here than regroup for a while at least, I would imagine. 163 for 7. And let's just take a look at those fall of wickets, because it has been a flurry, a positive flurry. I've got them here. They've lost 3 for 4 as Shadab Khan is in. Carse drives, but he can't beat short extra cover. Lost 3 for 4 in 2 overs. They were 118 for 2 halfway through the 18th over. They're now 163 for 7. They did 45 these 11 overs, but lost all those wickets as his next delivery is pushed into the offside by Carse, and there's no run. He started his career as a batter, did Carse, so that's hope for England fans there. But he's scored 2 runs in list A cricket his entire life. Shadab in, forward in defence comes Carse. There's no run. I love it when you get told, oh no, he was a batter earlier on in his career, and then you get up his career stats. He's had 1 innings and he scored 2, and you think, right, okay.
Give him time. Give him time. He called his best at the moment.
Yes, well, he looks like he's got decent technique. Tall man, gets fully forward. Shadab into him, and this time he does. He goes back into his crease, finds space in the offside, and finds a single. 164 for 7. Carse to 3. End of the over. 29 gone. Gregory has 2. Carse has 3. It's been breathless stuff today, Ebony.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I was wondering in the last game, and I keep talking about sort of the Jason Roy and Bairstow approach of wanting to go at it, and you felt Phil Salt was on that sort of wavelength, and then I don't know, I feel like England have continued to want to impose. You look at the Ben Stokes dismissal of still wanting to play the shots, but then once Pakistan got their radar right and got it tighter to the stumps, it left a whole world of trouble. So
the Stokes shot, do you think, I mean, we can all be really critical about these things, and Stephen Finn said, you know, if it comes off, it looks exactly right.
It looks amazing.
Still going after
I would
the
have been
bowling.
a super fan.
Yeah.
Just sometimes it doesn't, and then it doesn't look great, but you can tell there was a sense to impose themselves.
Hasan Ali's going to continue searching for a 5th wicket, and up on his toes goes Carse and just punches out of the back foot. Down to deep third for a single, moves to 4, 165 for 7.
It's the sort of game you feel like you need Joe Root, isn't it? This is his sort of game where he just controls the ship.
I thought Stokes could have done that. I mean, we've seen Stokes do that. That's the thing. And just like the game situation, you've got a guy who's never batted for England in John Simpson. Maybe with so many overs, it wasn't quite the time to do that. James Vince, I think, would be disappointed as well. I mean, we know the way that Phil Salt's going to play, but his dismissal, perhaps. Hasan Ali in, punched through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. It wasn't full, it wasn't actually that short. It was an in-between length, and he's played it, as they say, on the up, threaded it through the offside field with great timing. 169 for 7. This is England's hope. Lewis Gregory hits a clean ball, scores very quickly in T20 cricket. They'll be wanting to have enough to bowl at, really. What are we thinking? 230, 40 keeps them in the game. Bear in mind it's 47 overs, not 50. Little bit more leeway there, but what are you saying? Game's gone.
No, I'm thinking.
Hasan Ali in, punched again, but off a thick outside edge this time, down to the deep backward point for a single. 170 for 7. Gregory to 7.
It's about partnerships here, isn't it? It's about if these two could rebuild, they could get to that 230, 240. I don't feel it's competitive enough. I think the surface has been pretty reasonable.
So you think it's still going to be 270, 80 to stay in the game?
Yeah. I feel like they'll end up short if they are in that sort of 230 zone.
Well, they've got a lot of overs left, but they don't have a lot of wickets left. There's a slip in a gully, 3 in the ring on the offside. Hasan Ali in, turned to the onside by Carse. That's actually a really decent looking shot. He's only got a single for it, but he went up on his toes, and that's what I mean about the technique. I think he's got a bit of technique there. He rode the bounce, found the gap, picks up the single. 171 for 7. He moves to 5.
You feel like this is the partnership, isn't it? Once you get through, and then it feels like the bolt, you know, the
well, Saqib, Mahmood and Parkinson, with all the greatest of respect, should not be expected to be having to do any kind of batting for any length of time, and there is a lot of time left. Hasan Ali in to Gregory. Gregory punches again through the offside. This could well be 4 again. It's being pursued in vain. Not quite as crisply hit as earlier on in the over. You could probably hear it on the microphone actually, but got enough on it, and he hit it through the same spot through extra cover for 4, 175 for 7.
Do you know what I like about the two shots there he's played? He's played at the 45-degree angle, so he's aware there's a bit of width, but he's also playing with a little bit of reservedness in that shot. So being measured, it's sat up short enough, but that 45 angle gives you a little bit of protection. Really nicely played.
Last ball of this over from Hasan Ali. Gregory on strike. And he just dabs this out into the offside. Thinks of a single. It's certainly not there. 175 for 7. 30 overs have gone. Gregory has 11 from 12. Carse has 5 from 8. Andy's ultimate, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
Just a little more on Brydon Carse's batting. He's played very little list day cricket, sort of breakthrough season for Durham in 2019, but there was no list day cricket. When we talk about list day cricket, we're talking about basically 50-over cricket that includes international cricket, but also that county level. So we talk about first class is the long-form 4-day cricket, 2020 and list day in between those. And he has quite a good record with the bat in 2020 cricket. He's hardly played list day cricket. As I said, there was none last summer. It's generally the amount of list day cricket has come down in county cricket, but in T20 cricket, which there's a lot, he scored 340 runs at an average of 20 and a strike rate of 146 runs per 100 balls. Hit 12 sixes and 22 fours. So he has been quite effective down the order in list day cricket. Sorry, in the T20 cricket, but not so much in this format.
Thanks, Andy. Drinks break is being taken out in the middle of the floodlights. It's starting to feel a little brighter out there, and maybe that's had a bit of an impact as well on the pace bowlers in particular, just a little bit more zip. But Ebbs, I've got a little bit more and on Brydon Carse as well. He's 25 years of age, and his background is born in South Africa. It's a UK passport, but Dan alluded to him starting off as a batsman. That was when he first played in the Durham Leagues as an overseas pro for Burnmore in 2014, mainly a batsman then, and only just completed his England residency in 2019. In fact, his father might be one for you, Zoltz. Apparently played a bit for North Ants in the 90s, 80s, Zimbabwe or Rhodesian as it was even then.
Yes, so he played quite a lot of first-class cricket in South Africa. Played one season, 1983, in the county. And Brydon Carse in first-class cricket, so long-form cricket, averages just under 26 with the bat. Scored a couple of first-class 50s and 150 in T20 cricket.
Yeah, and earned himself a place on the Lions tour to Australia on the back of performances for Durham. So, yeah, a bit of an international background for him. But, yeah, it's been an action-packed game, this, hasn't it? I mean, a role reversal from how things panned out in Cardiff. And, you always just felt, Pakistan surely would come back and they would turn the tables. They're that sort of team. They surely wouldn't capitulate a second time. And, in fact, probably it's helped the winning of the toss and the opportunity to bowl first, and that just disrupts England's own rhythm.
Yeah, I think the conditions would have meant this morning they knew they had the bowling attack that could get breakthroughs early on, which they did. Then they lost their way a little bit in terms of just the line and got a bit sloppy, and the spinners had to kind of bring it back. But it's been fascinating because Phil Salt, who I would say struggled for timing for a lot of his early innings, he was kind of scratching around, but made the decision, I'm going regardless. That's how he likes to play. So there was entertainment. That's what I would say, is that sometimes there's a few wickets, things dry up. No, it wasn't that sort of game. We're still going, we're still trying to score runs. The other thing I was going to say as well is, I guess what's been noticeable for me now is when the full strength England team's out, you look down and number 10 could be Rashid, and they can bat. I think it's noticeable with this B team that after Stokes it starts to feel a little bit light, so those breakthroughs of wickets feels really exposed at the back end. So it's a strength that they have in the A team, but obviously as you start to build those reserves, it gets a little bit harder.
Yeah, 175 for 7 at the 30 over mark then, with Gregory on 11 and Carse on 5. So just Saqib, Mahmood and Matt Parkinson to come for England, with plenty of overs left, or 47 in the innings, so not the full 50 because of the delay earlier. But for Pakistan, they'll be looking to try and get out these last 3 and then set about a chase and see if they can affect an early finish in the way that England did on them. So we've got a slip in place for Carse. The field is getting settled. 2 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the on, including a short fine leg. In fact, bringing up mid-on up inside the circle now. So first ball after the drinks break is cast forward to Shadab. Back up the pitch, picked up by Babar Azam, who's really manoeuvred his bowlers well as Pakistan captain, bringing the spin on, getting the breakthrough to break the partnership of 97 between Saud and Vince. Driving up through the gap on the offside is Carse. It's a deep, big call of no. Single taken, so Carse on to 6, 176 for 7.
It's not often you see like such an aggressive field at this stage. It just kind of tells you where England are at. The slips in, all the inner ring fielders are coming in nice and tight, just trying to create the pressure on Gregory and Carse.
And with Gregory, that mid-on has been pushed back onto the boundary. Shadab is in and he's driving down the ground too, mid-on. Brings that man into play and takes a single. And Shadab's been mixing up his leg breaks and his googly, bowled the googly to wonderful effect. James Vince is building it up. He'd read one very late, a couple of overs before he was eventually dismissed. Bowled for 56, Vince. Shadab in again and going back at an edge past first slip. That's why the slip fielder is there. Carse scampering away for one. The ball's heading towards the third man boundary. Gets there. 2 fielders in pursuit. And one of them, Afridi, who scoops the ball up and throws it in with that left arm of his.
Got lucky there, didn't he? He actually skidded on a little bit. I don't know if it was the way the ball hit the actual surface. It then rushed Carse and then flew off the outside edge. It's would have been a difficult chance.
Shadab's a real wily master of his craft here. Right arm over. His leg breaks again. Forward and into the offside. Carse setting off quickly. Good calling between these two and good communication so far to try and keep the strike rotating. Past 11 off the 12 he's faced. 182 for 7 with one more ball to come in the 31st over of the England innings. Both teams unchanged for this one. You might have thought Pakistan might have made some changes, but no. As Shadab is in a little bit quicker into the onside, finds short mid-wicket. No run to end the over. 182 for 7 after 31 overs. England having been asked to bat first by Pakistan. Did you like that attitude from Babar Azam that, you know, the same 11, go back out there, make amends for what happened in Cardiff?
Yeah, because they're good players. You know, himself, you know, if he got started and got an innings, you know, he could have completely changed the game if there wasn't the run out. I feel like, you know, they put out a very good team. I was looking down, other than the debutant, you know, there's a lot of high quality in there. It's one of those ones where I think you just go in the change rooms, have it out, and then say, let's just start afresh, because almost you can unpick it to death. But actually, they're a much, much better team. So I think it's right, and it's almost you go back and say, right, prove yourself based on what you know your previous performance. Come and step it up.
It was Saud Shakeel, wasn't it, who got that key wicket? The man who made his debut at Cardiff got the wicket of Phil Salt to break that stand of 97. Bowled him round his legs. Salt 60 off 54 balls. But the change of bowling now, then, with Rauf coming back into the attack from the nursery end. So the pace once more to see if his last 3 wickets can be dislodged. Will the ball zip a little bit under the lights as well? 182 for 7, the 32nd over, and Rauf bowling to Carse with a slip in place, and Rauf is in, it is off the outside edge, but will run away to the boundary. Third man is there to cut it off, does. Coming back for 2, and Rauf has hands on his head. Carse picks up a couple to move him on to 13.
I really like Rauf's action, just the way it's at the last moment. I keep saying it's difficult because it just goes slightly behind his head before he bowls it, and so you'll lose a fraction of the ball and you have to be really switched on. So it's actually going to be quite tricky for these two just to get their rhythm against him, pick up the line and length.
Rauf is in, back of the length, and has been fending into that offside, pushes the ball away out to points, and there's no run. His partnership now 22 runs, equals the second best partnership of the innings so far, which was Simpson and Stokes putting on 22 off 27. So very handy runs for this 8th wicket so far. Let's just stick out there and build. Rauf, some short steps into his run up. It's into his stride now, a right arm over and a length. Pushed out, so there's a misfield. They're able to take one. It's not stopped cleanly by Imam at backward points. He gathers now, lost his cap in the process. Did his glasses come off? He's got his glasses on. I think they're well wedged behind his ears.
I have to say, Carse does look pretty organised with the bat. You know, I know Andy was talking about his T20 record. You can see why he would have a reasonable one, because he stands very tall at the crease, very organised. He's been comfortable just knocking the ball around for singles, not trying to overhit it. Nice little window for him to back for a decent amount of time.
There's Gregory facing up to Rauf, who rushes in outside the off stump, isn't able to get it past Babar Azam. Extra cover. and wafts away a fly as well with his right glove before he prepares to face his next delivery. Yeah, the partnerships, 97 between Vince and Saud, 80 balls, and then 16 between Vince and Stokes, 22 between Simpson and Stokes, and then a clatter of wickets again before these two now adding 25. 185 for 7, 32nd over. Rauf in, sort of carved away behind square, meeting backward point and coming back for a second. Third man running across to his right in front of the Allen stand to pick up. And England 187 for 7 in this 32nd over now. So we talked about your freedom of this magnificent city that we are in. Because you were granted it. I think we knew that, didn't you? But it's just come into effect.
Yeah, so I finally got the, well, I don't know what you call it, but it was written on a quill pen on this long bit of...
Rauf into Gregory. A little width again. Another misfield from Imam at backward point. He pushes his glasses up against his nose as he fields the ball, and a single is taken. So end of the over, 32 gone. And England are 188 for 7. Carse on 14 and Gregory on 15. It's trying to steady things after... the fall of those wickets. So go on, yeah. So
yeah, sorry. So it's the freedom of the city of London.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, a very ancient honour, and it kind of dates back to many years ago, where early trades, if you got that, you were allowed to trade in the city. So one of the benefits is you can take sheep over London Bridge, which.
Have you told Alice to cook this? Because he might be angling for...
He's got some sheep. I know a friend in Wales who said they've got some. I think if all goes well with COVID and stuff, there might be an opportunity to do it September, October. So I will let you guys know. Feel free to join me. I'm going to do the whole dress up like a shepherd.
This is actually a real thing. You can take sheep across.
Yeah, you do
as
it.
part of a ceremonial...
Yeah, but you can't just do it randomly. They organise the day. You know,
they stop it to traffic.
Yeah, bit of safety. So I'll do that. And then the other one, which I don't know if this still stands, but I know it used to stand, is that if you were drunk and disorderly within the city of London, you can't get arrested.
Oh.
They just had to take you home. Now I'm scared. I'm not sure whether that's something you want to test out or not to see if it's still in effect.
A free cab, basically. Here's a new over and a new bowler as well. So a spin being replaced by Faheem. Ashraf back into the attack. He's wicketless so far. Long run up, getting ready to come in to bowl to Lewis Gregory. Keeper standing well back. Here is Faheem in. Gregory tucks it off his hip behind square down to fine leg for 1. So is it only sheep then that you can...
Only sheep. I mean, I'll try many other things if you want. Goats, I mean, it's worth a try. What else could you give a whirl?
Crocodiles?
I mean, I'm down for trying that. I'm down for anything. I've looked at photos. I've seen Stephen Fry's done it, Mary Berry. They had a whole herd of sheep going, and the dog and the work. So. And
this privilege you're granted now for life?
For life.
Excellent.
But I'm going to do it as soon as possible.
Faheem in. Carse awaits, and Faheem right arm over. Carse is defending. He drops out into the offside, and Shadab is there to pick up. 4 shadows around his feet, becoming a little clearer. With the gloomier sky and the floodlights shining bright. Have you spent much time on a farm and around sheep?
Never.
They can get a little bit
proper...
boss, bit sort of...
Don't scare me, Ali.
Yeah, they can get a bit shovey and they're quite heavy, the big ewes.
I'm a proper South London girl, do you know what I mean? But the farm I've only seen is Vauxhall City Farm, which has basically got a llama.
Have you been
right in between the estates?
You must have been to the Battersea one, have you? As Faheem is in and driving into the pitch, and bowler gets a hand to it and his follow through, no run.
Dog and cats home? Or is there an actual farm?
No, there's a little farm.
Is there?
Battersea Park, yeah. Probably more famous for meerkats than sheep. I can't remember whether they've got sheep there or not.
So I've not
meerkats over through London. How's that?
I don't actually know what a meerkat... I don't think I'd pick a meerkat other than the advert. So I need to, upskill myself on animals a little bit better. Yeah.
Well, I can see now we've got some photos brought up online of lots of various people are marching. Oh, you can take a single sheep. That's Stephen Fry. Bowler comes in, looking to turn it around the corner, didn't get a clean connection and thought about taking a run, but keeper Rizwan chasing back, picks up 189 for 7. England remain in this 33rd over. Oh, so it's not like taking a whole herd. I had images of you sort of grappling with...
You've got choices, I think. I saw Mary Berry took about... a whole unit of them. There you go.
Mary Berry's driving them with a stick as well.
Yeah, she's getting into it.
Well, Stephen Fry had a sheep on a leash like a dog.
He's maybe doing the sensible approach.
But don't do the sensible approach, Ebbs. It wouldn't be you. As Faheem is in, and that's cut him in half. It's through to the keeper. Didn't make contact with anything on the way through, but it jagged back. And that is it's unplayable.
He's bowling nicely here for him. He's the slower of all the bowlers in terms of sort of just around that 80 mark, but he's getting the ball to talk, and that one was sort of that back of a length, and then with the slope it just hit the surface and really jagged back sharply. Well taken actually by Rizwan. That would have been a bit of a surprise one to have to jag so far to your left.
It's going to be interesting to see how England go with the ball on this pitch as well. And later in the day, feel like it's been on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I've seen Saqib Mahmood bowl here really effectively actually from the media end. I think it was in a 50-over domestic game. And he was excellent, so I don't think they'll struggle there. I'd like to see Carse. I don't think he got a huge amount of movement in the last game, but I think the slope with his pace could be a real threat if it does move around.
Last ball of the over. It's Carse facing up again here. And Faheem comes in now, bowls full, he's looking to drive, and he makes as far as extra cover, fielded by Shadab, and no run to end the over. So 189 for 7 off 33 England.
There's a test match going on between Bangladesh and Zimbabwe currently. Zimbabwe chasing a large total in the fourth innings. It's just been one of the more extraordinary partnerships in Test cricket history. Brendan Taylor, superb Zimbabwean batsman, has just been out for 92 off 73 balls, batting at number 3 in a partnership with a debutant for Zimbabwe, Takutswanashe Kaitano. I've pronounced that approximately correctly. And 95 partnership, Taylor made 92 off 73 balls and Kaitano 2 from 65.
Wow. That's doing the lion's share of the work, isn't it?
So one was getting on
farming
with
the
it,
strike.
and one was, holding the fort.
What number is his partner in the order then?
Opener.
Oh, right, so it's the...
Proper
Yes.
old school batting. That is old school and new school batting simultaneously.
Shaheen Afridi is back from the nursery end. England is 7 down, and he's bowling into the pads of Gregory. Gets bat on it into the onside, and Shaheen chases it into the vacant mid-wicket region to pick up. 1 run added, 190 for 7. They're valuable runs here.
I was just going to say, it's a good job for Pakistan. Shaheen Shah's got plenty of overs left. He's done some early damage with the wicket and the Yorker, and then it's come back again now, but that's plenty. If you want to try and clean up the tail, I think he'll be a good option going gun barrel straight.
Yeah, he's into the 7th over of his spell here. 6.1 overs, 1 for 28 so far. And now to Carse with left arm slips in place, and that couldn't have been far away from the edge. It's been taken by the keeper. Just had Carse forward, prodding, and the ball then lifting and carrying through.
It's the beauty of a delivery, but the first thing that caught my eye is he thought he had it, and he kind of gave the half-wing celebration. And he's just kind of holding it, waiting to go into full stretch. What he is doing is, though, he's bowling some lethal deliveries here. That was quick, full, and then nipped down the hill away from the right-hander.
He's hitting the seam well, isn't he? And then the slope almost is doing the rest. Left arm over, in again, bouncer, through to the keeper, and ducking underneath it is Carse.
I like this because it was looking a little bit easy for England, actually. When I say easy, these two were just chipping away. I don't know what the partnership is now, but it seems like they were just knocking the singles, looking comfortable. And this is going to be awkward.
I'll let you now.
Partnership's 30 from 5.5 overs.
Just a lot of singles over the last few overs.
Yeah, they've been working it around, haven't they, rotating the strike without trying to do anything too clever. Slip is now just standing a little closer to the keeper. Slip was quite wide before, and the change of angle around the wicket from Shaheen Afridi. That's what's brought the change. And now to Carse angling in. He goes with the angle up the slope towards the grandstand. Vacant mid-wicket region, has mid-on, making some ground across his right-hand side to pick up. And the batsman cross for 2. Right, it just feels like some sensible batting in the wake of a real flurry of wickets. And England were 160 for 7. They lost 2 wickets for no run. The fall of John Simpson and Craig Overton, and England were really in some dire straits. And KS is still feel at the moment, if these wickets went quickly, not enough, but if they can get beyond the 200 mark, even just that psychological mark of getting past 200, it gives them something to play with. Over the wicket again now to Carse, who's into drive, hasn't quite timed it, beats short extra cover though, put in a dive, but picked up at mid-off, no run. 192 for 7, 1 more ball to come in this 34th over. And just a bit of a that familiar Lord's hum, which is so nice to hear. Also, just a little bit of apprehension as to how this England innings and the rest of the match is going to pan out. Still so much cricket to be played. England to be in action with the ball. I want to try and see out these 47 overs. Shaheen Shah Afridi in over the wicket now, and that's beaten Carse. Again, Shah Afridi has both fingers ready to point to the sky and instead brings the arms down and plants them, one on each hip. And a little word to the batsman as well. It's the end of the over. So 34 gone now, and England 192 for 7. A couple of corking deliveries from Shaheen Shah Afridi there, and Carse on 16, Gregory on 17. Ian Bell, former England bats, joined me again. Very useful runs this in partnership between these two. We're not trying to be too flamboyant, just getting a job done. A few thoughts from you, and then Atif Nawaz is coming in.
A brilliant partnership, actually, and you feel that maybe Pakistan just missed a trick by not getting Shaheen on a little bit earlier. Brilliant spell from Hasan Ali, but go with the momentum. Don't worry about saving overs for the death, because there won't be any death bowling to do. It's bowl England out as quick as you can.
As Faheem comes in and bowls it short to Lewis Gregory, as Atif Nawaz plugs himself in as he's turned it off his hips down to deep backward square leg for a single to take the score to 193 for 7.
Thank you, Andy. Much appreciated. Well, 193 for 7. Ian Bell alongside me. What do you think, Ian? What's a good total for England from here with the overs remaining?
Well, I think they'd be delighted if they could bat through, and anything over 230, there's certainly a game on, isn't there? They'll have to believe that they can bowl Pakistan out. They've done that already in this series.
Faheem Ashraf runs in and bowls to Carse, and this time Carse just nudges it into the onside, not with the most conviction in the world, and there is no run. Yeah, 193 for 7. And, conditions, we talk about the floodlights that are on here that make it slightly more difficult to bat. The ball swings a little bit. Still overcast conditions, not easy to score any kind of runs. And, of course, Pakistan under pressure after being bowled out for 141 in Cardiff.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been a pretty good bowling display, hasn't it, so far from Pakistan. They'd like to finish this off. And again, you'd think that Pakistan, with the quality they have in the batting order, certainly from someone like Babar, Azam, that they would have enough knocking off a score like they are. But they'd like to finish it off now.
Faheem Ashraf, in he comes again, short outside the off stump and pushed just wide of the fielder at point by Carse, and they take another single. Carse has moved on to 17 of 27 deliveries, Gregory on 18 of 20. Another sort of mini recovery partnership so far from these two.
Yeah, just show again, it's so important, isn't it? I mean, gone are the days when the bowlers at the back end couldn't hold a bat. You saw that a lot in county cricket, but now, especially domestically, all the guys can bat right down to 11. It's so important. We've seen with England, one of their success actually is the fact that they can have literally 11 guys out there that can bat, which is so handy for the top order, because they know they're going to have a bit of a licence because they bat so deep as well.
They absolutely can. As Faheem Ashraf comes in and bowls again outside the off stump, driven to mid-off, and there's no run. They've got plenty of licence to kind of take their time as well, with sort of just under 13 overs to go now, as we're playing, of course, to this revised 47 over match, a 47 over a side match. They don't need to go big at all. They can kind of play the ball on its merit. There's some quality seam bowling to play against. Faheem Ashraf, I think, has recovered well after those first 2 overs. He was really taken apart by James Vincent, Bill Salt. As Ashraf in once again, this time again. Good length outside the off stump, driven, but only as far as extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, you sort of think as well when you look at it now, I mean, again, could they? I mean, Shadab's only got one, I suppose. Well, obviously go for your attacking options, whether, I know Faheem can bowl Yorkers at the end, but again, now I'll be looking at, not just getting any bowlers in now, but get your attacking options in and try and blow England away rather than saving any, Shaheen or anyone for the end. Just get them on now and try and finish the job.
It's interesting you say that, Ian. I mean, just thinking about Babar Azam's captaincy a little bit, is it possible that he's not been as aggressive as he could be in this sequence? I'll get your thoughts after this delivery. As Faheem comes in and bowls outside the off stump, this time the drive beats the dive at extra cover. It's racing away towards the boundary of the covers. The man in the deep will have some work to do. It's not the tidiest stop in the world from Sohaib Maqsood, but it works, and the batsmen take 2, 196 for 7 after 35 overs. Yes, Ian, I mean, what do you think? I mean, Babar as a captain, people have talked about his suitability as captain for a long time, but I mean, has he been as dynamic, as aggressive as you'd like here?
Well, I think they've had a good day today, haven't they? They've got a lot of things right. I think possibly they could have been a little bit more proactive with changing the pace up front. We saw that Saud and Vince enjoyed the pace coming on. There wasn't a lot of changes of pace. And sometimes, again, if there was a T20, you very easily see a spinner come on in the power play, change the tempo of the game, and you felt that Pakistan probably could have done that a bit earlier. And as soon as they brought double spin in, And that's where the wickets started to flow, and they got a control back in the game. And you feel here as well, when they got those wickets now, it was time for Shaheen to get into the attack and try and blow the tail away.
As in comes Shaheen now. Good length outside the off-stump, just dabbed by Carse. They run through for a single. Had to run it quickly, but made it comfortably in the end. 197 for 7. It's Ian Bell alongside me. Warwickshire and England legend Ian Bell. Newly minted level 3 level coach Ian Bell.
Got a shout out for the coaching at the moment, aren't we?
No, it's very good. It's very impressive, absolutely. And yeah, I think some people have talked about this in the build-up to this series as well. The idea of like using your best batsman as captain. I'll pose a question to you based on that in a moment. As in comes Shaheen once again, short ball and pulled by Gregory down to long leg for a single. Score on to 198. England just inching their way to that 200 mark. I mean, while you were playing Test cricket for England, I mean, you're certainly amongst the best batsmen, if not the best batsman in the side, for quite a long time. How would you have felt about being captain? Was this something you would have thought, yes, I definitely want to take this on? Or does it take a little bit away from your batting at that level?
No, I'm not sure. And again, yeah, I mean, it's important to find the right character. I think when you're looking at a side, when you're trying to pick your captain, firstly, they've got to be in that side, haven't they, consistent? Their place can't be in question.
Shaheen in once again, full ball, this time driven to the mid-wicket region. Is vacant. They'll take the first one. They'll take a second. They might even get 3. They might even get 4. They do get 4. Big cheers from the grandstand as the ball trickles into the boundary. And England's 200 comes up. 202 for 7 after 33.5 overs. A terrific shot there to get England there.
Yeah, really impressive partnership, this. I mean, the way they've rotated the strike, turned it over, and then any loose balls they've put away. And I know that I heard Ben Stokes talk about Carse growing up more of a batsman, and as he's grown and he's developed and he's obviously become a quick bowler. So we're seeing those skills now, which is impressive under pressure.
Shaheen runs in once again, this time outside the off-stump, guided to wide third by Carse for a single. 203 for 7 now. Yeah, I mean, captaincy, what do you think? Does it hurt your batting?
No, I don't. People have done it in different ways, haven't they? People have been very successful and it gets the best out of them. I think there's no doubt captaining your country comes with a lot of responsibility and probably a lot of weight, doesn't it? But you get the impression Babar, Azam, deals with it in a real nice way. I suppose he leads from the front really with weight of runs, doesn't he? And the class that he has with the bat.
Shaheen Afridi runs in once again. Full ball beats the outside edge as it goes through to the keeper. There's no run. Good pace on that from Shaheen as well. 89 miles per hour. As Gregory smiles, knowing he's just evaded it. 203 for 7.
Such small margins, aren't there? It's a beautiful ball. It's full, run down the slope, and could easily have taken the edge. Actually, didn't even carry. Whether you feel that it's just a little bit too deep there, and maybe come up a yard, because the last thing you'd want is a nick not to carry at this stage as well.
Gosh, I've seen a few fall short of the slips today for the Pakistanis. It's Shaheen Afridi runs in once again, another full delivery, this time again just flicked to the fielder at mid-wicket by Gregory. Can't beat him though, so there's no run. End of the 36th over. England 203 for 7. 11 overs to come in this England innings. And while you talked about sort of 220, 230, I mean, they're playing some nice shots. They could get up to that 250 mark.
Yeah, you probably don't feel it is a 300 pitch. So again, if they bat the overs and in the style that they're doing now, without anything crazy at all, they will get themselves to 250, won't they? And that certainly makes us a proper game on our hands. And seeing, certainly watching the Sri Lanka series and the first game in this series, it hasn't really been too competitive yet. So we would have a score that would give us, I think, a great game of cricket. Like I said, I don't think it necessarily is a 300 pitch. The lights are on. England have got a good seam attack. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all unfolds.
Now then, Haris Rauf is coming back into the attack for his second spell. Very expensive first spell, 4 overs for 33. He's coming into bowl to Carse now. He starts with a wideish delivery out at off-stump. So wide that it's been given a wide by the umpire. Extra run given there to England. 204 for 7 now, I beg your pardon.
I think we're seeing with Harris, I mean, how again the slope can affect you in a positive and a negative. He just hasn't quite settled, and it isn't easy actually. And also from a batting point of view, when somebody does know what they're doing and with the slope and they can lock onto a really nice line, it can be awkward for the batsman, but also it can be very awkward for the bowler as well.
In comes Haris Rauf once again, not straighter this time, just guided off the face of the bat to deep third for a single by Carse. These batsmen going very well. Carse on 24 of 31 deliveries. Gregory on 21 of 26. They've just given England a little push here at the end. This could be very valuable runs. And as you say, Ian Bell, in the Sri Lanka series, I mean, most of the games weren't particularly competitive, but there was a game at Durham, the first one-day international, where Sri Lanka created some problems for England. I remember it was the day of the England-Germany quarter-final, and I think perhaps some people were thinking, will the game be finished in time for the football? But Sri Lanka showed a lot of fight on that day. Some great bowling from Dushmanta Chimera and Binaru Fernando, put England under a lot of pressure as in comes Haris Rauf. Once again, the ball just swinging in. Big shot attempted down the ground by Gregory. Just gets an inside edge onto his pads, and in the end, there's no run.
And that's what England will be thinking now. The longer they can go here and if they can bat the overs out, they will put Pakistan under some pressure. They're going to have to play well. And I said, ask the questions of the batting line that have obviously already under a bit of pressure from the performance in the first game.
And England can press that home. Pakistan do have a good record at Lords, but they didn't look particularly settled with the bat in Cardiff. Some airy-fairy shots. England will know that as in comes Haris Rauf once again, angling in towards a batsman who swipes that hard and aggressively to the mid-wicket boundary. What a shot that was from Lewis Gregory. Another 4 for him. He moves on to 25. England 209 for 7.
Yeah, it's a nice pace pitch. It's not a quick pitch by any means, and he's picked length really quickly. Really got into that pull shot so quickly, and as we said with Hasan Ravi, he's just not quite settled at all. Either end, he's tried both ends now, and he's just missing his length or his line quite consistently. But credit to England, every time he does miss, they really hurt him.
Yeah, some good batting by this pair as Haris Rauf in under pressure. It's been expensive. In he comes again, once again. 4 ball this time. The ball is defended to cover for no run. Quick, he's bowling very, very quick. 89 miles an hour as well, Haris Rauf, but just can't get his radar right today. Just been a little bit wide, a little bit short, and has been punished for that. Him alongside Faheem Ashraf. Now, Faheem managed to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, it looks an easy pace pitch, doesn't it? Anything that's been short has been met with a lot of cut and pull shots, so it's not, even though this is good pace, if this was another pitch with more carry and more pace, it would be a bit more effective for him. But yeah, it looks quite an easy pace pitch.
In comes Haris Rauf once again. Again short and on the back foot in defence this time is Gregory into the onside, and there is no run. A bit quicker again, 90 miles an hour from Haris Rauf. He's cranking it up now. He really captured people's excitement and imagination in the Big Bash, bowling epic speeds for the Melbourne Stars.
It's a good story, isn't it? I mean, he's come a different route, hasn't he? Just not through the academies, and probably a late developer as well with his skills. So it's a good story in the way that, again, franchise cricket can create superstars as well, and good cricketers.
Haris Rauf in once again. This time the ball's been driven to the fielder at mid-off. The batsman run for a quick single, and they make it comfortably. Good calling and good running by Gregory and Carse. Well, propelling England here. This little late flourish could prove quite telling. England 210 for 7 after 37 overs. And do you want to revise that 230 prediction?
No, I think it's going up if they carry on. I mean, this is the great thing, isn't it? England have had here is obviously through the situation we're in. These, Silverwood and the whole of the England, they're getting a look at young players in pressure situations which they wouldn't have had the opportunity to. So again, when you're someone like Carse here, you can only, I suppose he's only doing himself a lot of favours here. What he's doing with the bat, he's obviously bowled with good pace in Cardiff, and I'm sure there's a lot of England, the think tank, I would have thought with Silverwood and James Taylor, and they're enjoying everything they're seeing here because it just adds another person they can believe can play under pressure in an England shirt.
Yeah, it's a 50 partnership up as well between this pair. It's been quite the innings from Lewis Gregory and Brydon Carse. Andy Zaltzman?
Lords has been a difficult ground for chasing teams in recent one-day international cricket. In the 5 World Cup matches played here in 2019, 4 were won by the team batting first, and the 5th was the final, which was a tie.
As Faheem Ashraf runs in and bowls a short ball. It's been pulled very, very fine. Is it going to beat the fine leg fielder? Yes, it is. 4 more runs to Lewis Gregory. He's on to 30 now. England 214 for 7. Andy Zaltzman do continue.
In all one-day international cricket since 2010 in England, sides batting first have the best win-loss record at Lords compared with the other 11 grounds that have been used for one-day international cricket in England and Wales since then. So remember that World Cup final, chasing 242 to win. Proved a very difficult chase.
Stay tuned. There's no foregone conclusions at Lords. In comes Faheem Ashraf once again. A straighter ball this time, played into the onside. And there's no run. Just after that last shot, which was, again, a very loose, wide delivery from Faheem Ashraf that was just pulled for 4 down to fine leg. We got a shot of Waqar Yunus, the Pakistan bowling coach, just kind of get off his seat in disgust and just turn around and go inside. And ironically missed the next ball, which was a decent delivery.
You wouldn't mind him right now, though, would you? With his skill set, out there having a bowl. He's cleaning up the tail.
Some great memories of Waqar Yunus at Lords with bat and ball, ironically enough, as in comes Faheem Ashraf, and Gregory just defends a good length ball into the ground, and there is no run. He's bowling his best deliveries when Waqar is not watching him right now. It's slightly frustrating for him.
I think you have to give credit to, I mean, this partnership's been fantastic, hasn't it? But any time Pakistan have missed their length, generally short, Gregory in particular has been so quick onto that pull shot.
Andy.
But the single off the last ball of the previous over brought up the 50 stand in 9 overs and 2 balls.
They've done very well. When they came together, England were 160 for 7, and they're now 214 for 7. It's made a huge difference to this England total as Faheem Ashraf comes in once again. Full ball has been hit uppishly into the mid-wicket area. It's running away towards the boundary. Shaheen Afridi is in approach, and he's going to get there. His pursuit is successful. He'll get the ball back in, but the batters will get back for 3. When the ball is up there, they're comfortable swinging and driving aerially in Bell.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look back tactically at whether Pakistan have missed a trick a little bit by, could they have, before this partnership got settled and they were both together, could they have gone a bit more aggressive and looked to finish the game early? It looked like they obviously got Faheem back into the attack, and the guys who haven't had such a good day, and it's just gave a little bit of momentum back to England. They could have been a bit more ruthless, and that's really what it's about, not saving your death bowlers for the end, but see where the game is now and try and finish it off quickly.
Faheem Ashraf into Carse now. This time the ball's been hit off an outside edge down to a fine third region, and Carse will take a single. I think he was trying to hit that over here into the media centre directly into our laps, but didn't quite get a hold of it. Yes, I am with you, Ian Bell. With England 218 for 7, partnership approaching 60 now, I think Pakistan will look back and think we had a moment to really press home that advantage, be more aggressive, throw some slips in there, bowl Shaheen for a few more overs, maybe not just the 1 over, but a few more overs. They seem to have just missed a little trick here and gave England an opening, which they've taken. As in comes Faheem Ashraf once again. This time the ball's just been pushed to point with soft hands by Gregory. They run through for a single. Just outstanding stuff between the wickets by this England pair so far. Gregory and Carse bringing England back into contention. 219 for 7 after 38 overs.
It's been a real nice balance, actually, the way they've rotated the strike. Actually, Carse has got the Kane Williamson little run down to third man as well, which he seems to have mastered. So it's it's been a real nice blend, hasn't it? Some lovely boundaries and counter-attacking, but with some nice rotation of strike again. I mean, looking at both of them, certainly Carse, he's not a number 9, is he? There, he's looks much more comfortable, be up at 8 or 7. So yeah, really good partnership, and like I said, we look like Pakistan maybe have missed a trick here, but England will want more of the same. And looking at the stats there, again, anything over 240, 250 here, they're giving themselves a great chance of winning this game.
Yes, Brydon Carse certainly has pedigree. His father, of course, James Carse, played first-class cricket in Zimbabwe. It's pretty good. Not bad. Now then, Rauf is going to come back into the attack, and we've had a change of wicket-keeper. That's extraordinary. I'm not quite sure what happened to Rizwan, but Sarfraz Ahmed has come in to take the gloves as the next ball from Rauf is short and wide, and it's been punched off the back foot by Gregory out to the man. Sweeping in the covers, Sohaib Maqsood for a single. I wonder what's happened to Mohammad Rizwan here. Sarfraz has come in and taken the gloves. This is a big worry for Pakistan. Rizwan is their informed batsman, not in the back of the last innings, but certainly on the back of the last 12 months for Pakistan.
Certainly not good, is it, if it's an injury to certainly an important player in that middle order.
Well, it gives Sarfraz Ahmed a chance to get back out there. He's quite fond of this ground as well. As in comes Rauf. This time the ball has been swivelled by Carse out to fine leg for a single. England 221 for 7 now. Yes, of course, Sarfraz Ahmed will remember obviously being here in the 2019 World Cup and winning every game they played here at Lords, but the game he'll remember the most is, or the time he'll remember the most of playing in London, admittedly across the river at the Oval, is the Champions Trophy final, where he led Pakistan to victory. As in comes Rauf again, another full ball defended quite convincingly by Gregory. No run taken. 2-2-1 for 7. I mean, this is going to do these two a world of good in terms of their confidence, isn't it?
100%. Yeah, for their bowling, in the second half of the game, but also the dressing room now. It would be a pretty calm place now. I thought 10 overs ago there would have been a bit of panic up there now, but they've managed to just calm it down and flip the momentum quite quickly. I mean, Pakistan looked like they were all up. The energy was up. They were diving in the field, and it's just gone a little bit flat again now.
England threatening that 250 mark now, as in comes Rauf again. Ball this time defended back to him, and there is no run. Gregory happy, just seems like he's sort of lining him up almost a little bit, just waiting for the length that he likes, and then go aerial. Yeah,
he's played a lovely balance, hasn't he? A nice bit of defence, rotating the strike, and then anything that's been in the slot he is put away. And we know that. I mean, any Somerset fans would know he's very handy with the bat. He gets a lot of important runs under pressure for Somerset in all formats of the game.
Rauf, in he comes again. Again, straight to delivery. It's been pushed out to the man sweeping in the cover. Sohaib Maqsood has been very busy. The batsmen are coming back for two. And Sohaib just had to hold back on the throw because the fielder at point was directly in the line of his throw. To wait for him to duck down and get his throw in. And in the end, the England batters make it back comfortably for two. 2-2-3 for 7. Well, that 250 mark is definitely in play. Maybe even 260.
260,
Do you
wow.
dare dream of 270?
270 would be an incredible effort for where they were when Ben Stokes got out. It would be a phenomenal effort.
160 for 6 they were at that point, as in comes Rauf, and it's been pulled down to deep square leg for a single by Gregory. That ends the 39th over of this England innings. 224 for 7. Well, it looked like they'd struggle to push 200. They might push 260, 270 to take you through to the end of the innings, probably. We'll see. Will be the very dashing Dan Norcross alongside you, Ian Bell. A few thoughts from yourself?
Absolutely outstanding partnership so far, really giving England an opportunity. Pakistan had got the momentum all their way, and England have had to fight really hard. Maybe a few questionable decisions. Pakistan could have been a bit more ruthless, maybe with get their attacking bowlers on and look to finish the job early. They've allowed England back into this game, but the batting in particular, Gregory has been absolutely outstanding.
I've been really impressed with Carse. I mean, we say, how are you going to learn how to play 50-over cricket unless you play 50-over cricket? And he's played 2 matches of 50-over cricket in his life, and he's never batted. So, I don't know.
On the job, is he?
Well, I wonder if actually all this practice is what it's made out to be. I think maybe Andy and I could get drafted into the next squad at this rate. Yes, Andy.
Well, there was a stat that came up in the last game.
Shadab Khan starting a new over from the nursery end. Full, pushed into the offside. Go through a quick signal. This could be tight, but no, they've made it. Good judgment there by Gregory. Picks up another run, moves to 39, 225 for 7.
England have an extraordinarily good record in games in which they've given 3 or more debuts in one-day international cricket. I think they're now won 14 of the last 17 such occasions in ODIs. So.
Shadab in again, and on the wicket comes Carse, moving his feet, pushes back to the bowler. There's no run. Of course, no debutants today because they're unchanged from Cardiff, but yes, the point is a similar one, isn't it?
The 3 players making their first ODI innings, at least.
Absolutely. Shadab in. Carse back raised, drives into the offside without timing, out towards the sweep on the extra cover boundary. One more, 226 for 7. You can watch clips of this game on the BBC Sport website and app. Highlights are on BBC 2 at 11:05 tonight. And Shadab goes back to his mark, and Gregory just took a little bit of gardening here, just on that spot where he thinks Shadab's looking to land it. We've got 3 in the ring on the offside, long on, long off a back. It's a deep square leg, deep backward square leg, as Gregory just pushes into the offside, builded at short point, no run. Tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2:15 p.m. It's the second T20 between England and India's women at Hove, and you can watch the third one live on BBC 2 on Wednesday evening as Shadab is in once more. He's flighted slightly more this time and driven up to Shaheen Afridi on the long on boundary just for the single. 227 for 7. After this, 7 overs left. England would be eyeing maybe, well, a minimum of 5 and over gets them to 260. That's a target. Here is Shadab, shorter and flatter, worked into the onside by Carse. He's going to run through for the first quickly. Gregory wants the second. The throw comes in. This will be tight, but no, the throw's a little wayward. And Gregory is swift between the wickets and gets back. That's what that applause will tell you. 229 for 7. 40 overs have been bowled. England are going on at not much below 6 and over. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, that's now England's highest 8th wicket partnership against Pakistan in one-day international cricket, overtaking the 67 Darren Gough and Ben Hollyoak added at Headingley in 2001. And in all, it's in 7th place on their all-time best 8th wicket stands in this format.
And did any of those 8th wicket stands feature anybody playing their first innings in one-day international cricket? Because this features 2 people playing their first innings in one-day international cricket, which is nothing short of extraordinary, really.
It's had a bit of everything, hasn't it? It's been very skillful.
Really has. Rauf starts a new over from the pavilion end. He bustles in. It's a big swing and a miss from Gregory. I think he's decided, hasn't he now, Ian Bell, that there's been a pace on the ball. There's 7 overs left. They've got to a score that's semi-defendable. Now they want to actually make something of substance.
I mean, again, Pakistan's way to stop this and stop that 260 is to bowl them out, get wickets. Whether they'd have a conversation and Gregory will say, look, I'll take more of a risk, you bat through. So it'll be interesting to see how they do play. I mean, still a lot of overs for them to do, because if they carry on the momentum they will get that 250, 260 without really trying. So
Rauf in. Right arm over the wicket. Gregory drives with no timing. Good tumbling stop at short extra cover prevents the run. And then Shadab Khan holds the pose, the threatening pose. Let's take a look at this field. It's a sort of long leg, deep square leg. I think there's a long on, but he might be camouflage for me. I'm red-green colourblind. I can't see. And the Pakistani is annoyingly in green. Yes, there is a long on. I've just seen him move. Rauf in short, hit high in the air. This could be taken, and it is. A good running catch at square leg. Gregory looking to get on with it. It was short. He didn't get all of it by any means. It was a bit top edgy, and it went out to deep backward square. And in the end, a comfortable catch. Fielder had to make good ground to his right. But that ends an enterprising 8th wicket stand of 69, which has got England on the brink of, well, defeat really, into a place where they might entertain hopes of defending a total. Ian Bell.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant innings from Gregory. I think the difference between that one to the other short balls he's put away, they were all waist high. That one's a proper bouncer. It got up, probably the badge on the helmet, so he was a bit more out of control on that shot. And a good running catch, but an important one again for Pakistan again to close this out. It's not about being safe and trying to get as many dot balls, it's about bowling England out. And England will be, like I said, looking for as many runs as they can now to get themselves, which they are already, putting themselves in a position with the confidence from the last game as well, knowing that they can bowl this Pakistan side out.
It was Fakhar Zaman with the catch down there at deep backward square. As I say, he had to make fairly good ground. Now, coming out to battle will be Saqib Mahmood. Let's take a look now. Saqib Mahmood has batted. He scored 12 runs in his one innings. He's playing in his 6th ODI. After this comes Matt Parkinson. The emphasis now shifts towards Brydon Carse, doesn't it? He's going to have to be the one who can.
I think so, but even just batting the overs here. I mean, if they bat the overs, they will get to 250, won't they? So that, obviously Gregory was playing well, and took on a bit of a punt. But again, if they do play smart and sensible cricket here and just tick along, they will get themselves to 250. As we know, the stats on actually chasing scores down here isn't actually in Pakistan's favour. So they will give themselves a great chance of winning this game.
Slightly disappointingly, the batters did not cross, or if they did, they must have crossed twice. But I don't think they can have done, because it wasn't in the air quite that long. So it means that Saqib will be on strike. Now, do we think Babar Azam's going to make a bit of a field change here? He's got a number 10 coming in. I'd be inclined to attack a little, wouldn't you?
I'm surprised there's not a slip, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got a deep square and a long leg, a deep third and a deep cover. I'm not sure if Saqib Mahmood's hitting one through there when he first comes out. Harris Rauf into him, outside the off stump, left alone. Through to the keeper, no run. We've got 5 in the ring. And we are in the 3rd power play, so I suppose that's 1 extra, but I just want another one in close, wouldn't you, just to stop the little push and run?
I'd imagine Waka Yunus on the balcony there. If there was a nick that went through first slip for 4 and wasn't taken, or wasn't somebody there, he'd be pulling his hair out. So I'm surprised there isn't a slip, really. And like I said, Pakistan look to finish this and be a bit more aggressive.
Rauf is in. Saqib standing around off stump, just pushes in cautious defence to point. It's fielded by Imam-ul-Haq, who's been there pretty much all day, and there's no run. 229 for 8 England. 6 overs left after this. Brydon Carse batting for the first time for England, has 29 from 36. He's just shared the highest 8th wicket partnership for England against Pakistan. And I mean, these are the things that just you must pinch yourself if you're Brydon Carse. 4 days ago, you were involved in a record 8th wicket partnership at Lords against Pakistan. It's just insane, isn't it? Rauf in short, could be a wide. This, well, it is a wide. It was bouncing way over Saqib Mahmood's head. And England will take that to another run.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, don't you, with this? And obviously for someone like Carse now, and obviously on the other side, I mean, we saw someone like Ollie Stone, who unfortunately is now out of the Ashes or for a period of time, and someone like Carse, all of a sudden, if he comes and impresses, now he bowls 90 miles an hour as well, which you need that in Australia, and they've shown that under pressure he can play.
Rauf in, and that wraps Saqib on the pad, rolls out to the offside, not very far. They were never going to take the run because Carse wants to stay on strike, which he will do with 6 overs left in England's innings, 230 for 8. It's a 47 over a side game. I know we keep on saying it, but just to remind you, so that 230 for 8 with 6 overs left, not quite as paltry as it may seem. So what are the options left? Hasan Ali, 4 for 42, seems like a rather strong option to me. And I think he's going to come back into the attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I think Pakistan nearly have been a little bit cautious. They had that window, didn't they, where I thought they could have bowled out, gone for Hasan Ali and Shaheen and obviously Shadab as well, and bowl them out. Like, don't save your best bowlers till the end, into the 45th, 46th over. Like, try and finish England off. And I think they've allowed England just back into the game by just being a little bit, I suppose, a bit safe really, and getting the other guys back on and not worry about the death. I mean, bowling England out would have been a much better way of going.
Hasan Ali back into the attack, comes into Brydon Carse, field spread, and Brydon Carse pushes into the offside and fields just in front of the square. There's no run. When people have got 2 surnames for a name, I find myself accidentally using the first name because it sounds like a surname, you know. Brydon faces the offside. Brydon? What are you talking about? Coming up at the interval, by the way, we'll hear the second part of the final hour. The story of England's World Cup win on this ground 2 years ago, as told by the players involved. We heard part 1 earlier, but we left it when the scores were level after 50 overs. This ball goes through Carse. There's an appeal for caught behind. Suddenly, 3 or 4 players are interested. Shake of the head from the umpire. Now then, Mohammad Rizwan is back out there, is he? He is back out there, and he doesn't know what to do. He's thinking, shall I? What do you think? Shadab Khan's not certain. Have they decided to go for it? I think they have, yes. I think that we've finally seen the T sign being made. So it was a ball in the channel. Carse was stuck on the crease. It was taken low by Rizwan, who's been off the field a little bit, but he's back out there to take this catch. It wasn't given out by the umpire.
I mean, it was mid-wicket that nearly called for the review. Keeper didn't really go up, bowler didn't go up.
Well, do you think he's... That is inconclusive. It's Michael Gough, the third umpire. You can hear the Pakistani players don't believe it's out now. They've all moved away, and there's clear daylight, and Ultra Edge shows a flat line. So, Carse survives. Pakistan lose a review. Unlikely to be too significant. And on we go. 230 for 8. Hasan Ali really wanted that 5th wicket, didn't he? He's on 4 for... There's an honours board here for ODIs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Hasan Ali in to Brydon Carse. Short pulled in the air, but it's going to land just in front of long leg. On the bounce, they pick up a single that's thrown in. 231 for 8. Carse moves to 30. Are you on that? Have you got 100 at Lords?
No.
What, do you have to get a 5 for and a 100 to be on an ODI honours board? Because it used to be 4-fers you always see in the...
Well, I definitely didn't get a 5 for. I'm definitely not on that.
No. Well, you did a bit of dibbly-dobblies, didn't you?
Yeah, I've got 4 for 4 here against Middlesex.
Against Middlesex,
I don't know if is that first class? I'm not sure.
Count, no. Was that a friendly fixture?
It always was here. Always was.
Hasan Ali into Saqib Mahmood, who drives quite elegantly square of the wicket. Not with perfect timing. He wants a second. Brydon Carse has reminded him that actually he's in on 30 and it might be wiser if he faces. So they just take the single. 232 for 8. I don't know if you've noticed, Saqib Mahmood looks extraordinarily like Stephen Finn. Have you noticed it? The promo picture.
Really?
Of Saqib is like a sort of younger, more virile Stephen Finn.
Interesting.
Take a look. Hasan Ali into Brydon Carse. That's defended back up the wicket, but there's a gap there, and they're going to get a single. 233 for 8. I thought I'd just been yanked off there.
I was turning around, looking at Finney then. Yeah.
I thought that's it. That's the end of me. I've been taken off after being cruel to Stephen Finn. Turns out it's you.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Right, there's a slip in. 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg side in the ring. A long leg, deep third, deep extra. Saqib Mahmood on strike with 1 ball left. Not quite free hit time. There's still 5 overs after this. What will he do? He pushes in defence up to Shaheen Shah. Afridi at mid-on, and there is no run. 5 overs remain for England. 233 for 8. 3 off that over. Is that right, Andy? Thanks. Carse has 31. 1 for Saqib Mahmood. And we'll say a brief goodbye to Ian Bell, and we'll welcome back Saqib Mahmood's lookalike, Stephen Finn, into the chair. With England thinking 5 and over here gets them to 258, which would have felt like untold riches when they were 160 for 7. Welcome back, Stephen.
Hello. I've just marked my long run up from the back of the box.
Start of a new over. And there's Faris Bolton, drag on from Carse, who went for a big expansive drive, and he got a thick inside edge, dragged it back onto the stump, middle stump, just leaning back. Haris Rauf has his 2nd wicket. England have lost their 9th. 233 for 9. It's a good effort from Brydon Carse, batting for only the 2nd time in List A cricket, the 1st time for England, but with wickets falling around him, he saw one in the channel. He thought he should have a go at it, went after it, dragged it back onto his own stumps, and England ailing here somewhat.
Ailing, but in a much bigger position of strength than when I was last here an hour ago. The partnership between Carse and Gregory has really got England up to a total which I think will be challenging on this wicket. He played nicely, he played strong shots, he supported Gregory at the beginning of his innings, and looking to be more expansive here with just under 5 overs to go. Loses his wicket to an inside edge. Pakistan now have the opportunity to bowl England out, but I still think that partnership between Carse and Gregory could have just wrestled the momentum back in what are pretty nice bowling conditions, I feel.
It's still grey, it's still overcast. It's not quite as muggy as it was. I went round the ground to find the microphone earlier, and it's just a little bit chillier. I mean, it's still mild.
It must have been tough walking around the ground, looking like Brad Pitt, people climbing over you to...
It was tricky. I mean, it's just the sheer quantity of well-wishers and adorers.
You look like Brad Pitt, who's been put through one of those ageing phone apps. And on the barometer, it's got how old do you want him to look? 140. Yeah, Brad Pitt at 140, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
There, on the sliding scale. Whip it round, Daniel Norcross. There.
Saqib Mahmood is a very fine man to be compared to.
He's a very good-looking man,
He's a very good-looking man.
So is Brad Pitt.
Yeah, well, he is, yeah.
Even at 140.
Even at 140, I should imagine he'll be delightful. Now then, if England get 1 more run, they will set Pakistan a target of 5 and over. I don't know if that's remotely important, but I'm just putting it out there. Haris Rauf is in to bowl to Parkinson. His first ball, thick edge, there's the run. Goes down to Shaheen Afridi, who's down on the deep third boundary. 234 for 9. And Parkinson is off the mark. Andy.
6 England batsmen have been bowled out now today. It's only the 7th time in ODI cricket that England's men have lost 6 or more players bowled out. Only once have they had 7 players bowled out. That was on this ground against the same opposition, Pakistan, in September 2010. Now, the last 3 times they've had 6 or more bowled out in ODI cricket have all been against Pakistan.
Well, they do bowl fast and straight, don't they, in full as a general rule. As Haris Rauf is in from the pavilion end to Saqib, who's beaten a tentative prod at a 90-mile-per-hour delivery. Not easy for the number 10 to face. The lights are on, the sky is grey. I'm with you, Stephen Finn. I think this might be quite a fun time to be bowling. You almost feel like have a go, get out while it's like this.
Get out there. I do feel as though England's bowlers, with the new ball especially, will be very disciplined, and I think all of their bowlers suit these type of conditions.
Rauf runs in. Saqib goes for the big hit. He's going to be dropped. Oh, I say that was the most simple of catches. It was a dolly. It came at waist height to mid-on. It came with the strength of an underarm as you throw the ball around the field back to the bowler. It was as simple as of catches, and maybe because it came so slowly, it surprised fielder. Who's that at mid-on? Faheem Ashraf at mid-on.
He's usually a very good fielder as well. I'd describe that as a goober. That is a goober.
Absolutely. I mean, and that is one that even I would catch. Next delivery, wide of the off stump. I mean, I say played at. It was played, as John Arnott would say, not so much late as posthumously by Saqib Mahmood. And it went through to the keeper, beaten for pace by an angry Harris Rauf, who can't quite believe that he's not already halfway up the pavilion steps.
Yeah, he was almost getting ready to turn around and walk off, wasn't he, there? It just didn't quite loop, but it was completely shanked by Saqib Mahmood to mid-on. Should have been caught. Bonus runs now for England, you feel.
Here is Rauf again, and that's got thick edge once more. Full delivery on the pads. Rolls down to Shaheen Afridi, and they get another run, precious run for England. 2:35 for 9, end of the over. Mahmood has 2, Parkinson has 1. And Stephen Finn, more thoughts from you, and then it's going to be Alison Mitchell.
It's been an incredibly topsy-turvy day so far. This tussle, Pakistan starting off in the ascendancy, getting England 21 for 2. Then the counter-attacking partnership of James Vince and Phil Salt adding real momentum to the innings. Then Hasan Ali's spell, bringing Pakistan back into contention. Brydon, Carse and Lewis Gregory's partnership bringing us to this point now, but Pakistan looking to finish this off.
Hasan Ali in, bouncer, ducking underneath it is Mahmood, and through to the keeper. It was a partnership much needed, wasn't it, for that 8th wicket, and the 69 runs has certainly given England every opportunity with the quality they've got in their bowling attack, and that'll also just deflate Pakistan, won't it? That sort of annoying partnership where they really had their foot on the gas, 160 for 7, and you felt that all the momentum was with Pakistan at that point.
Yeah, it felt ominous, didn't it? But momentum is such a big thing in white ball cricket especially.
Hasan into Mahmood, bowls it full, and a big swing and a miss through to the keeper. And if he'd made a connection with that Mahmood, well, it might have disappeared somewhere over cow corner. 2:35 for 9, the score remains.
Yeah, it's Hasan Ali sniffing a 5 for here. It's only just missed off some. Saqib Mahmood looks like he's trying to target straight. The step and hit approach. Hasan Ali, you feel a good short ball followed up by a full straight one. Classic old school bowling. Doesn't quite work.
Here he is again, 4 wickets to his name so far. Right arm over, going full, looking for that Yorker once more. Dug out by Mahmood, who'll take a single, and Afridi moves into field from his position at long on. If he does manage to get it, it'd be the 4th fifer of his ODI career. The first time he'll ever have managed that against England. I think, Annie, am I right in saying that those fifers all came in 2017, which was a sort of bit of a golden year for Hasan Ali?
Yes, I mentioned earlier on he'd only taken 8 wickets for 734 in his previous 13 ODI innings.
Fine performance from him here. Into bowl to Parkinson. Parkinson one that drags back in a touch. He defends back up the pitch, picked up by the bowler, and no run. England is looking to get whatever they can out of these last remaining overs. 47 in the innings, we're in the 44th. If they can bat through and just eke out a few more, the run's ever valuable, but also just the slight irritants for Pakistan being kept out in the field when they feel they should perhaps by now have been setting about chasing.
Being kept away from their lunch. Stomach
that
rumbling.
as well. Hasan Ali in again to Parkinson. Looks for Yorker. Oh, he's somehow got a bat on that. It's got something on it. Away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. More really useful runs for England, and Hasan Ali has his hands on his head as he walks back to his mark. It really was fired in right on the base of the stumps.
I don't know how that's missed. I thought we were unsighted here of the stumps. It just looked like the perfect leg stump Yorker, but the slightest inside edge on it means it absolutely flies away to the fine leg boundary, well inside the fine leg fielder that's down there. Hasan Ali can't believe it. I can't really believe it. It sounded like the stumps had been broken as well, but
it was the very thinnest toe end of the bat. What's Hasan Ali got now? Yorker on some more. Oh, now how did that also miss? Was that inside edge onto the bottom of the pad? Oh, he's walking back with a half smile, but I think it's perhaps more of a grimace on his face, as if to think, oh, how did I not get one of those through? Because it's one thing to bowl Yorkers and get the length right, but when you've got the actual target and you're bowling at the stumps, well, they could have been lethal deliveries.
To a number 11 as well. You're backing a number 11 to miss one of those. He's done well to get something on it. They're slightly drifting in as well. He's been very skillful today, Hasan Ali, with the way that he's used the movement of the ball. And there, those Yorkers just slightly tailing in towards the stumps, hitting the bat on the inside edge, but not quite creeping through onto the stumps.
So he's bowled 9 overs now, Hasan Ali. Right over from the other end, clipped into the onside. Rauf is the bowler. It'd be 4 more in front of the Allen stand. And England suddenly heading towards the 250 mark. They're 244 for 9.
The drop from Faheem Ashraf's looking a bit dodgy now. I mean, he'll be feeling that. He's just had to chase the ball down to the long-on boundary, and as we've spoken about, the outfield's rapid. Saqib Mahmood stepping away towards the leg side and just tapping it on its head almost, and it races away. Good batting.
7 off 13 as Rauf comes into Saqib, looking at Yorker length again. Digs it out once more and takes a single to long on. Jogs through gently as if he's fully in control. Mahmood 8, Parkinson 5. And scrambling to the 250 mark. They were 160 for 7, remember. Andy.
Something on Pakistan's fielding that CricViz have picked up on. Their fielding data goes back to 2016, and in that time in ODI cricket, Pakistan have the second worst catch success rate, 72%, just ahead of Zimbabwe.
As Rauf is in again, or he's looked to whip it away through the leg side. Parkinson gets a bit of a tangle, and the ball comes off the pad, back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler. If you had to guess, Finney, which team in world cricket might have had the worst success rates in terms of catching, who would you have gone for?
I would have gone for... I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. You've dumbfounded me there. I'm trying to think who drops a lot of catches. I think the standard of fielding generally is very good.
Yeah. Here's Rauf, and again Parkinson looking to drive, but doesn't quite time it, and Rauf gets a hand to it and picks up. I mean, would Pakistan have been in your top 3?
Yeah, I'd say so, probably. Yeah. But it's also so ambiguous, isn't it? Because what is a catch? I mean, there's a difference between obvious catches and half chances, and I'm sure the statistics don't delve that deep, but there was one a few weeks ago that Colin Ingram smoked one back at me, and it would have hit me in the face had I not got my hands there, so I suppose that classifies.
Rauf is in, backing away Parkinson to make some room, and just to work it up towards the grandstand for a single. England 246 for 9 now.
Well, CricViz do factor that in. I mean, not just in the basic chance statistics, but they have this thing called fielding impact, which measures the sort of positivity or negativity of a team's fielding performance. I'm not quite sure how it works, but their stats on that do show Pakistan are one of the weaker fielding sides in ODI cricket recently.
Rauf into Mahmood now, he bouncer, and he backed away thinking perhaps I'll be able to uppercut that and pick up some more runs, but it was way over his head and left it for the keeper. At the end of another over, we've had 45 now, and the score for England 246 for 9, with Mahmood on 8 and Parkinson 6 there, the last pair for England. Yeah, I wonder whether that catches are sort of measured by a sort of Strictly Come Dancing style, like 7, like marks out of 10.
Do they do individual fielding stats as well? Could we find out who is literally the worst fielder in the world?
Oh, that's just me.
No, I want to find out. As long as it's not me, I don't care.
I'll see what I can find.
Thank you.
When he just started sort of getting familiar with their fielding system.
We'll peel the onion layers back, and we'll get there, and we'll find right in the middle is the one person who is the worst fielder in the world.
It always seems a shame that fielding stats aren't marked on scorecards as standard. Like, you just never know whether a batsman who made 100 was actually dropped on noughts, and then was it an absolute dolly that was dropped?
Yeah, well, I've got problems with that.
New over, Hasan Ali in, backing away to make some room, flailing this over towards cover. The fielder on the boundary, just the one for Parkinson. He's on to 7. What's the problem?
Well, because then bowling would be judged on the same sliding scale. So if you take a 5-for, but you've got 4 caught at deep mid-wicket, then your 5-for is technically worth less.
than if you had like 5 searing Yorkers.
5 searing Yorkers, it's worth more. But I mean, for me, that would be a problem.
So where would your World Cup hat-trick fit into that scheme?
Well, I mean,
talk us through
is that a low blow?
As I get older, it goes higher up the sliding scale.
Hasan Ali in, heaved over the leg side. There's a man at deep square leg, takes the catch. Rauf with the catch. And it is a 5-for for Hasan Ali, who celebrates punching the air. And England are all out for 247 in 45.2 overs. For Hasan Ali, or jubilation. That last wicket came a little later than Pakistan would have wanted, but Hasan Ali's put in a fine bowling performance for his 5 wickets at Lord's.
Well bowled Hasan Ali deserves that. Not quite the way as we were talking about there on the sliding scale of wickets to bring up your 5-wicket haul. Not high up on the scale of those, but it's a wicket nonetheless. Parkinson trying to slog that towards the leg side, just plinking it really to the deep square leg fielder who runs in and takes a simple catch. But England, albeit having been suppressed by some fine bowling through the middle from the Pakistani bowlers, either side of that at the beginning and the end of the innings, they've had real momentum in this game and have built a score which I think could be challenging on this pitch. I think with the England's new ball bowlers and their change bowlers, if they can be relentless in their length with relatively attacking fields and catchers behind the bat, they could be quids in here.
Thank you, Finney. Steve Finn with us on Test Match Special for the second one-day international. Pakistan then will need 248 in their 47 overs to win this match and level the series. We will have more build-up to their innings as that approaches, but during this interval we're going to look ahead to an England team in a major final this weekend. Of course, that's the football, and you can watch England against Italy tomorrow night on BBC One or listen to the commentary on 5 Live. Kick-off is at 8 p.m. But 2 years ago, almost to the day, another England team played the Cricket World Cup final here at Lord's, and it still was the last one-day international to have been played on this ground until today. Earlier we heard part 1 of the final hour, the story of that day from the players themselves. Jonathan Agnew and Michael Vaughan pick up the story with the scores having just tied after 50 overs and a super over to come.
Oh, what a game of cricket.
It is incredible. If you're just joining us, the World Cup final has tied between England and New Zealand. There'll now be a super over, 6 balls bowled by either side. And if it's tied, the team hitting more boundaries in their innings and the super over win. So I'm queuing to the Stato boffin to our left. They have to keep some sort of record of this.
That will be England, 22 fours and 2 sixes. New Zealand, 14 fours and 2 sixes.
Who do we have? Who do we have coming out? Looks like Stokes.
Stokes and Butler.
It is Stokes and Butler.
Good call. It's going to be a man, Trent Bolt.
The crowd's ready. What a finale, what a climax. 6 balls from each team decides this World Cup final. It's a total lottery. Here's the first ball of the super over to decide the World Cup final. And it's Trent Bolt for New Zealand running into Ben Stokes of England. He's heaved that away and he's got it over the offside field, down to third man. Will it carry all the way? No, it won't, but they will come back for 3. Butler going to the far end, and Stokes makes his ground here, roared on by the crowd. Oh, these two are going to be exhausted.
Yeah, and that's why Butler's so important. Of course he can strike it into the stands, but he's so quick between the wickets. Ben Stokes is down on his knees again. Just quietly, how hard is it going to be for England's bowler to come and bowl the over? Well, Trent Bolt's been bowling for the last...
He had to come straight out and start bowling, loosening up, wherever it's going to be.
Yeah. Batting to start with, myself and the coach were talking about who we would send in. And literally as that conversation finished, Jofra walked up to me.
I realised that none of the other bowlers were warming up, so I asked the captain, am I bowling this? And he was like, yeah. I was like, okay, no, thanks for the heads up.
Stokes is on his knees, he's exhausted. Well, it's deafening. It's an amazing atmosphere. And I'm just looking down at the mound stand, the top of the mound stand, 2 of the debenture holders up there, applauding, shouting. Joss Butler's on strike. It's absolutely incredible. The members sitting and watching as Bolt's on his way. This is the second ball. In he goes and bowls to Butler, who hits him away into the leg side. There's a man there on the boundary. He got a bit of an awkward bounce.
but he throws it back. It's only 1 run. So
Yeah.
England are 4 for no wicket after 2 balls.
Yeah, again, it's so hard for someone like Butler. I mean, I know he's been batting, but he's been on that balcony, sitting down, and all of a sudden you're sent out there. Go on then, try and crash it into the stands. It's going to be difficult for the New Zealand batsman to go out there and just crash it from ball 1.
Stokes again. The field changes round. Good to have a left-right hand as well, from England's perspective. But Bolt's done pretty well so far. It's such a pressurised situation. 4 for no wicket. Here comes the 3rd ball. Bolt runs up, left arm over, and Stokes has hit that away into the leg side. Has he found the gap? He has! He has! The fielder dived despairingly at full length. He got a hand to it. But he simply run the ball into the boundary. 8 for no wicket. And listen to them.
That's the sweep shot. That's like a sweep you would play against the spinner.
Ben is the biggest team man, the biggest carer, a huge thinker, and he upholds unbelievable standards on the cricket field. And that rubs off in the change room on everybody. I suppose the biggest compliment I can pay him is that he just cares about everybody outside himself, and not a lot of people know that. It's fantastic that one of your best players in the team worries about the progress of everybody else and isn't solely focused on himself.
Someone some time ago told me cricket was a boring game. I hope he's watching. 8 for no wicket. Here's the 4th ball. Bolt goes in, bowls a low full toss. Oh, he's hit it straight to the man there on the edge of the circle. That could have been 4. A couple of yards either side, and Stokes looks upwards. Oh no, I missed out there. It was well fielded on the edge of the circle. They take 1. So 9 for no wicket with 2 balls to go. Archer's loosening up. He's going to be the man that bowls it. What a responsibility.
And I think that Archer will probably go for hitting the pitch hard. Butler, can he get 1 boundary?
He's loosening up down there, Archer, on the boundary edge. Stretching. Bolt. 2 balls to go. Left arm over the wicket, bowls a low full toss, and that's chipped away into the offside. They'll try and get 2. The fielder didn't see it. He lost it, and they've got 2. Oh no! He didn't move. He sort of started running the wrong way. That should never have been 2. He's got the sun right in his eyes. Nichols. Oh, what a horrible moment for him. He just didn't see it. He responded too late, and they've got 2. 11. With a ball to go, Butler on strike, and Bolt on his way. Bowls to him, he chips that away into the leg side, out towards the boundary it goes. It hits the boundary. Unbelievable finish. His Bolt couldn't quite get that length. It was a low full toss, and Butler was merciless.
Yeah, it felt like a big moment, actually. I remember Stokesy sort of punching the air or punching his bat or something and shouting yes. And you know, that felt like, 15 feels like a big score. And the 2 of us have played with Jofra in the IPL and know what a great bowler he is and how good his death skills are. And we've seen in the 50 over bit of that final how well he bowled at the end. So, to give Jofra 15, I thought, really good here. I like this.
This is going to be loud.
It is going to be loud. They're revved up for this. Neil Diamond, where are you?
Yes.
Even the members are up. I'm sure some of them are singing.
They're dancing on the top tier.
This is Lords.
This is great, isn't it?
This is Lords. Well, this is special. It really is. And what it says about England's faith in 24-year-old Archer, who is playing his first series of cricket for England. And it's a World Cup, and he's going to come on and bowl 1 over. This is, it's an incredible responsibility for him.
Jofra, as a person, is one of the most talented guys that has ever put on a shirt for England. He has an extraordinary level of skill for a guy who is so young.
Jofra, I played 2 years of IPL before he even made his England debut, and I knew he was destined for stardom from watching the way that he did in India. And he asked me a few times actually about that night in Kolkata at the World Cup T20 final, and he was saying how do you come back from that? And I didn't really have a good answer for him, to be honest. and I was going over my head, like, should I go up and say something to him? I was like, no, I shouldn't. But then when it came to it, I felt if it went wrong, I would have sort of put a little bit of the blame on myself, not going up and saying something to him. Because I've been in a situation like that before, and I know what it feels like, you know. And it is scary. It is a scary place to be. I didn't really say much. I said, whatever happens here, it isn't going to define your career. Because in the moment when things don't go well like that, you feel like that's it. You feel like that's all you're going to be remembered for. But it's not. And just sort of letting them know that we're here for you, we've got you, we're supporting you, and we're not letting you feel like you're the only person out there.
Of course, this is the World Cup final. It's completely different, but he's bowled in front of huge crowds in India, huge crowds in Australia. Yep. This is what he was picked to do, see out games for England.
Me and him are fairly close as well, so we always have a chat. And you know, I went up to him that before the Super over, and he was always like, "Yeah, I got this. Don't worry." You know, like then it was just almost a thing of, right, you know, you go ahead, go do your thing, because you know what you're doing.
6 balls to decide the World Cup. And Archer's having a conversation there with Morgan, who I suspect will just be keeping him cool, keeping him calm. It's the way that Morgan operates.
Everything was about being clear about what he was doing. We spoke a lot about his best ball, and his best ball for that moment was his Yorker. So trying to reiterate what he was doing the whole time and trying to make him as clear as possible and get him into that frame of mind where he's running into bowl, not double guessing himself or carrying excess baggage from the previous ball is very important.
Because Archer will dig it in sharp. And if you think it's just going to be a Yorker and on a plate slot, of course the Grandham and those kind of players, that's what they can hit. But I think he'll go aggressive, try and get it, chest. Try and say to the Kiwis, go on then, try and play the pull shot.
We actually asked Marais Erasmus as we were going out, saying if it's a tie, what happens, who wins? And he said, you're ahead on the boundary count, they can't catch you, so if it's a tie, you guys win. So we all knew that from the start of the over. So I think that clarity is a big moment, actually, because if we get to that last ball and say Morgs has to run to the umpire and say, what's going to happen if it's a tie, I think that just creates, a bit sort of, you become disillusioned with what's going on in asking questions, whereas we felt like we had real clarity that we knew that's what we had to do.
So Neesham, who's left-handed, takes guard from umpire Darmasina. The sun is fully out now, but the lights are on and the shadows creeping onto Lords. A sunlit evening, what a perfect stage for this dramatic finish. Here's the first ball. Archer from round the wicket bowls very wide outside the off-stump. It's corner wide. Oh. And Archer there, he looked devastated at that call.
To be honest, the line that he's trying to bowl is right on the wide line. So the chances of him bowling wide are quite high, but you take that risk in order to gain the benefit. And when he bowled it, it's not a big deal, but he wanted to refer it straight away because he thought you could, and then you could overturn the wide. And I was like, no, you can't do that. So it was a matter of just asking him questions, letting him offload about the wide, and then resetting and talking about the next ball.
In goes Archer. He bowls to Neesham, very full, beautifully bowled. They're going to run this second one quickly because I think Guptill might have stolen that one a bit. The throw goes to the far end, and they've made their second. I might be keeping an eye on Guptill here because he was out of those blocks very quickly.
Well, what a Yorker that was.
He was,
That was in the block hole. He had to dig that out. He did well there, Neesham.
He's actually bowled 2 terrific balls. 13.
James Vince down here on the boundary.
Neesham looks around. This is to decide the World Cup final. 13 needed from 5 balls. Archer runs in easily and bowls. He's heaved up for 6.
Oh, what a shot.
6 into the mound stand. And Archer missed his length. 7 from 4.
I've watched it on TV, and as soon as he hits the 6, you think, that's it, England are done. But I didn't get that feeling on the field.
It's a superb blow.
There was no such thing as worry, because we know that they were chasing 15. There is going to be a 6, there is going to be a boundary, there is going to be something, I'm sure the whole crowd or people watching are thinking, oh my God, it's game over. But I think, but within the ground, all the boys, we were confident. You know what? This is far from done. This is a long way off.
And Archer's not ready yet. He's calling Morgan over.
We talked about the position of the game. Would we still bowl a Yorker, or would he have to do something different? And we agreed that he had to do something different. We felt that it was New Zealand's game after that 6 was hit. It's quite a significant moment in that over.
Where does he go now?
He's got to go short.
Full again or short?
He's got to go short. He's got to get him playing the cross-batted shots.
Get your back lift up.
7 from 4. There's 9 for no wicket in this super over. Here's the third ball. Archer round the wicket, moves in, bowls to silence. That's clubbed away into the leg side. They shouldn't get 2, but they're going to try it. Throw. Oh, there's a fumble out there.
Oh no!
And they do get their 2.
5 off 3.
Jason Roy was it out there, I think. 11 for no wicket.
And I thought I've made a big mistake here. Turned around, saw the crowd just staring at me, almost in disbelief that I'd misfielded it. And I just wanted to crawl into a hole, to be honest.
He is running into the sun, I know, but he's just snatched at it. You know, a little bobble before him, hard hands, the pressure. He could see that the batsmen were going for the second.
Unfortunately, there was no excuses. The ball came straight towards me. Maybe just try to get the ball in far too quicker than I should have. I didn't concentrate on the basics and just tried to wang it in.
5 from 3, and the pressure on Archer now.
Same position that Nicol was in, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the one blow away. I'm amazed he's not gone short. He's continued to go full, 3 full deliveries. 1 was a wide, 1 went for 2, 1 went for 6, 1 went for 2.
5 from 3. 11 for no wicket in this super over.
Neesham was in the crowd at the MCG 4 years ago supporting New Zealand.
Well, he's on strike now to win them the World Cup. In goes Archer round the wicket, bowls to him, and it's heaved into the leg side. That's heading towards the boundary, intercepted by Roy. They shouldn't get 2 now. The throw comes in to Archer, and he's made his ground again.
Wrong end.
Yeah, it was.
Guptill again has made it up to this end. 13 for no wicket, 3 more for New Zealand to win.
Don't rule out the tie.
From 2 balls.
It's exactly the same scenario, wasn't it, in the game?
Exactly the same scenario.
Oh. Morgan again.
It's 3 to win, by the way, isn't it?
Well, I think Morgan will be saying the same as Kane Williamson in the last over of the game. Well, he's going to have to move himself from extra cover to mid-wicket. No, he's going to stay the same. He's going to stay at extra cover. So that big vacant space at mid-wicket is available.
Yep.
Don't know why the umpire, Darmasin's gone down speaking to the batsman, maybe saying, look, you can't get a head start at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think someone have had a word. And I think, I'm watching the ball, but I think, the way that, Guptill's running very quickly, but that maybe he's just Hussein Bolt with a batting helmet on, but he's very quick. 2 balls, 3 for New Zealand to win. Archer from round the wicket, bowls to Neesham, it's short, he clubs it away, they get a single. Don't throw it, he didn't throw it, sorry.
And that's a little insight to where his mindset and calm nature comes in.
Archer there had the ball in aim for a moment at the non-striker's end, but there was nobody there to take it.
A guy who's all over the place and not thinking straight would have thrown the stumps down and cost us an extra run, whereas Joffrey just held onto the ball.
2 from 1.
If he gets bat on this, they'll take the run.
Yeah.
So we are going to end up with boundaries.
So it's boundaries.
Do we really want to decide the World Cup on that?
Well, New Zealand will know that they have to get 2.
Yeah, of course.
One's not enough. New Zealand need the 2 to win.
Yeah, they do.
If they only get 1, England are the world champions.
Guptill hasn't faced a ball yet.
How can you separate this?
Well, what are England going to do with
2
the
from
field?
1 ball. Where's he going to bowl it? Or where's he going to aim to bowl it?
Well, the difference between Guptill and Neesham, you saw that last ball, it was into the wicket and he looked more uncomfortable playing the cross-batted pull shot. Guptill's quite good on the short ball, so you think he'd probably have to go for the Yorker.
Yep.
2 runs, New Zealand win. 1 run, England win the tie scenario. No runs, England win regardless.
He could hit him on the pads here. He could hit him on the pads.
Why is Rashid in the slip corner?
I don't know.
I'm sure he had a lot of things going through his head of what to bowl. But I'm sure, and I'm also sure he was dead certain of knowing what he's going to bowl and what he's going to do.
Just going back onto the edge of the circle.
You don't need a slip.
2 runs off this ball, New Zealand win. 1 run, and England win.
So I was at long on, and obviously knew the ball wasn't coming to me. So I've just started sort of like creeping in anyway, watching the ball.
I've got a good feeling that Joff's going to be bowling a Yorker. And more often than not, no matter where he misses it, shorter or fuller, it's coming towards either long on or myself at cow.
It's come to this. Here's the last ball of the World Cup final.
I just had a weird feeling, and everything went silent. As soon as the ball hit his bat, everything just went dead silent. It was the eeriest feeling I've ever had as a cricketer.
Archer bowls it, it's clipped away into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. The throw is picked up, they throw to the wicket keeper's end.
I can see that J. Roy's running in, and I'm like, just don't fumble it, like, picks it up, like, please be a good throw.
Luckily picked this one up and just got rid of it. Took more time with it, way more time than I did the previous one, and Josh Buttler did the rest.
And then I just remember running to the stumps, and if anywhere you want to take a throw, it's Lords, because you know the bounce will be great. And I just remember thinking, do your job. If that was any other piece of fielding in any other game, it would be there's no pressure and you've got so much time, just not thinking that, but that was what it would be. And I just think, do your job. Got time, because I knew it had gone straight to him. Jason did his bit, and then I knew I just had to gather it and take the stumps.
He's run out, is he? I think he's run out. England think he's run out. England are convinced he's been run out. They're celebrating. It was thrown to the right end, to Butler's end, who had to work hard to take those bails off. England are sure they've got him. Through a tie in the tiebreaker. But it's England's game on more boundaries in the match. New Zealand look devastated. Guptill's on his haunches. I think he knows, as England do. Here's the replay. Wait for the cheer. We're watching Butler gather the ball. He's got a bit of work to do to take it to the stumps. Wait now, listen. That tells you that England have won the World Cup. The fireworks going off the grandstand. It'll be confirmed on the screen. Out. And Jofra Archer has done it from the most unpromising start. He's on his knees. Well done, young man. My word. What an effort that is. What an effort. 24-year-old Jofra Archer to come out and bowl that over. Be slammed for 6 over deep mid-wicket.
I just remember breaking the stumps, and then just the pure elation of winning the World Cup, and that you do stuff you don't even realise. I threw all my wicket-keeping gloves up in the air and just running round, and you see Moeen Ali is running past me, and then other guy, and I remember coming round the corner where Jofra's lying on the floor and just giving him a massive hug, and that 20-30 seconds of elation and sort of that's the best moment of my career.
It's been an absolutely brilliant game of cricket, and I'd have said that if they'd got those 2 runs there. It really has, and to have been opened up for people to watch, to see it, to enjoy it, to get some idea of what cricket's all about. What a day it's been. And you can't help but feel really sorry for New Zealand and Guptill, who will just look at that yard that he couldn't make.
I just remember sprinting. I remember sort of like high-fiving Joss as he ran past me. I remember Jofra was on the floor, Stokes, he was on the other side of the field, and people were just sort of grabbing each other. I was like, Plunkett was crying his eyes out, and we sort of all gathered jumping on each other, and you can't sort of hear everything. Everything's a bit like muffled because people are shouting in your ear, the crowd's going wild. Chris Wook sort of picked me up out of nowhere, and I don't know if people have ever seen it on the footage, but he sort of carries me 15 yards and he just keeps shouting, "Woody!" He hasn't said anything to me. I still don't know what was, and I just kept shouting, we've done it, and he just kept shouting, "Woody!"
But Owen Morgan, who has spent 4 years planning for this, can now embrace his players. Chris Woakes at the moment.
That moment when he takes the veils off, there's just a complete release of emotion. The highs, the lows we've been through over the last 4 years, it has all been justified in so many ways. And, moments after that, we run around like school kids, just chasing each other and just so excited. Such an incredible feeling.
And Stokes hugging people there, the backroom staff, the coaches who've come out onto the field as well.
The thing about team sport is that you aren't doing it for yourself, you're doing it for everybody else involved. And walking off as a winning team at the end of a game is so satisfying because you get to share that moment with 15 players 10 people, you know, physios, backroom staff who put the same amount of effort and time into the guys who were out there playing. You know, throughout that World Cup, it wasn't just 11 guys who played there. You know, we had a 15-man squad. We had a very big backroom staff who kept us on the field, who kept us fit, because it was a very, very tough 7 weeks. And at the end of that day, when we were all in the changing rooms celebrating our World Cup victory, it was awesome because, you know, you could just look around and everyone was just so happy for each other, which is just why I love being part of a team.
And the celebrations will start on what has been an incredibly dramatic day here at Lord's. Unprecedented scenes at the home of cricket, which has hosted an incredible game. An incredible game. And they're bringing out the podiums and so on for the presentations. The England players are still out there in the middle. It's deafening. I've almost lost my voice here. Well. Players, one by one, are leaving the field. New Zealand's batsmen traipsing behind, devastated by that. And there's a nice shake of the hands and embrace there from Ben Stokes to Martin Guptill. So bad luck, it could have been us, and it could have been. There's so many tiny fractions and what-ifs, and you go back to that incredible fluke with the boundary of the diving Stokes off the bat and 4 runs. It would have been New Zealand now who would be celebrating. But that's what sport deals you, the hands you get. And today, that little bit of the rub of the green has gone England's way. And Stokes hugging people there, the backroom staff, the coaches who've come out onto the field as well. And the New Zealand team now, sporting as ever. They're coming out and they're going to shake hands with the England players. They'll be devastated, but I hope in a few years' time, or perhaps shorter than that, they'll look back at this and they'll remember the day and they'll think, wow, what a game that was. We played in that, we were there, and it was an amazing day for cricket, but it didn't happen for us today. But Archer's got a huge smile on his face, and I'm not surprised. That was a real tall order for the young man, and he delivered. Well, Owen Morgan's finished there. He's clasped the World Cup trophy in his hands. He's shaking hands with the fella who's giving it to him, and in a moment you are going to hear a tremendous roar from this crowd here at Lord's as Owen Morgan stands on the podium, is in front of his team. There it goes.
To get your hands on that trophy and knowing that you guys have that trophy all night, and anytime you just want to pick it up and get someone to take a picture with it or just look at it and stare at it and think we've won that, it's awesome, because it's like, I think especially getting that close, you know, I always think of God, the hurt that it would be if it was on the other side, but you just is so pleased for everyone. You know, I think because we all know as well how much we've all put into it, how much we'd invested as a group of guys to get to that. If you just look at our team now, look at the people, the backgrounds that we're all from. Ben Stokes, New Zealand, Jofra Archer, Barbados, Owen Morgan, our skipper, our leader from Ireland, myself from, like I said, background from, Kashmir. But it shows, together what you really can achieve. Putting aside all that, where you're from, wherever, but together as England, it shows what you can achieve and what, you can achieve. You can achieve greatness regardless of your backgrounds or your religion or whatever.
10 years down the line, when you're retired or about to retire, and it shows back on TV, and you can say, well, gosh, I really had a part to play on that day.
The drama, what we have just witnessed over the last hour, can't quite believe it.
Just such an emotional 7 weeks, We played it in our home country, we had the support of everyone. And obviously the game that was played was ridiculous, really, remarkable. The greatest game of cricket that's ever played, people have been saying, and I don't think they're wrong. Yeah, it was cool.
Well, what an extraordinary day that was. I remember it extremely clearly inside this box. Phil Tufnell, Jimmy Anderson in warm embrace, delirious madness, Sweet Caroline blaring out. Might be doing the same again tomorrow, of course, at Wembley, when you can hear that final between England and Italy in the European Championships on 5 Live Sports Extra. Match starts at 8 o'clock. 5 Live, I beg your pardon, on 5 Live. Match starts at 8. Will it be Gloral again? And you can watch it, of course, on BBC One if you have access to a television. Now then, we have access to cricket as Saqib Mahmood comes in for the first ball of Pakistan's innings. Imam-ul-Haq on strike. He doesn't get a wicket with his first ball. This time, instead, concedes a run as Imam works the ball into the onside, just to the left of mid-on. And Pakistan are underway. They're chasing 248. But bear in mind, when you're listening in, it's off 47 overs, the target. What was the target that England was set in the World Cup final? It was about 242, wasn't it? I think 242 to win from 50 overs. That match we've just been hearing about. And so, in theory, a tougher ask, but England with far less experienced bowlers, certainly than New Zealand had that day, or indeed that England had that day. Fakhar Zaman is at the crease. He's waiting to face his first ball. The lights are on, the skies are grey. Saqib Mahmood from the pavilion end, and I've got Stephen Finn with me, a man who's bowled many an over on this fine ground, Lords. Saqib is in, and that's trying to work off the hit, but he can't get anything on it. It goes out into the offside. There's no run. Yes, here at Lords, the second oldest test ground in London, and you've bowled here many times before.
I have. The best test ground in the world, not just London, here at Lords. It's a wonderful place to bowl, especially when it is like this and the lights are on. Even with a white ball, you feel as though there's just something to offer you here.
Is this the end that you would put Saqib on?
Yes. Yeah, I think actually Lewis Gregory is going to be the one that poses a lot of problems with his trajectory.
Saqib in, Fakhar Zaman just defends off the back foot, a short back of length ball, really, not short. There's got 2 slips in, so Stokes is attacking and loves some early wickets as he got in the first one-day international. The other day at Cardiff, we've got a point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg, and a deep third with the lights on. So you're thinking Gregory with that sort of bit of a way shape down the hill from the nursery end?
I just think slightly pushing it in towards the stumps and then leaving with the slope. The right-handed batsman, I think, could be tricky to face.
Saqib in, that's an attempt to whip off the pads, but it sort of thuds into a combination of pads, really, maybe a touch of inside edge, rolls out to the onside. There's no run.
I think also, when I say trajectory, Lewis Gregory's a through-the-crease bowler, I would say. Saqib Mahmood sort of pauses and slings right over the top and tries to hit the track really hard, whereas Lewis Gregory, I would say, is a through-the-crease, at-the-stump style bowler, trying to get the batsman coming forward all the time, which I think in these conditions, with a brand-new ball, will ask the Pakistani batsman questions.
Saqib into the left-handed Fakhar, and that's again into the hip. And goes out into the offside, and there is no run. Will Jacks, by the way, is on the field for James Vince, who has a foot injury, and he won't field at all, so you'd think that would make him a doubt for the third final game. I wonder if Will Jacks would be his replacement for that. Or looking at the replacements England have, there's Ben Duckett, Dan Lawrence, Will Jacks. It would be one of those 3. Probably Dan Lawrence would be.
Yeah, if they're looking for someone to bat number 4, you'd say Will Jacks has done all his batting at the top of the order in white ball cricket for Surrey. Lawrence probably more in the middle order.
Saqib in to complete the over, and he beats the outside edge. The ball goes through to John Simpson, moving away to his left. Good over from Saqib Mahmood, just a single from it. Not quite the explosive start he had last game, but getting 2 wickets in 3 balls, that doesn't happen too often at the top of the innings.
No, it's a tough ask to do that, but he set the tone nicely. No width. I think when the Pakistani bowlers erred earlier, when England got a bit of a flying start after they were 2 down earlier, it was on width, and they thrived on width. So here the England bowlers will have discussed not giving the Pakistani batsmen anything to put their hands through, keep it as tight as possible and try and make them make the mistake. And I think that's the important thing in the early forays of this innings.
Lewis Gregory is indeed going to open the bowling from the nursery end. He's also got 2 slips in. He's also got the long leg, the deep third, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. He runs away from us. The left-handed Imam, who edges through to the keeper and gone. Well, another explosive start for England. Imam-ul-Haq has to go, pushing at a ball in the channel outside the off stump. A good tumbling catch by John Simpson on his home ground. And Pakistan, from 1.1 overs, are 1 for 1.
Yeah, as we said, that skiddy trajectory of Lewis Gregory, similar to Hassan Ali, the way he skips through the crease and gets the ball up there and gives it an opportunity to move off the wicket. Here he draws Imam-ul-Haq forward, expecting the ball to maybe slightly come down the slope. Instead, it sort of kicks off the seam, leaves him, takes the outside edge. John Simpson takes a good catch, and the perfect start from Lewis Gregory. I think the length is the most important thing there, especially under these skies with the lights on. Get those batsmen coming forward and feeling for the ball. The perfect start for Lewis Gregory, the perfect start for England.
I mean, it's such a weapon to have, isn't it, from the nursery end? If you can get one to come back in, which we've seen him do. I mean, he did it to the right-hander at Cardiff. That ball that swings away from the right-hander, coming back into the left-hander's pads. That one just going across. And I guess if you're not used to Lords as well, do you tend perhaps to exaggerate what you think the effect of the slope will be?
Yeah, it's definitely noticeable when you're stood out there. As a batsman, you can feel your balance and your weight being shifted around slightly by the slope, and while standing on a slope like that, you would anticipate the ball as a left-hander to come back down the slope. But on the replay there, we can see it's a wobble seam delivery from Lewis Gregory, and by that I mean the ball isn't coming out with the seam pointing perfectly towards the slips, it's coming out scrambled, which means that he's trying to angle the ball across the left-handed batsman regardless of what the slope is saying that the ball should do from that end. So intelligent bowling to start here from Lewis Gregory, and with Babar Azam at the crease having got out for naught, caught second slip, you'd say Lewis Gregory has got a chance to put Babar Azam under serious pressure here as the Pakistani captain.
He has, and he's got 2 slips in for it. He's got that slope and he's got that away shape. Let's see, he's coming to bowl his second ball. Babar Azam at the wicket, and he lets this ball go by any channel outside the off stump, shouldering arm. So it was Saqib Mahmood who got a wicket with his first ball at Cardiff. It's Lewis Gregory who's got a wicket with his first ball in the second ODI. And England just keep on taking wickets this summer. It seems that wickets have fallen in the first couple of overs time and time again, Andy Zoltzman.
Well, the opening partnerships in the 8 white ball games that England have played so far this summer.
That includes the T20s, I take it. We'll come to it straight after this ball. So Lewis Gregory is into Babar. And he all plays at that and misses, and that ball moved prodigiously off the pitch. It gave the optical illusion actually of being an edge, but it wasn't. It's taken by Simpson. It's turned Babar Azam right round.
The 3 T20 games, Sri Lanka's openers managed partnerships of 3, 6 and 4. In the 3 one-day, Sri Lanka played 23, 4 and 19, and Pakistan 0 and 1. 8 partnerships, a total of 60 runs, and Imam-ul-Haq came into this series averaging over 50 in ODI cricket. It's now 1 for 2 from 3 balls.
Wow. So those opening partnerships averaged 7.5, is that right? 60 from 8, is that what you said? Yeah. 3 slips in now. Third slip's coming. This is thrilling stuff as Gregory is in to Babar Azam. Down the leg side, it'll be a wide, just ill-directed. That's the other thing, I suppose. You sort of slightly try for the magic ball, do you?
Well, I think he's seen that last ball. The ball before was a seam-up delivery and it swung away, as Dan said, prodigiously there. As a bowler, when you see a ball do that, you're like, well, how straight do I have to feel as though I can start it in order to get the batsman to play and edge it? And there, Lewis Gregory starting it about on the wide line, down the leg side, asking it to come back from there is asking a lot.
It was a big ask. Gregory in again, driven firmly, and it's got a hand to it. This fielder at mid-off. It's Ben Stokes, and he's going to run up towards the boundary. It's being pursued by Parkinson. And they'll come back for 2 runs, was that? 3 runs, I beg your pardon. They'll come back for 3. Babar off the mark with that. So the left-handed Fakhar Zaman now faces up.
It's a pleasant shot from Babar, pushing at it down the ground, full face of the bat, but the length from Lewis Gregory, it wasn't a half volley. They won't mind seeing that shot and him pushing at the ball like that. So nice to feel the ball out relatively out the middle of the bat for Babar, but England will be encouraged by the way that he's pushed at that.
So he's got the left-handed Zaman on strike. Gregory as he comes into him now, and that's worked into the onside but can't beat the field. Sprawling stop by Craig Overton. It's a big man to be fielding in that position, and there's no run. 5 for 1 Pakistan in the second over, chasing 248 for victory in 47 overs in gloomy conditions, with the ball doing a fair bit. This game is intriguingly poised, you would say. England having recovered from 160 for 7, or from 21 for 2 and then 160 for 7. Gregory is in to complete the over. And that's push-driven to Stokes at mid-off, who does the fielding. Spins a throw back in to John Simpson. End of the over, the second of the innings. Pakistan 5 for 1. Babar Azam has 3. Fakhar Zaman has faced 7 deliveries and is yet to score. And you just feel these are testing times to be a batter out there right now.
They are, and we spoke about the discipline that's required in line and length in order to make the most out of these conditions. The England bowlers have started perfectly, not searching for wickets, not going up there, pushing the ball and floating the ball too full, asking it and begging it to do too much. You still have to hit the wicket, but with intent on that slightly fuller length than you would usually imagine in one-day cricket. So here, 3 slips in place for Babar Azam with Saqib Mahmood bowling. Ben Stokes asking his bowlers to remain disciplined, to not let the Pakistan batters get away and to feel the pressure and to try and feed those slips who are waiting for the catch.
It's really attacking, isn't it? He's sort of taking Owen Morgan's lead, you'd think, here. That's what it looks like. 3 slips in. A sort of quite square mid-wicket mid-on, wide mid-off and a cover point. Saqib Mahmood in, starts a new over and up on his toes goes Babar and pushes the ball back to the bowler, who half stops and there's no run. He bends down to pick up. There's that hum. We've got the Lord's hum on a Saturday. It's marvellous. Have you been for a little jaunt round the outside?
No, I haven't. I didn't realise we were allowed.
Well, you're probably not. I've had to go and do things with microphones. Yeah. I think I've got my 10,000 steps in because I've had to go around 4 times today.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's a way of getting exercise. The only way, actually. Saqib in. Babar lets this go by outside the off stump. It bounces just in front of Simpson. It is. We talked about this. It's an awkward ground to keep on. Why is that? Is it because it seems to sort of dip sometimes. It seems to move late, especially with the red ball.
Yeah, there's all sorts of theories on it, aren't there? I think the cloud cover tends to mean that no matter what the wicket looks like, it still offers a bit for bowlers, and I'd imagine that same thing or the same atmospheric changes would remain when the ball gets beyond the stumps to the keeper and wobbles around.
Saqib.
Yeah, there's all sorts of theories on it, aren't there? I think the cloud cover tends to mean that no matter what the wicket looks like, it still offers a bit for bowlers, and I'd imagine that same thing or the same atmospheric changes would remain when the ball gets beyond the stumps to the keeper and wobbles around.
Saqib in. Babar down the leg side. Is that going to be the signal? Wide it is. There was nothing on that. I thought there might have been a little touch of hip, but there wasn't. It was just ill-directed. Another run to Pakistan.
It's something that I can't quite explain, but it does definitely make for interesting cricket, especially in 4-dayers and test match cricket, because you can feel as though nothing's happening and then you feel the clouds close in and all of a sudden it becomes really nice conditions for bowling. So, yeah, those interesting ebbs and flows of games that you get here at Lord's, I think, are different to a lot of other places.
Saqib in to Babar Azam, who drives and in the air, but square of the wicket. Out towards the grandstand for 4. It was a loosish shot, that. It was in the air for a while. Saqib won't be too dismayed, but there was enough whip for Babar to free his hands and get the ball up to the boundary. The first boundary of the innings, Pakistan 10 for 1.
Yeah, the first loose delivery we've seen from England yet. Yes, it went aerially through point, but it would have taken some catching even if it went straight to the fielder there. But I think also we saw the way that Phil Salt and James Vince played. If you got anything loose, you had to really commit to hitting it for 4, and that's what Babar Azam did there.
3 slips in, Saqib Mahmood in. Babar Azam goes after it, gets a bottom edge. It goes along the ground to the second of those 2 slips, Zach Crawley. You've got Craig Overton at 3rd slip. Dawid Malan at 1st slip. Will Jacks is out there. I can't see where. He's for Surrey. He's he's there. He's just in front of square on the onside. He frequently fields short leg. There's not a lot of call for a short leg in one-day international cricket. Saw him take a stunning catch against Lancashire in the pink ball game at the Oval. He's a really tremendous fielder, Will Jacks. A nice substitute to have. Saqib in. Oh, that's gone between inside edge and off stump as he aimed a drive to that, Babar. Goes through to Simpson. Was perilously close to inside edge. Could have been crashing that back onto the stumps, or a little thin edge through to the keeper. Oh, I say. Has that gone down the slope?
That's down the slope. That's the perfect line here from the pavilion end. If you hone in on fourth stump, it means that the batsman always believes that the ball's coming back into him. But if you do get the ball just to slightly hold up the slope, it means that outside edge and those slips come into play. Babar Azam has seen that ball come down the slope now, so he'll be wary of the one that nips back, which could cause opportunity.
Here's Saqib completely over, and Babar's just playing away from his body side. It's a back of a length ball. Gets no run for it as it goes straight to point where Phil Salt does the fielding. 10 for 1 after 3 overs. Babar Azam has 7. Fakhar Zaman yet to score. He's faced 7 balls. Pavilion end was sort of the Glenn McGrath end, isn't it? It's sort of the tall hit the pitch bowler in, I suppose, because it nips back so sharply sometimes.
Yeah, I think if you hold your length and your line from that end, it's really challenging to play. I've always much preferred bowling at the pavilion end because I found that it stands your action up a little bit better. So from the nursery end, I felt as though I fall away slightly and I find it harder to control my line and length because of the slope, whereas the reverse happens from the pavilion end.
Gregory starts a new over to the left hand. He comes down the wicket and thrashes this ball to Stokes at mid-off. That's a marvellous shot from Fakhar for no run. He just gave Lewis Gregory the charge. Gregory's not bowling at any great pace, but he wants to impose, doesn't he, Fakhar Zaman?
He's trying to put him off that full probing length. He knows that if he can get down the wicket and smoke one over Gregory's head, it's going to make him more apprehensive to hit that full length, which is the dangerous length. So it looks a little bit cowboy, but the intent is good.
Here's Gregory again. What will Fakhar do with this one? Well, he drives again with no timing to Stokes, goes for a quick single shy at the stumps, misses. I think Fakhar Zaman was home anyway, and he's off the mark finally off his 9th delivery. 11 for 1. Sorry, Andy.
Put something on England bowlers, opening bowlers striking with their first ball of an innings in ODI cricket. Happened in successive matches now. Saqib Mahmood got Imam-ul-Haq out first ball of the first over in Cardiff, and Lewis Gregory first ball of the second over in this match. England opening bowlers had struck with their first ball only twice in the previous 6 years.
This is marvellous. The third slip goes in for Babar Azam. Gregory in on the pads, worked away beautifully by Babar Azam. Now it's going to be 4 runs. It's a languid shot off his knee, square of the wicket, maybe just behind square, with superb timing. He's a beautiful player to watch. 15 for 1. He moves to 11.
Those two were Mark Woods got Colin Munro out in Dunedin in 2018, and Jofra Archer got Aaron Finch LBW with his first ball of the World Cup semi-final. Edgbaston, and other than that, Archer at Edgbaston in 2019, the last time an England opener struck first ball in a home one-day international was Jimmy Anderson in 2003.
Goodness me. We've got a free hit here because the last ball's just been signalled on a no ball. Gregory in, Babar goes for the big wallop. He's got a hold of it, not awfully well, but he'll get 4 for it. He's gone for the hoik over a straightish mid-wicket or a wide long on if you prefer. And that ball, therefore, has cost Gregory 9 runs, which is a disappointment, you would say, for him. 20 for 1. It's a hateful thing these days that when the free hit came in, there probably weren't free hits when you first started.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, travesty.
It is a travesty, isn't it?
I bowled last night or yesterday afternoon. We played a game at Cheltenham against Gloucester.
Gregory in. Babar Azam leaves this alone outside the off stump. It was close to that off stump, but he gets away with it.
And I tried to bowl a back of the hand slower ball, and it came out wrong, and it went waist high to the batsman. Got pulled away for 4, so that cost me 6. And then you had to bowl the extra ball.
2 for the no ball.
Yeah, 2 for the no ball, 4 for the for the runs. And now it only went for 1. I got him caught at mid-off trying to bowl a Yorker, and he shanked it to mid-off. But still, 1 ball costs you 7 runs, and it does just inflate your figures.
Gregory in. Oh, glorious on drive by Babar Azam. It was full, yes, but with an economy of movement and a languid elegance and grace, Babar finds the gap between bowler and mid-on and sends the ball up to the nursery end boundary for 4. 24 for 1. That was spot on. Andy Zaltzman loved that. I loved that. Anyone who didn't love it is the bowler sitting next to me.
Yeah, not a fan of the on drive, because you know when someone plays it against you that well that they're in a bit of form. So he's played a couple of nice shots this over.
Well, third slip's come out as a result. Gregory's in again, just forward in defence, pushing up to Stokes at mid-off. Last ball of the over, 24 for 1. Babar Azam has 19 and he's looking in great touch. Fakhar Zaman has 1 from 9. More thoughts from Stephen Finn. It can be on the injustice of the no ball, if you like, or I believe you were swept for 4 yesterday, I was told by someone on Twitter. Can that possibly be true? And then it will be art if no was.
Just leave abusing me again and disappears out the box for another 40 minutes, not to be seen. Yeah, I mean, very similar starts to the innings here for England and Pakistan. An early wicket for England here, and now a slight counter-attack from Babar Azam has meant that Pakistan have put a little bit of pressure back on England, but England persisting with the attacking fields. 3 slips here for Fakhar Zaman against Saqib Mahmood, who's looking to find that outside edge.
Yeah, he did very, very well in Cardiff, didn't he? With his 4-wicket haul, he's got 3 slips. In he comes, he bowls to Fakhar Zaman, who plays the ball into the onside, and there's no run. 24 for 1, Pakistan, after 4.1 overs. Imam-ul-Haq falling early again. Second consecutive naught score for him. You got 1, I beg your pardon. Second consecutive single figure score, something. You know what I mean.
Second consecutive binary score, let's call it that, shall we?
Underreported, that statistic. I think more people should be looking at binary scores more often. 24 for 1, the 3 slips in place. Nice attacking tactic from Ben Stokes, trying to put Fakhar Zaman under pressure. Back of a length this time is Mahmood. They try and go for the single, and well, there could have been some issues at the non-strikers end. Had the extra cover fielder Ben Stokes collected a little bit quicker. As it happens, there's no run. A little bit of uncertainty, a bit of jitteriness from these Pakistani batsmen. We talked about this score. It's you know, theoretically Pakistan favourites. They should get this with their batting order, and England's relatively inexperienced bowling lineup. But it's not going to be without a few shakes.
No, absolutely not, because I feel as though the conditions here are slightly in the bowler's favour still. I think that's corroborated by the fact that there are 3 slips.
In comes Saqib Mahmood. This time the ball nearly takes the outside edge as it goes through to the keeper. A gorgeous delivery that just left Fakhar Zaman down the slope. And oohs and ahs from that slip cordon. They nearly had another wicket.
And that's the length. Saqib Mahmood, he's bowled nicely here. He's bowled a challenging back of a length so far that means that the batsman can't score. But that one's slightly fuller, bringing the batsman forward. A tentative push and prod from Fakhar there, trying to just nudge it for 1 through the extra cover gap, not managing to do so. Nice bowling.
In comes Mahmood once again. Good length. This time the ball's been driven just wide of the fielder at mid-on. They run through for a single, and they make it in the end. Fakhar onto 2 now. Slightly in his shell is Fakhar Zaman. He's got 2 off 13. We saw him take a little while to get going against England in Cardiff as well. And eventually got himself to a good score of 47 off 67 deliveries. Of course, Babar didn't get going at all in that game. So much expectation and hype about Babar. Huge fan base. He's become this kind of cult figure in Pakistan for his batting exploits and his captaincy of Pakistan. Well, there aren't much bigger stages than this. Lord's Cricket Ground. The clouds are moving away from us. Nice and dry, huge crowd. This is what you want. In comes Saqib Mahmood. Good length ball. And nearly, in fact, he's got a big appeal for LBW. Has he got him? He's been given by the umpire. Babar Azam has been dismissed for 19. Is he going to review it? Yes, he is. Babar Azam now in conversation with Fakhar Zaman, but the umpire's call was that he was out. Well, has Saqib Mahmood done for the Pakistani captain again in second consecutive game? How did it look to you, Stephen?
I think if he's not hit this, he's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, it hits him straight on the back leg.
Can we just confirm that with
It's that lovely length again from Saqib Mahmood that we said. He's half bringing the batsman forward. Babar not fully into the ball. It beats the inside edge, using the slope nicely here at Lord's to bring it back to the right-handed batsman Babar, who's batting on his crease line, and it's hit him in the back leg, or on the back leg, which may be significant in this. As a batsman, when you go forward like that and you feel it hit you on the thigh guard, on the inside of the back leg, you feel as though it may be high, but he's not a tall man, Babar Azam, and it only needs to clip the top of the stumps here, as ball tracking says. It's impact in line. Wickets hitting the stumps. It's not even an umpire's call, it's hitting the top of middle stumps. So Babar Azam has to walk back to the pavilion. Saqib Mahmood finding a beautiful length here this over to the 2 Pakistani batsmen. Pakistan now 2 wickets down and their big man's back to the pavilion.
Yes, Babar Azam, we talked about the hopes of Pakistan resting on his shoulders. We talked about the nerves that were there for him as well. And Saqib Mahmood, fresh off his bowling return, a 4 for 42 in Cardiff. He's got himself a big wicket here early doors, and that is the Pakistani captain Babar Azam, who's back in the hut. LBW to Mahmood for 19 off 15 deliveries. And well, this is a partnership we saw in Cardiff as well. It was semi-fruitful for Pakistan. Fakhar Zaman and well, there's Sohaib Maqsood to come, but first it will be Pakistan's enigmatic wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan, who's going to come and join Fakhar Zaman at the crease. England have created a bit of pressure. Andy Zaltzman.
Saqib Mahmood has bowled 9 balls to Babar Azam in this series. He's got him out twice for 4 runs. Babar Azam is the #1 ranked batsman in ODI cricket currently, although that ranking may drop after this series. To put in context what Saqib has done since the start of the World Cup, in 16 innings, Babar is averaging 76 overall in his career, averaging 55 now, and over the previous 50 innings that he'd played in ODI cricket and averaged 58, so a fantastic double success for Saqib Mahmood.
Yes, it's been so impressive for England in this series so far. He's been given that opportunity to showcase himself in this rather unusual setup. 5 debutants in this series for England so far, and Saqib has really put his hand up and given the England selectors something to think about for sure. Now then, Mohammad Rizwan, Pakistan's wicketkeeper, back out in the middle. We saw him go off for a bit when Pakistan were fielding, and he was replaced by Sarfraz Ahmed. But he's back and ready to bat, taking his time marking out his guard here. Is it harder to mark your guard out at Lords? I've seen a few people take a bit of time there today.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's not like when Shivnaran Chandimal had to get the bail and hammer it into the ground just so he could see his guard. It should be relatively easy to mark it. I think here is a bit of gamesmanship from Rizwan, just trying to suck the momentum out of this Mahmood over. I think he realises this is quite a big, important juncture of the game.
Well, 3 slips are in place as Saqib Mahmood comes in, and he bowls to Rizwan. Good length ball outside the off stump, and Rizwan just played at it a little bit, nearly giving it away his outside edge through to the keeper. What a terrific over from Saqib Mahmood. 3 overs, 1 for 7 for him as he soaks in the applause of this Lord's crowd. Pakistan 25 for 2, shaken early by this England swing bowling attack. We see again that brilliant delivery that came into Babar Azam that dismissed him. It's not a bad scalp to get twice in a series, is it, Babar Azam, world #1 batsman? It's got to do well for your stock.
Yeah, you're happy with that, and the context of the game as well, knowing that Pakistan, the total they've been set is not a monumental total, so that one partnership or one person scoring a significant score is going to get Pakistan somewhere close to England's total of 247. But and you'd suggest out of all the Pakistan batsmen that there are, Babar Azam would be the one that you would back in these conditions to bat through a little bit longer, so a huge wicket.
Now then, Fakhar Zaman on strike. He plays the next ball out into the onside. They run through for a quick single and they make it with relative ease as a shy at the non-striker's end ricochets off his bat into the mid-on position. Fair play, no single taken beyond that. Andy Zaltzman.
A little more on Babar Azam's consistency. His duck in the first one-day international was his first single-figure score since November 2018 in ODIs. 28 consecutive double-figure scores. If he'd managed one more, he'd have tied the all-time record held by Pakistan great Javed Miandad. 29 double-figure scores in a row in ODI cricket from 1987 to 1989.
What a legendary name that is, Javed Miandad. Great Pakistani player. He'll have great memories of playing here at Lords as well over the years. Now then, Lewis Gregory, he's got 3 slips as well. In he comes to the new batsman who gets nice and forward, defending that to extra cover for no run. Rizwan has been so good for Pakistan this year. Not just for Pakistan, but also in the PSL for his franchise. He's been getting runs. He was the first player to score 1,000 T20 runs in a calendar year by July this year. Been playing some extraordinary cricket. A lot of people a little bit surprised that he got promoted to a Category A central contract. In comes Gregory, this time going onto a leg stump line. Rizwan just blocks it into the onside. Wasn't quite in control of that, but there is no run. 26 for 2 the score remains. they'll give him a lot of confidence. Being rewarded for a performance that early. It wasn't that long ago that Sarfraz Ahmed was the de facto captain, first choice keeper for Pakistan. He's just had this whirlwind 12 months for Pakistan where he's managed to displace Sarfraz and get himself into a Category A position.
Yeah, well, I think things like that don't happen without merit.
In comes Lewis Gregory again. Good length ball and left alone by Rizwan. Outside off stump through to the keeper. It's perilously close to the stumps. It's either a very well measured leave or it's just turned out well for him. 26 for 2.
Yeah, slightly coming up the slope there, which again provides a challenge for him if he's not played too much cricket here at Lord's, understanding how it works. But a probing length from Lewis Gregory. But as you say, being moved to a central contract like that comes responsibility, and batting for it here at Lord's when you're 26 for 2 is big responsibility.
Under pressure as well, as in comes Lewis Gregory. A bit fuller this time. The ball's been pushed down the ground by Rizwan. Just a forward push, nothing more. And it's racing away. Will it reach the boundary? Yes, it does. There's a diving effort, but it's in vain. And in the end, 4 runs for Rizwan as he gets off the mark. Pakistan 30 for 2.
Lovely shot. Just a push here. He's not tried to overhit it, much like we saw Babar Azam play a couple of overs ago. Just leaning onto the front foot. Lewis Gregory slightly straighter in line, not too full of length, but a semi-defensive push down the ground, but gets a complete full face of the bat on it. It just beats Matt Parkinson's dive. And as it ricochets into the boundary, the triangular-shaped boundary foam, it's lifted up off that, and the dive, Parkinson has headbutted it back over the rope afterwards. He's got a sore head and a sore shoulder, I'd imagine, from the rope burn.
A kind of Harry Kane-esque.
Yeah, it was a good header. It would have gone in the bottom corner.
Yeah. He had a little laugh about it. Matt Parkinson, he's okay.
No concussion test needed.
No, wasn't too hard. In comes Lewis Gregory again this time. A good length outside the off stump, left alone by Rizwan. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Pakistan, after 6 overs, are 30 for 2. It's been an eventful start already. We've seen a couple of nice shots from Babar Azam. We've seen some excellent seam bowling from Gregory and Saqib Mahmood. And Pakistan still a big job to do, as you say. Big pressure, big responsibility on the shoulders of Mohammad Rizwan. We talk about him being the form player, demonstrating his skill against New Zealand, South Africa, and Zimbabwe as well recently in the PSL. This always feels like a bigger stage for a touring team. England at Lord's, it doesn't really get bigger than that.
Absolutely not.
Saqib Mahmood continuing for his 4th over. In he comes now, and the ball is on a good line and length. It's been left alone by Fakhar outside the off stump.
Yeah, no with the enticing nature, you walk into the dressing room and you see the honours boards. They're so imposing when you walk in there. And now for ODI cricket, there are little squares on the wall just around the arch of the pavilion windows or the dressing room windows that we can see here. Around that arch is now a one-day honours wall, I think you'd call it. So the opportunity as a one-day player now as well to come here and get your name up in history is such an enticing thing.
In comes Saqib Mahmood. This time the ball's been defended back to him by Fakhar Zaman, and there is no run. It'll be massively exciting for Hasan Ali, of course, who's going to be on the honours board after today. 5 for 51.
Yep, bowled beautifully.
9.2. Yeah, he really did. I think overall, though, Stephen, I feel like the Pakistani bowlers bowled a tad short.
I think the change bowlers did. I think they erred in line and length a little bit too much, which when you're in conditions where it's overcast and the lights are on, I think it's important to challenge the knee roll length, which is actually, even though they've been hit a couple of times.
In comes Mahmood once again. This time there's a flaying drive outside off stump from Fakhar Zaman. It races away to a fine 3rd region. And they'll take a single. Not a lot of conviction behind that shot.
No, but I think when you err here, especially in these conditions, when you've got 3 slips and the opposition are 31 for 2, you want to be erring full and challenging people to play drive, to play off the front foot. And I think the Pakistani change bowlers, I think when they came on, they offered too much short stuff and too much width, which meant that the England batsmen were allowed the opportunity to counter-attack in the manner that they did. So I think here it's going to be interesting to see how the England change bowlers bowl, but I would imagine that they will persist with the fuller, straighter length that we're seeing here from Lewis Gregory and Saqib Mahmood.
Pakistan 31 for 2. In comes Mahmood. He bowls a good length ball. An attempted drive from Rizwan, and the ball goes between the bat and the pad and through to the keeper on the bounce. And a few words from Mahmood as well for Rizwan. Probably something to the effect of, perhaps try getting in line, my friend, before you try and drive the ball.
Yeah, I think it looks a little bit frenetic here from Rizwan. I think the way he pushed the ball down the ground in the previous over from Lewis Gregory here, he's trying to lace the cover off that down the ground past Saqib Mahmood, but it means that he loses his shape when the ball comes and it slightly moves in with the slope towards his off stump. Luckily for him, he didn't hear the death rattle and he survives.
31 for 2. Saqib Mahmood bowling beautifully. Rizwan on strike. Mahmood in. He bowls, and this time Rizwan just squirts the ball out into the leg side off an inside edge on his pads. The fielder is in, so no run. Saqib is really enjoying his bowling at the moment. 3.5 overs, 1 for 8. High class, fast bowling here. And he's ramping up the pace as well. 88 miles an hour the last delivery. Pakistan 31 for 2 and under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, he's found the length here, hasn't he? I thought he was just marginally short. Still good, but marginally short in his first over and a half. Since then, he's bowled a really aggressive length.
Saqib Mahmood in once again, this time wide outside the off stump, left alone. A comfortable leave that time for Rizwan. And then it goes through to the keeper for no run. Pakistan 31 for 2 after 7 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
Just a little more on England's early successes this summer. The average fall of the second wicket for opposition teams in the 5 one-day internationals this summer has been at 17 for 2. Wow. It's been the average score at the fall of the second wicket. Compared with last summer, it was 66 for 2. 2019, when they won the World Cup, 80 for 2. 2018, it was 108 for 2. This just matches in English home summers. And 2017, 89 for 2. So it had been something England had struggled with, even in that successful World Cup cycle, early wickets, as we've talked about on the TMS considerably over the last few years. But this summer they have been striking early very effectively.
The coaches and analysts will be pleased with that improvement, as Lewis Gregory in now to Fakhar Zaman, short outside the off stump, and Fakhar mistimes a cut shot into the ground, and there is no run. Fakhar looks a little bit forlorn, actually. He didn't quite get a hold of that. Hasn't found his timing yet. He's on 4 runs of 18 deliveries. Lewis Gregory just bowling I get the feeling that the difference in pace from these two bowlers, Saqib coming in quite quick, late 80s, and Gregory in the early 80s. It can be a bit difficult for batsmen to time two bowlers of different speeds. I'll get your thoughts on that, Stephen Finn, after the next delivery. As in comes Gregory once again, full ball this time, and Fakhar just drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think anything that messes up a batsman's rhythm in terms of the pace, or a change of pace, a change of trajectory or angle, which I think is why England are so keen to have diversity in their attack, so that people aren't facing up to 4 or 5 83, 84 mile an hour bowlers. It's important to have that diversity of angles, type of actions, left arm, pace, and I think these two are offering that to each other.
In comes Gregory once again, another full delivery, and again Fakhar not quite getting forward to it, just edgily pushing that into the onside for no run. He's going to walk up the ground and have a little chat with Mohammad Rizwan now. I think Rizwan's more keen to have a chat with him than he is. He just kind of said, yeah, all right, and turned back. And Fakhar Zaman became quite an iconic player for Pakistan after scoring a century in the Champions Trophy final in 2017 against India. Well, that'll do it, won't it? That'll turn you into a national hero.
Sounds like that's enough to me, yeah.
In comes Lewis Gregory once again. Another good length delivery, this time pushed just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket, and they will run through for a single. Fakhar moves on to 5 now. Pakistan 32 for 2 after 7.4. Started playing his cricket for Pakistan's Navy. Oh, it was a no ball. That previous delivery was a no ball, so we're going to have a free hit here. And Fakhar will feel slightly hard done by. He's not been timing the ball very well, but he'd love to. You want to face the no ball, don't you?
Absolutely. I'd like to face the no ball as well.
Yeah.
You fancy yourself out there. It's literally just have a big swipe, and if you get something on it, great. If not, it's not the end of the world. There's no consequence, is there? Apart from if you get run out off it, which would be an absolute disaster.
Well, they can't change the field.
No, they can.
They can change the field?
Yeah, because the strike swapped.
Oh, of course it did. Yes, of course. So the field can change. So we've got mid-wicket, a long on. Both third man and fine leg are both inside the circle. Square leg is now going to go out deep as well. So square leg is going to go out deep, and long on is going to come back into the circle. So Lewis Gregory is going to bowl this free hit to Mohammad Rizwan. What can he do with it? Some expectation from the crowd. 33 for 2. In comes Gregory. He bowls. Rizwan has a big swipe. He can only mistime it, really, out to mid-wicket for a single. Slight anticlimax, if I may say. 34 for 2 after 7.4 deliveries. You'd be happy with that with a free hit ball, wouldn't you, Steve?
I mean, that's the best result, or the second best result that could have possibly happened. I think dot ball, naturally, the best result.
How did your free hit go yesterday against Gloucester?
I went for one. I got him caught at mid-off. I bowled a wide Yorker and he just towed it to mid-off.
Nice.
And got caught, so it only cost me 1 run. But yeah, it's more the annoyance at the ball slipping out and it being a no ball, because it was a good over up until that point, and that ruined it, which to this moment still bugs me.
Lewis Gregory in once again to Fakhar Zaman, who just defends the ball into the covers, and there is no run. 34 for 2 the score remains. Everybody slightly on the edge of their seats here at Lord's. Both Pakistan and England fans not quite sure of themselves. Both know that a wicket here could change the complexion of the game. Equally, a good partnership here for Pakistan could help settle some nerves. So it's all very much in the balance. The target 248 of 47 overs. Now then, Gregory back in with 2 slips in place. He bowls to Fakhar Zaman, who comes down the track. He skied that, but it's going to fall short of the fielder at deep third. And he's going to get away from it. Just a single. Well, a little moment of jeopardy there for Pakistan in the end. Saqib Mahmood was a bit deep placed at the wide third there. Pakistan 35 for 2 after 8 overs. A few more thoughts from you, Stephen Finn, and then you're going to be joined by the wonderful Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, the pent-up frustration there from Fakhar Zaman, advancing down the wicket, knowing Lewis Gregory's going to persist with the full line and length that he has been. He's not been able to get out or get anything really on those deliveries to score. He's 6 off 23 balls now, but advancing down the wicket, trying to hit it up towards us here in the media centre, can only get a thick outside edge, but it falls well short of the third-man fielder, Saqib Mahmood, and you just feel that Pakistan, in their attempts or their quest to be able to shift the momentum of this innings so far, something may happen here, because this is at a very similar point of the innings where England started counter-attacking and it managed to come off, and you feel as though Pakistan may try something similar.
Intriguingly poised, isn't it, as Mahmood is in again now to Fakhar, comes forward, the ball striking top half of the bat, ends down into the ground, and Saqib picks up off his own bowling. So England, with those 3 slips in place, looking to make further inroads if they can. The last wicket falling with 25 runs on the board. Valuable wicket of Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain. He made 19, and Imam-ul-Haq just the 1 run to his name. Floodlights have been on for the bulk of the match, really. Delayed start the day meant the match became 47 overs aside, and England 247 all out, with a 97-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Salt and Vince, and then a 69-run partnership for the 8th wicket to bolster the total. Mahmood in again, glided away down towards third man, getting up on his toes that time. Fakhar down to the far end for a single. England then 36 for 2, as we are now into the 9th over. Ebony Rainford-Brent, World Cup winner, is back with us again. How do you see things poised at this stage, Ebs?
Yeah, at the moment, really interesting, is it? First of all, the standout again has to be Saqib Mahmood. I just think the way that he's bowled with a bit of everything, movement, pace, control, has kept Pakistan honest, and they've managed to get 2 early inroads with 1 from Gregory as well.
Mohammad Rizwan, the Pakistan wicketkeeper, faces up to Mahmood, and he's beaten past the outside edge. No, they've taken the edge. And Simpson's taken the catch, and it's a 2nd wicket for Saqib Mahmood. And just look at that, as Rizwan is left almost frozen as he came forward. He held the pose, thinking, well, how did that take the edge? It did. And Pakistan 36 for 3. Saqib Mahmood doing it again.
Yeah, just talking about how good he is. And this one, what he's doing is using the conditions well. He's making Rizwan think about whether he wants to come forward or back, and he got caught on the crease, just nibbling. And also, because he's bowling from the pavilion end, it's actually a difficult choice. He's not sure if it's going to swing away, which is that one ended up doing, or is it going to jag back because of the slope. So it leaves the the batter in two minds. So Rizwan's got to go. That was a bit of a rooted shot, really. Didn't pick up the length quick enough and didn't adjust. But for Saqib Mahmood, I just feel the performance he's putting himself in, this might just etch himself in later down the summer or...
You talking about down under, kind of?
Well, yeah, I think I'm just thinking Ollie Stone's injured, Jennifer Archer's still on recovery. There's a lot of bowling for Mark Wood to be done. You're going to be looking at bowlers that could be really interesting and could provide you an option. I think he could.
There's an awful lot of winter cricket to be played, isn't there? As Saud Shakeel comes out to the middle, who took the important wicket of Phil Salt earlier. It was the change of bowling, bringing the spinners on, that broke that third wicket stand. And he bowled Salt around his legs for a 54-ball 60. England have got just what they wanted, haven't they, now with these early wickets, and 36 for 3. I think this is a great thing, exciting thing. We've got 4 slips in place now for Saqib Mahmood, and absolutely, why not? But the fact that due to COVID and unforeseen circumstances, you've suddenly got a group of players who have a real opportunity to show what they can do under a spotlight, under pressure, in front of a big crowd, on the occasion of a Lord's International. And Saqib Mahmood is handling it all absolutely in his stride. He's executing his skills quite exquisitely. Now, 4 slips, backward points, extra cover. There's a mid-on, there's a deep backward square, and there's a deep third. So here is Saqib Mahmood into the new batsman Shakeel, and he's in and he's beaten the edge once more. Outside that off stump. Didn't take it this time. The crowd thought it might have done. And Shakeel wanders away towards the square leg umpire, takes a bit of a breath, flexes his neck, adjusts his gloves. That's a wonderful delivery.
He is. First of all, this is classic Ben Stokes as well. 4 slips, he fancies it. And then the second is he's just landing it on that perfect spot. He's getting the carry through, the nibble away there from the left-hander. This is tough going.
Course, and in movement away, he's going to carry on down the slope and away from the left-handed batsman here. Mahmood in over the wicket to Shakeel. It's a little straighter and he's able to turn it up the slope square past the square leg umpire. Picked up in the deep in front of the grandstand as they come back for 2. And the ball safely into the gloves of Simpson. So he's off the mark, Shakeel. Might take a bit of a breath at that. 38 for 3 England in this 9th over. Pakistan rather in the 9th over in pursuit of 248, which would level the series at 1 game all with 1 to play. And also at stake, of course, 10 points for the World Cup ODI Super League qualification for the World Cup, which this far out from 2023 is sometimes a little hard to believe the relevance of it, really, and when you get to the pointy end, but these matches all matter. They absolutely do. Saqib in now to Shakeel around the wickets. Has he beaten him once more? He's beaten him, wasn't the edge, but the shift in angle almost brought the same result, pushing the ball and up the hill. And what an ovation for Saqib Mahmood. Wicket taker in that innings. He's dismissed the dangerous and the in-form Mohammad Rizwan. As much as any of the Pakistan batters are in form, they weren't in Cardiff, but Rizwan certainly brought some form into the tour, and I think he'll get another warm reception now. Mahmood down in front of the Warner stand. Yep, you can see the hands above the heads, clapping and applauding. And have a fine opening bowler. 38 for 3, and he's
Saqib Mahmood's 2 power plays in this series, 3 for 27 in Cardiff and 2 for 11 today.
Well, that's very good going. Very good going.
I was just thinking, did he get Shakeel in the last game? Because I feel like it was the wicket that he set up perfectly by going around the wicket to him then.
Yeah, he's got an LBW for 5.
Yeah. I was just looking at how he changed it. That's what I like. You could just see he was bowling over, then came around for the last 2, and it was almost the same sort of setup. Yeah, he's a good thinking cricketer as well. He's got all the attributes you'd want.
Change of bowling at this nursery end then with Lewis Gregory. You've got his figures there, Andy, for his spell.
1 for 27 from 4.
Okay. Craig Overton then with 2 slips in place, and the left-handed Fakhar Zaman on strike. Overton around the wicket, bangs it in just a touch back of a length, looking to cut bottom edges into the ground. And fielded square of the wicket on the offside, no run. Fakhar hasn't been able to get going, 7 off 26. That's testament to the way England have bowled at him.
Yeah, really, really interesting. He likes to play his shots as well. We saw that down at Cardiff. He, even though there was pressure on, he was comfortable playing free-flowing. So today he's had to graft. I think the overheads have created problems. There's enough in the surface.
Overton in as Fakhar stands with his back poised baseball style, forces it out into the ground, backward points there to field, gathers safely. Phil Salt fielding 2 hands.
Sorry, I was just going to say, looking at how the last way he's tried to play the last few shots, he's not manufacturing, but he's getting tetchy. He's wanting to try and just pierce the field somehow.
If he's going to find the boundary, he's got to pierce the 3 inside the ring on that offside. As Overton's around the wicket again, angled in, defence this time, forward. Defends up the pitch, Overton leans forward to pick up. And there's no run. He was swinging his arms, just still perhaps getting warm first over, working his way into his spell. Big hulking figure, Overton. Plenty of height from which to bowl, and that can be just a different challenge for a batsman to get used to. Turns at the end of his mark. Floodlights on here at Lords. Pakistan 38 for 3. Wide of the crease, angles it in again. Defence once more. Full face of the bat. Back up the pitch and no run. How's your interval refreshment, Ebbs?
A little bit to be desired for me personally. Did you go well?
I had some chicken, but I've now seen what the players had in their dining room. I'm now envious.
Oh, what do they get? I mean, it's good food in there.
Well, of course, it always is.
It's ridiculous
It's
food
the
in
choice.
there.
It's the choice. Overton in again to Fakhar, in on his toes. Half a shout, angled down leg. That's all the interest that there is. John Simpson coming forward, clapping his gloves in encouragement for Overton. There was a choice of lamb, salmon or dal. Very
salmon,
nice.
What comes with the salmon?
Well, it's seared. The fillet is seared. Poached monkfish and cannellini bean stew with baby fennel and sunfire.
I mean, that's a lot of good stuff going on there.
It is, isn't it? You've got your greens with your fennel and your sunfire. Mint and honey glazed lamb, best end. We wouldn't want the worst end of lamb, would you? Around the wicket, Overton again, and it's coming off the thigh pad, ballooning out towards points. Well, Fakhar's not looked comfortable yet, and Pakistan 38 for 3 after 10. That's the power play, Andy.
Well, to highlight how uncomfortable Fakhar has been, 7 from his first 30 balls, now just that was his 31st. 31 times in his ODI career he's batted 30 or more balls, and this is the first time he's failed to get at least 10 runs in those first 30 balls, and only the third of those 31 occasions in which he's not reached 15 from 30.
England have sort of got him where they want him.
Yeah, and then what it does, it applies pressure. You've got a new bat at the other end. All of a sudden, it forces him to try and do something different. And I like that they're continuing to just be so aggressive with the field settings. I mean, when do you see this in white ball cricket, really? It's a joy, actually, to watch.
It's like a test match field, isn't it? 4 slips.
Well, he's
waiting.
He's hunting for that. What we saw in the last game, he kept sort of putting the ball a little bit fuller and fuller till he trapped Shakeel on the pads, and I gather he's going to try and do the same.
He's going to continue with the round the wicket angle as well, so he's trying to get the attention there of deep third, pulling him a little squarer. That Parkinson down there, he's given him the thumbs up. He's manoeuvred him into exactly the right spot. So 4 slips. Shakeel on 2, Pakistan 3 down in the 11th over from around the wicket, and goes some width in the air over the top of cover, and Parkinson making chase around the boundary edge to his left, picks up, and Shakeel is back for 2. Well, is that one of those shots sort of England won't necessarily mind going aerial?
Well, it was an interesting one because first of all, Saqib Mahmood went really wide of the crease. He was trying to play games, and I think for Shakeel he just thought, let me just get my hands through it. So you don't mind that. It's a little bit risky, it's a little bit uppish.
4 slips, lean forward. And Mahmood races in again, full of energy. It's pushed in across, left alone that time by Shakeel. But that angle, perfect view of it from behind the wicketkeeper here, from wide of the crease, swinging up the slope.
Yeah, he's really trying to just cramp him. He's just trying to create that arc and just cramp him for room, coming all the way back in. That's a beauty.
The pressure's building on these two out in the middle. Shakeel new to the crease, and Zaman 7 off just 31. Imam-ul-Haq out for 1, Babar Azam for 19, Mohammad Rizwan for 5. Malan there at first slip. 3 more fielders in the slips to his left. Mahmood in again, down the leg side. Did he get something on it? It's going to race away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Is it leg buys? Yes. That helps the Pakistan total 40 for 3 in this 11th over.
Yeah, he's just searching for that one, wasn't he? Almost with the slope as well. You think maybe I'll get away with it, maybe it'll hold its line, but actually that one just kept drifting a little bit. But you can see the thinking. I like it. It's just trying to keep him at that awkward length, hammer away at it, and come from that angle around.
2 for 13 so far in the 6th over of his spell. Mahmood around the wicket. Now he has got him tucked up now. I don't think that quite struck pad, did it? It was a little bit higher up than that. Somewhere in the thigh region. A rather dead sort of thud. And the batsman, he's okay. He's okay. He's wandered away from the crease. But he's struggling here against Mahmood. Bowling with the blue, bright blue tubey grip sleeve on his right arm. And just working up to something. 44 for 3. Mahmood at the end of his mark, and he comes. Green turf of Lords beneath his feet, around the wickets. And that is clipped away off the bat, down to fine leg. This will be 4. But perhaps just trying a little too hard maybe with the around the wicket angle on that occasion. And it was definitely played.
Yeah, I think it's almost because of the slope, actually, I think he's getting wider than he was at Cardiff. So when he was coming around at Cardiff, there's almost like a mid-line crease that you see marked. That's more where his feet were in that channel. But now he's really getting out to the far edge of the crease. So I wonder if it's the slope that's just taking him a little bit and then he's compensating with the ball. It's hard to hold your body and that line perfectly with that slope.
Well, Lewis Gregory was wondering whether he should stay a little finer from his position. He's sort of more of a deep backward square than a fine leg. But no, he's staying pushed out wide as Mahmood's in. Just square drive from Shakeel. Picks out the fielder and rehearses the stroke. It's the end of the over from Mahmood. 2 for 17 off the 6 overs that he has bowled. And Pakistan at the moment just in a period of struggle, needing to consolidate after the loss of the early wickets, which England managed to do, didn't they? The important 3rd wicket stand they had between Phil Salt with 60 and James Vince 56 off 52 balls, if you missed any of the action earlier. And then England did lose a rather flurry of wickets, and they were in some real trouble at 160 for 6, which became 160 for 7 when Craig Overton was then out for a duck. The 3rd duck in the England innings. David Malan out for a duck as Overton's in again, and Fakhar forward, defending into the offside and no run. Zach Crawley got a first bowler. He was the 2nd wicket to fall. So England then from 160 for 7 did manage to rally thanks to Gregory and Carse, an 8-wicket stand of 69. So frustrated Pakistan, who might have imagined having England all out for less than 200 at one stage.
That changed the tone of the game, didn't it?
It really did, and then that momentum carries forward into the England bowling innings as Overton's in, a little full of that time. As Fakhar's drawn forward, defending the ball at the outside half of the bat, out towards backward point and no run.
Yeah, I think without that partnership, which it felt at that time was inevitable, it would have just sort of wrapped up and rolled up very quickly, 180, 190 all out. I just thought the way they went about it, especially Carse, who you weren't expecting to deliver, just knocked it around, took time out of the game.
Overton around the wicket too. Fakhar is defending. That ball honing in on off stump, up to mid-off and no run. I was looking at the ODI honours boards because Hassan Ali's made it on, hasn't he? 5 for 51 he took. Other wickets, Harris Rauf took 2, Shadab Khan 1, Shakeel 1. 1 for Shaheen Shah Afridi as well, which is an absolute corker to dismiss Zach Crawley. Very spectacular wicket, which you can see on the video clips on the BBC Sport website. But yeah, remembering that Shaheen Shah Afridi's name is up there. Overton is in. Turned past the square leg umpire neatly by Fakhar. Vacant region brings man in off the boundary. Just the single though, neatly fielded, and the ball back into the gloves of Simpson. 49 for 3 Pakistan in the 12th over. Yeah, Shaheen Shah Afridi was the youngest cricketer to take a 5-wicket haul in ODIs at Lords. He took 6 for 35 here against Bangladesh in the 2019 Cricket World Cup. There's a few Pakistan names on there for bowling performances. I've got them on the website here, mixed up between Test and ODIs actually, so you have to sort of use a bit of... Yes, Yasir Shah 10 for 141, definitely in the Test match in 2016, as Overton is in again, and Shakeel forward defending back up the pitch. Overton picks up, and there is no run. Of course, the ODI is boards for women as well, isn't it? Which was a significant move to come in 2019 when those honours boards were overhauled, because, of course, we were here for the 2017 World Cup win when Anya Shrubsole took 6 wickets, and everyone was saying, oh, what happened to this performance? Like, you felt it needed to be made permanent. And now it's up there as well. 2 slips and Overton in, defended. Shakeel forward, angling it out to the offside. No run to end the over. 12 gone. Pakistan in pursuit of 248 are 49 for 3.
Yeah, just thinking about that, I remember after the game, the girls had put it was like masking tape, or it might have even been that sort of injury tape, which is white, and they'd written on the 6 for...
on the test match on the scores.
Yeah, and wrote Anya's name and then stuck it on there, because when they knew that it was coming, which is pretty cool. And then quite quickly afterwards, the board was put in place. No, really exciting, and there's no doubt those sort of performances. I've seen a few here. So there was that Anya one. There was also Claire Taylor. She got 160 in a ODI, and I think it was like the highest women's ODI score at Lords or something like that. It was incredible. I remember watching it from the stand. Actually, I wasn't in the side at that time. And then I've seen Sarah Taylor and Caroline Atkins get one of the highest opening partnerships here at Lords, and I was in the change room scoffing lunch that day.
There's a thread here. Carse, the new bowler, is in. He's still looking for his first ODI wicket. How many overs he bowled in the Cardiff? 7 overs in Cardiff, none for 31 were his figures there. But yeah, the ODI honours boards in the dressing room are a little bit different to the traditional wooden ones with the gold lettering, aren't they? It's almost sort of plasterboard, isn't it, over the painted grey, I think, by memory, sort of grey and dark grey, nice contrast. And then the names are in boxes. So here is Carse again. 2 slips in place. Here's some width slashed away, but finds points. It's Fakhar Zaman on strike. He is looking to hit it hard and try and scythe it away through that offside if he gets the opportunity. 49 for 3. The required rate, 5.7 at the moment. Pakistan have been going along at 4, but at this stage they've still got all those 7 wickets in hand. So, good partnership could really put the momentum in their favour.
There's time, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's time, and they have to win this, so they need to dig in.
Cast down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and yes, wide signalled by the umpire. That takes Pakistan to 50.
Would Carse have possibly played at Lords in his list A games at all? I'm just wondering how, a bowler like him, obviously he's got the pace, a lot of the attributes, but the slope is something you've got to adjust to. Just watching him bowling down the leg side at the moment, it's just, I think it might be more to do with weight and understanding that.
It's a fledgling list A career, isn't it, for Carse? Only played 8 matches. He's coming in from the pavilion end at right arm over. Strikes him on the body. Zaman looked to work it to the onside, but there's no run. It's got to take some adjusting to if he hasn't played here a great deal before.
Yeah.
Fancy having a look at that.
It's also working out which end works for you. Some get quite clear quite quickly, right, this is going to work for me and my movement in or away, and you can make all the plans, but actually until you've bowled it and worked through it and your body's understood the kind of dynamics of the ground.
And he comes to Fakhar, quick full straight, and he's forward Fakhar and defends with a very straight bat back up the pitch. And he's got Saqib Mahmood there at mid-on, and he's having a chat to him whenever he walks back to his mark. So exchange of information, and yeah, the bowlers' union comes into force, doesn't it? Everyone swapping info and offering tips, but also just allowing a bowler to try and work it out themselves and feel comfortable. So Carse running in now. It's all very upright in his approach. As Zaman forward again. It's the 40th delivery he's faced now for the 8 runs on the board. Pakistan struggling in this rebuild phase.
Brydon Carse has not played white ball cricket at Lords before, but he did play one county championship match on this ground in which he took 7 wickets in the match, including 6 for 26 in one innings for Durham against Middlesex. Obviously liked it on his previous visit.
7 wickets, you'll take that. Sounds like you got quite comfortable, and I can imagine the red ball talking at that pace would have been fun.
Wonder whether it was from that end he took most of the wickets.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's opted for it now. Cover's been sent back to the boundary here. 2 slips and backward points in place. Carse is in, dropped into the onside, picking up in his follow-through shot at the stumps and forces Fakhar to dive. The throw missed the stumps, Just wonder how close that would have been if it hit. Carse in his follow through to make some ground to his left-hand side. 51 for 3 is the upshot after 13 overs. Shakeel on 8, Fakhar on 9. Have a change in commentary here, Ebbs. A few more words from you, then Daniel Norcross.
I have to say that would have been very, very close. Good work from Carse, actually, after getting through a very strong action and a quick action to turn around, pick up and shy at the stumps at the non-strikers' ends, take some doing. We'll have to see if there's a replay shortly, but I sense that would have been pretty tight if it would have been a direct hit. How you doing, Norky, Mr. Norcross?
I'm doing very well, thank you, everybody. What a fascinating game we've got.
It's lively, isn't it?
Fascinating.
Bit of everything.
Slips, loads of slips. There were 4 slips in earlier.
4. I took a picture.
Me too. I couldn't resist it. We're great minds. As Greg Overton's in, down the wicket comes Fakhar, and he's had enough of just propping, and he slogged this out to deep mid-wicket, but he'll only get a single for it. He's done it a couple of times, he's advanced, but look, he's got 10 or 42 balls. Is that the slowest it's taken Fakhar Zaman to reach double figures?
It is, yes. He always reached it within 30 balls before, so it took him till his 42nd ball today.
Tells you firstly how well England have bowled, as we see the replay of that run-out attempt. I think it would have been out, because the bat bounced into the air. The next delivery worked into the onside off Overton, picked up at mid-wicket by Matt Parkinson, and they'll get through for another single. There's a bit of a gap there on the onside with these 2 slips in. Stokes is attacking, but of course he's leaving gaps. And there's a long leg, a deep mid-wicket. He's quite square, and mid-on, mid-off cover point. One of the slips comes out now because Stokes doesn't want to keep giving these singles away. So now we've got a more conventional mid-wicket, saving 1. A good way inside the circle. Round the wicket comes Overton with the 1 slip in. It's worked into the onside, straight to that fielder who has just come out of slips, Dawid Malan. And there's no run. 53 for 3.
That innings you were talking about earlier on, Claire Taylor for England women, the highest score in a women's one international on this ground. 156 not out against India. 151 balls, just 9 fours. That was a lot of running.
That was a lot of running.
Oh, she could run,
was
though,
fit,
couldn't she?
She was one of the, she was always doing the bleak test and going on for days.
And played good level hockey as well. Hockey blue at Oxford.
You could see it in the shots through mid-wicket, couldn't you? As Overton is in again, and that beats the bat. The groping bat of Fakhar Zaman. And Craig Overton purses his lips. The ball has beaten the bat. It's moved around all over the place. It's kind of thrilling, isn't it, when ball can beat bat in a one-day international. That was so close.
It's a bit of everything, isn't it? It's the overheads as well as the nibble off the surface. So kind of, if one doesn't get you, the other one's going to keep you honest.
Do a bit more for a bit longer as well. Overton, and again, bowled him! He picks up his first wicket, and Fakhar Zaman's torture is at an end. He's aiming to drive a full ball down the ground. He's missed it completely. The zing bails light up, and he has to trudge off rather miserably. Pakistan lose their 4th wicket. They're 53 for 4, and they are in deep, deep trouble now. Ebony rain for Brent.
Wow, he was getting tetchy, Fakhar Zaman, and he was wanting to just start playing some shots. We saw the one before where he tried to charge, and then another one which he played and missed at. And the problem for him is that Craig Overton was just kept banging away, full, getting it swinging. That one was a beauty, and Fakhar Zaman was looking to be aggressive on a shot that he should have just sort of played straight back with ease. He actually tried to do too much and got himself in trouble, but good bowling.
Well, the previous ball had just sort of gone up the slope a touch to beat the outside edge, and then that one went through. It sort of reminded me a bit of earlier Hasan Ali getting one through. Was it Hasan Ali who got one? Somebody got one through Simpson. It might have been Harris Rauf, who came in round the wicket and just pinged it through the gap.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's been brilliant bowling from Craig Overton. He's bowled a lot better in this game than he did at Cardiff, I'd say. Andy?
Just more on England's early wickets. All 5 matches this summer, they've taken 3 or more wickets in the opening 10-over power play. 3 in the first game against Sri Lanka, then 4 in the next 2, 4 in the first game of this series in Cardiff, and 3 for 38 in the power play today. Since the 2015 World Cup, in the previous 107 games, they've done so 15 times, about 1 every 7 games. So they've done it 5 in a row, which statistically, if you worked out the chances of them doing that based on that 1 in 7, it'd be about 1 in 17,000.
Wow.
So this must get you going as a
Well, it has got to look at
stats
it.
man. That's one. Is that hit the stat of the day or stat of the month or stat of the series?
So hard to narrow it down.
Well, look at him. He's sort of. He has a more erect posture. It's standing up, sitting upright. There's no longer the slumping. I saw some slumping during Dominic Sibley's innings here at Lord's during the Test match. And that's a very different Andy Zaltzman here. He's about 3 feet higher in the chair.
Also, his stats are evolving. Sometimes we just get stats, but now we're getting the statistical breakdown of possibility.
Oh, I know, isn't it marvellous?
What was that? 1 in
17,000.
17,000.
What a time to be alive. We've had a bit of a drinks break. They're marking out the creases, but they've stopped bothering with the drinks break. They've got into position, but the crease markers are still out there. Just a reminder, on this day where we've seen 14 wickets fall, you can watch clips of this game on the BBC Sport website and app, and it promises to be a thriller again. Highlights BBC 2 at 11:05 tonight. Do check them out. And tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2:15 p.m. the second T20 between England and India women. That's at Hove. And you can watch the third one live on BBC 2 on Wednesday evening. That one comes from Chelmsford. So Overton into the new batter, Maqsood, who just easily works his first ball around his front pad out to deep mid-wicket for a single picked up by Lewis Gregory, running in from the boundary. End of the over. Overton conceded 3 runs in that, but he picked up a crucial wicket. He's got 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. And Pakistan are 54 for 4 in all manner of bother as Ebony Rainford Brent departs to contemplate the whole new world of stats that's opening up before us. But really, it's not just about the stats. We're just watching some terrific bowling. Saqib Mahmood has been amazing today. I think he's bowled really, really well. And then when he came off, he's been backed up. Brydon Carse has come in, bowled a tidy over. Craig Overton has been on it from the nursery end. Remember, this is a scratch side that's been brought together at no notice whatsoever. And they are looking fantastic in the field at the moment. Pakistan have got to fight back. Maqsood faces up the first ball of a new over from Carse. It's full, played back to him, and there's no run. 2 slips are in. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, deep third, long leg, deep square leg, a mid-on, and Ian Bell. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's been fantastic, hasn't it? It's been Test match fields, 4 slips, and they just not allowed Pakistan to get going at all, haven't they? We're talking about like Babar, Azam, like great players, top players, and this side has been just not allowed them to get going at all.
Carse runs in from the pavilion end to the new batter, Maqsood. Defends from the crease, just back up the wicket, and there's no run. Sohaib Maqsood playing his 28th one-day international today. Looking at the people on show, he's one of the more experienced out of the 22 players out there. And after this, there's the all-rounder Shadab Khan, Faheem, Ashraf, both very, very handy with the bat. And then really the bowlers, Hasan Ali, Shaheen, Afridi, Harris, Rauf. They can hit a long ball, but England hunting wickets. Carse in, wide of the off stump. Goes straight through to the keeper, left alone by Maqsood. And am I waxing too lyrical? I'm just staggered by England's bowling display out there. I know the conditions are relatively favourable with the overheads, but it's not so much the swing, it's the hitting the seam, it jagging, it going both ways, natural variation. It's brilliant stuff.
The areas and the lines they've bowled, again, we've talked about the Lord's slope. Again, if you lock onto a really good line, which is what England have done amazingly well, it's made it really hard for Pakistan.
Here is Carse. Those 2 slips still in full, pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. There's been some spectacular cricket going on all over the place, actually. Yesterday, we saw an amazing catch in the women's T20. Diol taking a remarkable catch at mid-off, one of the best catches you will see, men's or women's cricket. There is a little bit of controversy over whether or not it should have been a catch or it should have been a 6. I don't know how well we know the laws to be able to answer this question. I'll come to it in a minute for people who aren't familiar with this catch. Carse in, it's hit high in the air over the top of extra cover. It's going to plug a little bit and then not make it up to the grandstand, all the way to the boundary. And they'll come back for 2. That's a little bit of a wild shot from Maqsood. He got to the toe end of it and it went up and over up towards the boundary, but hauled back in. 56 for 4, Maqsood to 3. So just to explain, Amy Jones had a longish half volley out towards long off. Diol was running back, took the catcher. Momentum was going to take her over, as you'd imagine. They've seen these catches many times before. She then tosses the ball up in the air as Brydon Carse is in again, left alone outside the off stump, taken around about shoulder height that by Simpson. End of the over, the 15th of the innings, 56 for 4, and that required rate has gone up to 6. Maqsood has 3, Shakeel has 9, and as her momentum takes her over, she throws the ball up in the air, and then she has to dive from beyond the boundary. And she just gets her right foot off the ground just in time when her hand takes the ball. Now, that looked to me like a clean catch.
It was outstanding. The bits I've seen of it, I thought it was one of the best executed boundary catches you've ever seen, yeah.
It was astounding. You can see it on the BBC Sport website. Go and check it out and let us know what you think. As the start of a new over, full, pushed into the offside. Overton still bowling to the left-handed Shakeel. And you could tweet us at BBC TMS or at any of our handles. Let us know what you think. But is it 6 if you come from beyond the boundary? Do you need to get a foot back inside the field of play before you take the ball? Well, I thought that it was clean. Because,
I thought it was clean, yeah.
Because she started inside the boundary and then a momentum took her over. Overton in again, defended on the front foot by Shakeel. Pakistan just looking to regroup here a little, having lost that 4th wicket, the wicket of Fakhar Zaman, bowled by Overton in his last over, 56 for 4. So I thought that because she started inside, tossed it up in the air, momentum took her over, then she bounced back, dived forward and caught, that was okay. But I've seen some people claim that that's not quite right. We might have to set Andy the onerous task of the laws. He loves the laws, I'm sure. Overton round the wicket. Defending again really solidly, Shakeel. You sense Pakistan are just going to dig in here for the next, well, at least 5 overs.
It'd be interesting again with England's tactics over this now. I think Ben will be as aggressive as he can. I don't think he's going to hold anything back. Look to go for him for the kill, really. 2 more wickets and they're into the real all-rounders and bowlers then. So more of the same, keep attacking.
Will we see him bowl much? He only bowled 1 over at Cardiff.
Doesn't need to, has he?
Hasn't needed to at all. It's extraordinary. Here is Overton. It's punched off the back foot, but straight into the covers. It's fielded by Gregory. There are 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side and the slip. So Stokes can have 4 men out, but he's only got well, he's actually more like a deep backward point. He's so square, a long leg and a deep square leg, about 2 or 3 yards in front of square. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and that's slip. Now Gregory's now being sent out to pasture. Because there are 2 balls left in this over. Is that the reasoning? Perhaps, as Overton runs away from us. That's pushed into the offside, but this time can't beat point. Has this been no runs off this over so far?
No, it's been a great execution, great line, great length. We talked about again. I think the one thing I look back at Pakistan, and certainly I know Phil Salt and Vince played well, but they got a lot of those soft balls that they could pull and cut and get away. I can't really remember England bowling a cut ball or a pull ball, and I think they've just been so good on their lines and their lengths on this surface.
It's been relentless so far. Can they keep it up? Overton in, and no, he can. It's a maiden over as Shakeel pushes forward to a full delivery, pushes it up to that captain, Ben Stokes, who fields. No run. Warm round of applause. Pakistan 56 for 4 at the end of the 16th over. They have 47 overs to reach a target of 248, and the required rate's now a fair bit over 6. Andy Zaltzman.
Yes, it's just gone up to 6.19 per over, having started at 5.27 at the start of the innings. Craig Overton's bowled 4 overs for 4. Something on Fakhar Zaman's rather extraordinary and out-of-character innings.
Start of a new over. They're getting through his overs quickly. Brydon Carse has got 2 slips and bowls a short ball, which is up on his toes. Goes Maqsood, plays it back into the ground, picked up by the bowler, no run.
It's the joint 4th slowest innings of 40 or more balls in ODI cricket in the last 10 years.
Wow.
That is unbelievable. You wouldn't put him in that.
No.
Or want to put him in that bracket, but
we saw him charging down the wicket to his 9th ball. He had a great big hoik, didn't he? Just before.
Yeah, the pressure
he got out.
Yeah.
He's really struggling with his game, the conditions. Carse in. And that's gone for a big slash at this as Maqsood. He gets a thick edge down the deep third where it's fielded out there on the boundary by Craig Overton, and they get through for a single. That could have gone anywhere, that. And again, it just feels a little bit like the Pakistan batters are sort of trying to defend, and then when they think, I've had enough of this, they're trying to play the really big shot rather than just ticking it over at the moment.
When we have seen a boundary, I mean, it was a lovely couple of straight drives, Babar, like when the guys have just timed the ball rather than overhit it. You're right, I think when they've tried to hit the ball, they've nearly overhit the ball.
Carse in now to the left-hander. It's punched off the back foot nicely, but he can't beat the field, can't Saud Shakeel. And there's again no run, pressure building.
We have to give the credit, I think, to the bowlers. I think that as a unit, they've bowled exceptionally well. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Not one bowler bowling well and the pressure being released from the other end. It's been each seamer that's come on, all four of them have hit their groove straight away. There's been no freebies. I think it's just astonishing to think that, again, this is certainly not England's full-strength side, and they've been absolutely outstanding.
They really have. I mean, some of these guys would get into a third 11, really. So that's short, played off the back foot, but again, into the field, taken it to extra cover along the ground, good tumbling stop. It's been hugely impressive. The conundrum for Stokes is going to be, when does he bring on Parkinson? He's got to bring on the leggy at some point, unless he bowls a full complement, which I doubt.
I think it's not a bad thing. I think certainly a leg spinner, if they can get a couple more wickets to the tail enders, is always a nice thing. Tail enders don't necessarily like facing leg spin if there's any variations. So it's not bad to hold him back as well, especially while the seamers are doing the job.
Which end are we bowling him from, I wonder? Carse in. That's clipped away nicely off the pads. That's running away towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And a superb stop by Lewis Gregory, running away to his right, diving and picking up and throwing in pretty much one movement. Great fielding out there. He had to make a lot of ground, and he really had to sprint round to that because it was crisply struck by Saud Shakeel off his pads. But they pick up two nonetheless, 59 for 4.
Yeah, brilliantly, and that's what you want as well. When the bowler's doing that, the fielding as well has backed it up as well. I think it's been the difference, hasn't it? Pakistan have dropped a few chances, but England have been all over it today.
Here comes Carse to complete his over. That's played off the back foot, thick outside edge, down towards deep backward point. They're coming back for a second. The throw comes in, but they'll make it comfortably enough. So a brace of twos at the end of that Carse over. 61 for 4. Pakistan. Shakeel has 13. Maqsood has 4. More thoughts from Ian Bell. And Puffers, which end do you bowl Parkinson here, I wonder? And then it will be the returning magnificent Atif Nawaz.
If Parkinson did come on, I'd like to see him bowl from the pavilion end, purely of the fact that he'd be spinning it up the slope, so if he can get a couple, and then also the straight ball could potentially run down the slope, so that would be my perfect scenario for him. But at the moment the seamers are doing the job and putting so much pressure on this Pakistan batting lineup.
It has. It's been very impressive from England so far. Pakistan 61 for 4. In comes Craig Overton. And my word, Sohaib Maqsood just made some room for himself and smashed that into the grandstand. A huge 6 against the run of play. And all of a sudden, the Pakistani fans just awoke as if from a slumber. 67 for 4. Where did that come from, Ian Bell?
It's an incredible shot, like you said. Just into a little bit of room, and it allowed him to free his arms and hit that into, like you said, the grandstand. So, yeah, it came a little bit from nowhere. Maybe this is the way now, isn't it? To rather than just knock it round. They have got a little partnership going, but yeah, that's a fantastic shot there at the top of the stumps as well. Not an easy shot to play.
We saw Sohaib Maqsood play gorgeous kind of slap through extra cover into the stands in Cardiff as well, in similar fashion, also against the run of play. A little bit of counter-attack, maybe just a bit of frustration as well from being tied down. A rare bit of shortness as well from England. In comes Overton now, a bit fuller this time to Maqsood, who drives beautifully through the covers this time. There's a man out there who's going to have to make a heck of an effort. He's done well. Will Jackson, the deep. He's on the field for James Vince. The batsmen come back for 2. Pakistan 69 for 4.
Yeah, and another really nice shot, nice cover drive, good movement, good positive intent. I think that's the thing we've probably lacked a little bit from Pakistan, is that positive intent. We look back at the Salt and the Vince partnership, they really did counter-attack, and also the positive running between the wickets, everything, and that's just giving Pakistan a bit more momentum now.
Overton into Sohaib Maqsood, another short ball, this time down the leg side, and it has been given a wide. 70 for 4. I mean, does it do that to your mentality a little bit as a batsman, Ian Bell, when you lose your early wickets, the ball's swinging, your best batsman players like Babar, Azam, lauded for their technique, are struggling with the swing ball? Is it kind of understandable to go into your shell?
It's very understandable. I think what you've got to try and understand is what the bowler's trying to do. It's how you're going to flip that pressure back onto the bowler.
Overton in once again, a bit fuller this time, and just squaring up Sohaib Maqsood, who pushes to point for no run.
And I think that in that partnership, looking back at Salt and Vince, what they did really well, and I think what the England, the Bairstows and Butlers do, they put pressure back on the bowler by scoring off their heavy length delivery. All bowlers now looking to bowl straight, back of a length, sort of hitting the inner thigh pad. And you've got to find a way of putting pressure back on them. And I thought that's what England did really well in that partnership today. But Pakistan haven't quite managed to do that to this England attack.
Yeah, Ben Stokes still putting pressure on. 2 slips in place. In comes Overton. This time the ball is smashed high and long over the square leg boundary. Another huge 6 for Sohaib Maqsood. His second of this over. And he seems to have decided that anything that's going to be short is going to be put away.
And I think that's what we've seen from that first 6 early in the over. That wasn't a bad delivery. What he's asked Craig Overton he's changed it up, hasn't he? He's bowled him a half volley with a nice cover drive, and then he's gone for a bouncer. So he's thrown a question to him and say, OK, you bowl, I'm going to start scoring off your heavy length delivery, and put pressure back on him and asked him to change. So again, a little bit of momentum back with Pakistan.
Yeah, wasn't the biggest and cleanest hit of his life, but enough to clear that long square leg boundary. There is a fielder out there in the deep as well, so hey, backing himself to clear that man. The umpire has just given the ball a little wipe just to make sure if it's been in contact with the crowd, it's now safe. Now then, Overton in to Maqsood. He bowls a full ball, and Maqsood just pushes the ball to mid-off, and there is no run. Oh, there's a misfield, but the batters decide not to take the single. Yeah, there's 2 slips still in place for Overton, so there's an element of attacking this, but we mentioned this with Pakistan as well, Ian, where Babar, when he had that moment to really press home the advantage, maybe he left a little opening for England?
I think so, and maybe early in that partnership as well, the Vincents, they lost the slips quite quickly.
Overton in now, good length delivery. He's just been pushed wide of the fielder at point. He wanted the single, did Maqsood, but it's been sent back by his partner, and probably wisely so. That's the end of an eventful over from Overton. 2 6s off it. 76 for 4 Pakistan after 18 overs. Maybe this game still has a bit of life in it.
Yeah, and England won't mind that to an extent. They won't want us to carry on for too long, but again, they'll be hunting wickets. As we've said with Stokes' field, he's been trying to be proactive. He's trying to be as aggressive as he can, and knowing that the best way to close this game out is by taking wickets and not sitting back and just allowing a partnership to build and trying to play safe. So I can understand at the moment why he's keeping his catches in there, knowing that, again, wickets is the way to win this game.
This is a big partnership here for Pakistan, because beyond Saud Shakeel, who's only playing his second one-day international, let's not forget, and Sohaib Maqsood, there's only really Shadab Khan, and then sort of rely a little bit on Hasan Ali, but that's the last of the recognised batsmen. England right on the verge here as Carse comes in now to Shakeel, who flicks this ball nicely off his pads into the leg side for a single. And, yes, I've just been alerted to the fact that Faheem Ashraf is obviously a genuine all-rounder. He's there as well. Thank you very much, Andy Zoltzman. He's a big fan of Faheem Ashraf. 77 for 4.
This might be a time as well that England might change the tempo, change the pace. The one Pakistan probably could have done a little bit earlier when Salt was going so hard. A bit like now Maqsood here, that if they just a change of pace, bit of leg spin, see if that just interrupts the hitting.
It's Carse in once again, short ball this time, and just guided to that wide third region by Sohaib Maqsood. Takes a single, and Carse has looked very good again. A lot of good pace and showed great skill with the bat as well today. I think he surprised a lot of people with his skill with the bat today.
Really impressive. Again, just the character as well. I thought that partnership under pressure, and that's what you're searching for, and the opportunity England have and the selectors to have a look at these players and exposed under pressure in a full house at Lords, which has responded really well.
Carse in once again, short ball, and this time Saud Shakeel can just work it to extra cover. Looking for the pull shot, not quite there for it. No run. I mean, how much of the pressure do you feel? How aware are you as well, Ian, as a player in the scenario that there is this microscope on you, that people are watching you really closely, and how self-conscious does it make you?
Look, I think it's exciting as well, isn't it? I mean, these guys here, probably this opportunity was never going to be here. They were going to be playing a championship game and being in the blast, so that's exciting, isn't it? And I suppose you've got to look at it as a real positive, haven't you? There's some of these guys now are going to walk away from this series and their stock's risen a lot and putting pressure on the guys above them.
Carse into Shakeel. Good length delivery. He's been driven nicely in the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Not perfectly timed by Saud Shakeel, but he should manage to get 3 for it. In fact, he did just get the 2. Saud was coming back for the third, so Sohaib Maqsood wasn't interested. And Saud almost sort of ended up running a whole 3 by himself.
Yeah, he's turned a 3 into a 2 quite easily there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's pretty poor running.
I think Maqsood was doing a little bit of ball watching. So it didn't really take off the bat. We've seen some of the balls just fly off the bat from the England batsmen in particular. Just timing it so beautifully and just trusting the outfield to carry the ball. But Pakistanis haven't quite found that level of timing. Anyway, in comes Carse now, this time flicked into the mid-wicket region this time by Saud Shakeel. He's starting to time the ball very, very well. It's a long boundary out there. There's 2 men in pursuit. Neither will get there. So a boundary for Saud Shakeel. He moves on to 20. Pakistan 84 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot, lovely balance. Held it, just clipped it wide of mid-on and up the hill. And we know here again, if you get it into the outfield here, whether it's up the hill, down the hill, it's just speeds away. So beautiful. And this partnership is gathering a bit of momentum for the first time probably in this innings.
A lot rests on them as well. This pair have decided to play positively. Thus far, at least, it's been productive for Pakistan. Andy Zaltzman.
27 from the last 14 balls. There'd been just 9 from the previous 35.
Extraordinary. In comes Carse now. Good length delivery. It's been driven again on the front foot by Shakeel. The man sweeping will have some work to do. But 2 easy runs to Will Jacks out there in the covers. And Shakeel starting to up the pace a bit now. 22 for him off 27 deliveries. Maqsood on 19 off 16. Pakistan 86 for 4 after 19 overs. And though there's a lot of cricket to be played, still 28 overs to come. We'll have half an eye on that required rate.
Look, I think England, I mean, if Pakistan was still to bat this through, they'll be somewhere close, won't they? It's not a massive total. I feel now it's time for England just to change the tempo a little bit. Parkinson, bring a bit of spin. And we saw that with Pakistan. It really worked. Just changing the tempo. There was a little bit of grip in the surface. It was a little bit soft. So maybe that's the right time now. All we've seen is seen from England so far.
Well, for now, at least, Overton's going to continue. He starts with another short ball. This one's taken a top edge. It's gone up in the air. Where's it going to land? In the gloves of Simpson. He takes the catch. And Sohaib Maqsood has been dismissed. Craig Overton, having been hit for 2 sixes in the previous over, comes back and has his redemption. And Sohaib Maqsood's innings will come to an end. A superb catch from John Simpson running back as well. Pakistan in deep, deep trouble, 86 for 5.
Yeah, brilliant catch from Simpson. It's never easy turning round over your shoulder, chasing it back, leaving it for the keeper. And yeah, you felt that there was something happening there, didn't you? That Maqsood there with the 6s in the previous over fancied a little bit of Overton there. And, obviously, again, for England, it's about taking wickets. So a perfect timed wicket for us.
Yeah, Ben Stokes being rewarded for his persistence with Craig Overton. They're kind of challenging him to come back from that previous over and get his man. He persisted with that short ball. Probably not the worst strategy in the world, seeing that Sohaib Maqsood, almost in a premeditated way, was going for that big pull shot off anything that even resembled a short ball, and now he's gone in consecutive matches for 19.
Yeah, and credit to Craig Overton for that as well. In county cricket for Somerset, and having played against him and seen him for a while, he's a competitor. He likes to be aggressive, so he's not going to shy away from a competition. So yeah, credit to him for sticking in there and getting that wicket.
Pakistan's vice captain Shadab Khan is going to come out and join Saud Shakeel. It's a bit of an ask for these guys. You have to say England very much in control of this game at the moment. Pakistan look a long way off that 248 target. There's plenty of time left in this game, but there's only 5 wickets for Pakistan. England have bowled tremendously today. Starting off with Saqib, Mahmood and Lewis Gregory, and followed up quite nicely by Craig Overton.
Yeah, they've just carried on, haven't they, from where they left off in Cardiff. They've been relentless, and it's a really good word, and ruthless, really. They've set the tone every time they've walked out there. No freebies at all, and every time a new bowler's come on to set, to start their spell again, they've been right on it. So it's been an excellent bowling spell so far.
And then Shadab Khan is on strike. In comes Overton. He greets him with a bouncer. Shadab ducks under it. Checks all his equipment is in all the right places. And the score remains 86 for 5. Well, conversely, for Pakistan, if you're a debutant or playing your second game, as is Saud Shakeel, you can't really ask for a better platform, really, can you? I mean, this is the stage. You're at Lord's. You've got a difficult scenario, but against some inexperienced bowlers to showcase some skill. He's at the non-striker's end as in comes Overton. Bowls a good ball to Shadab. Shadab wants the single. It's not there. He's sent back by his partner, and there is no run. And some of the crowd here today already warming up for Wembley tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Big final, of course.
Coming home.
You think it's coming home?
Hopefully, hopefully.
What's your prediction for the big match tomorrow?
Don't put me in that position. I'm just, I'll be nervously watching, but yeah, hopefully it is coming home. It's been great to watch so far.
Any kind of win, we'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
In comes Overton now. Back of a length delivery. He's just been pushed to the deep third man region by Shadab Khan, who is now off the mark. Pakistan move on to 87 for 5. Saud Shakeel has looked very polished today. He's on 22 of 27. He's got a good average in first-class cricket as Saud Shakeel, and in list A cricket for his team in Sindh. Played a lot of cricket for Sindh in Pakistan since the domestic restructuring. He's really stood out. Of course, a much smaller talent pool for Pakistan, looking at 6 teams rather than 18. As Overton in now, good length ball. Again, it's been pushed just wide of the fielder at point, who's quickly onto it and prevents the single. Good bit of work there from Salt at point. The score remains 87 for 5. I mean, as an outsider, Ian, what do you make of that restructuring? Do you think, in principle, having 6 teams instead of 18 in terms of first-class cricket, I mean, obviously it created a lot of controversy, and there was a lot of opposition to this, long-standing 18-team structure in Pakistan. Overton in now, good length ball, pushed to point, and there is no run. 20 overs gone, Pakistan 87 for 5. I mean, what does that do? I guess the positive there is, okay, now you have a focused group of talent that you can cultivate. But equally, are you shutting out talent?
Well, it depends on, I suppose, the structure that's underneath that. But I suppose with 6 teams, the standard of first-class cricket should be excellent. I mean, having been fortunate to play in the PSL, I know that the amount of talent, is huge in Pakistan. I mean, there is so many quality players in all departments, whether that's spin, fast bowling and talented batsmen. So you'd like to think that the quality of first-class cricket there would be absolutely amazing. I suppose when you look at other parts of the world, Australia, New Zealand, they don't have huge amounts of first-class teams, so it is a smaller pool to play from. But I suppose what you're looking for is the quality. I suppose in England with 18, we're very fortunate one to have a system like that, an opportunity. But yeah, you do think that, again, like I said, having been a part of the PSL, I know the ability is there and the talent. It's just how you get that. Playing the toughest first-class cricket, certainly 4-day cricket, to enable that step to test match cricket to make it that bit easier.
Now then, Carse to continue. Shadab on strike. Carse bowls. Shadab guides it past point. It races away to the boundary under the grandstand again. And Shadab has his first 4. 91 for 5. This does still look a very good pitch. It's a very quick outfield. Can England continue to be disciplined with the ball and polish off this Pakistan innings?
Yeah, a beautiful shot from Shadab. Back foot punch. Joe Root-esque, really. I mean, I'm looking at numbers here, averaging 25. He's a better player than that. He's a talent. And I think probably, like you said, as vice-captain here, it's now time to really improve those numbers over the next couple of years.
Carse still has 2 slips in place. And he comes with a short ball, which Shadab tries to pull. Doesn't get a hold of it. It drops just short of the fielder, a deep, fine leg. And they take a single. I've noticed Pakistan, all of their batsmen really not shy of going after the short ball, whether it reaps rewards or not. Bit of good shot selection.
Yeah, well, they've had to, really. I mean, England have given nothing, no half volleys. There's been real ruthless on their lines and their lengths, so they've obviously had to try and capitalise in any short ball and try and take on the pull and the hook shot.
And then Saud Shakeel on strike. In comes Carse. Good length ball, pushed to extra cover, and there is no run. 92 for 5 is the score for Pakistan after 20.3 overs. Saud Shakeel, he's had a difficult year. He was supposed to make his debut for Pakistan against South Africa, got himself injured and was replaced by Asif Ali. High hopes for Asif Ali from Pakistan. They expected him to do big things, but he couldn't quite bring that performance to the national side, and hence Saud Shakeel has another chance, his first chance. In comes Carse once again. This time the ball's just been squirted out into the leg side, just about evades the stumps, and the batters take a single. 93 for 5 after 20.4.
You're right. I mean, Asif Ali really is having watched him closely, he's one of my favourite players. When I saw him in the PSL, he was as clean a striking as you can ever see a player hit a cricket ball, and it's a shame that he's not quite turned that PSL, I suppose, form. I know the last year was quite a tough year for him, but the previous form he's had into the Pakistan shirt, because there's no doubt, ability-wise, he would be a real asset at the top of his game.
Shadab on strike. In comes Carse, and this time Shadab flicks the ball nicely towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's racing away, and it will get there. So another 4 for Shadab Khan. He moves into double figures. He's got 10 runs from 6 balls. Pakistan 97 for 5.
Yeah, lovely shot again. Nice balance down the hill this time. Just clipping it off his toes, wide mid-on, and then you're never going to get that as a mid-on. That is literally running away down the hill. And a nice shot, Carse here, just leaking a few here. Maybe, you're the big man now, maybe take him off and let's have a change of tempo, change of pace and get the leg spinner into the game.
Yeah, you've been pushing for this leg spinner for a while now. In comes Carse now to Shadab. This time Shadab just pushes the ball to backward point and there is no run. That's interesting. Pakistan 97 for 5 after 21 overs. It's interesting when we look at Shadab and you talk about, he's obviously a quality player. There's a lot of quality players. Asif Ali is a quality player. Often they demonstrate their great stroke making ability. They can put all the bad balls away. It's the good balls that they're really struggling with. Even players at the class of Babar Azam, we've looked at Saqib Mahmood being so effective against him, so consistent. He's dismissed him the 2 times he's had a go at him. That's what you really need to find, that gear of being able to survive when the bowler is on top.
Yeah, when you're playing in these conditions in England, obviously we've had a lot of rain around last couple of weeks as well, so there's enough in the pitch for the seamers. Obviously we've seen over the last few years some real flat pitches here where bat has dominated, but in the series so far it's actually been a little bit of help for the seamers. So again, your defence is just as important as your attacking options. And as we saw today, I thought actually that was a fantastic delivery to get Babar Azam out, just running down the hill enough. If that was a straight ball, it would have hit the middle of the bat. It's just nipped down the hill, and again at 90 miles an hour, it just has to do just enough. But I'm sure he's the wicket there. Be really, really, really chuffed with it when he goes to bed tonight.
Absolutely. And Matt Parkinson into the attack, and he starts with a flighted delivery. He's just been worked into the leg side by Saud Shakeel for a single. You have your wish, Ian Bell. You wanted to see a bit of pace come off the ball. You wanted to see the spin of Matt Parkinson. Well, you got him.
Yeah, no, again, I think sometimes it's important. He's an attacking spinner as well. He's not just somebody who's just going to bowl flat and straight. He can spin the ball. We've seen actually for Lancashire this year, he's bowled some absolutely worldy deliveries. So he's an attacking spinner. So, actually, I'd quite like to see a slip here. I'm surprised Stokes hasn't gone with that. But yeah, nice change of tempo. I think we saw that work really well for Pakistan earlier.
An interesting field. I shall take you through it in a moment as forward in defence is Shadab and there is no run. We've got a long off in place. Some protection in the offside. There's a man sweeping in the covers. 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side. So there's some pockets for Shadab to be aggressive should he choose to, as Parkinson in, short and cut by Shadab. Down to long on for a single, as Radio 4 long wave listeners will be leaving us at the end of the over for the shipping forecast. And Pakistan have a bit of work to do. Just 1 run shy of their team 100. An important milestone for them to hit if they're going to get anywhere near this target. 99 for 5. Parkinson has gone for 2 from his 3 balls so far. Shakeel on strike. In comes Parkinson outside the off stump. Shakeel punches the ball to the man sweeping in the covers for a single. He's looking good, just rotating the strike. Pakistan's 100 is up. 100 for 5 after 21.4 overs. Appreciated by the crowd here at Lord's. Polite applause ring through, but they'll all know that it's really that second column, the wicket column, that's causing their problems. Short ball again from Parkinson, but cut straight to the fielder at point, and Shadab, annoyed with himself, just pounds his thigh pad there. He knows he should have found the gap. There's Ian Bell. We're going to give you a little break in a moment. Ebony Rainford Brent, World Cup winner, is going to be alongside me. Another short delivery from Parkinson has been pushed out to the man sweeping in the covers for a single. That is the end of the over. 101 for 5. And we Radio 4 long wave listeners are now headed to the shipping forecast. Now then, 101 for 5 after 22 overs. Shakeel on 25, Shadab on 12. Ebony Rainford Brent is back. Ebony, tell me how you find the situation. Please give me some hope. How are Pakistan going to find their way into this side? In a moment, you're going to be joined by the awesome Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, it's hard giving hope at the moment. I just think it's been a lot of lack of discipline from Pakistan, if I'm honest. England have bowled very well. They've been relentless. They're going to come at you. The conditions are favoured to bowling. But just some of those shots, I think, have just showed the loose nature at times. Fakhar Zaman in particular was a disappointing loss.
Sohaib's here's Gregory with 2 slips in place from the pavilion end, chopping into the ground. He's got it past Gully. Down towards deep third, it's cut off by Parkinson, who moves across to his right-hand side, and Pakistan are 102 for 5 now. Their target 248. But yeah, the wickets are the problem for Pakistan at this stage. There was a hope, wasn't there, with a bit of hitting out from Sohaib Maqsood, but it didn't last long enough, and it seemed more sort of thrashing in desperation rather than building a controlled innings that could have flourished into an elongated partnership. England hit back. Shakeel facing up now. Gregory in. Turns it behind square on the leg side. Parkinson again runs in to pick up. Another single is added. 103 for 5 in this 23rd over. Do you feel conditions have changed much, Ebbs, over the course of the match?
No, it's been pretty... I just think the overheads have been there the whole time, and the surface has... it's just had enough in it for the bowler, just enough shape, and then obviously the slope comes into play. So I wouldn't say it's changed a huge amount. You just have to be disciplined with your batting, and you have to be quite clinical with your movements.
Gregory, right arm over. That's come back into Shadab Khan. Worked it rather uncomfortably into the onside, and there's no run. So Ringfield on the offside, the slip, 3 inside the circle. And a mid-on and a mid-wicket with protection at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Fine leg and a deep third. England hunting for 5 more wickets to try and win the match. And Pakistan in pursuit of 248 if they're to level the series. Gregory, short dark hair, in. It's off the outside edge. It drops in front of first slip. He wasn't able to gather it cleanly. Crawley then chases back, and a single's been taken. 104 for 5 in this 23rd over.
What's hard to work out, it's hard to get my head around whether it's the England team, the B team are actually, up there. Their standard is higher than we maybe perceived coming in, or whether Pakistan are genuinely off the mark. I haven't quite got my head around it. I'm guessing it's a mixture of both, but...
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. Off the outside edge of the leading edge of the bat of Shakeel. Lewis Gregory is the bowler. Fielded at deep backward point, a chase back from cover. And Pakistan are 105 for 5. One more ball left of the 23rd over as they chase the 248 they need to win this match. I think the England team have absolutely stepped up and played to their potential. And of course with Stokes, Malan, they've got that bit of a backbone of experience in the side as well. As Gregory in once more, back of a length, pulled away, controlled turn around the corner. It bounces well short of fine leg, and they're able to go through for another one. 106 for 5, 23 overs gone, and the wickets to fall. 2 for Mahmood, 1 for Gregory, 2 for Overton as well. And he came back brilliantly, having been hit for 2 sixes by Sohaib Maqsood, to then have him caught by Simpson for just 19, 86 for 5 at that stage. And I've got Will Jacks back on the field. Well, he's been on throughout, hasn't he, for James Vince, because he had a foot injury. So he hasn't been back on the field.
If England win, I wonder if he'll get a little look in as well. Maybe the likes of Ben Duckett. I just wonder if they will rotate, which they didn't really do with the England A side, actually, as much as we thought.
Spin continuing here in Parkinson is bowling full. It's a hit into the ground and then back to the bowler. Could have been a bit of a crowd catch. He didn't actually take it clean. It was on the half volley. He rolled, made it look very dramatic.
Yeah, it was definitely theatrical, wasn't it? Spinners do like that caught and bowled kind of action.
Simpson bobs down behind the stumps and a whirl of arms as Parkinson's in there. Some turn there, well negotiated by Khan. Plays it out towards deep cover and takes a single. So certainly some grip. We saw that, didn't we, in the Pakistan innings when the spinners came into play. That was when some key wickets started to fall, and so Saud Shakeel in particular dismissing Phil Salt. But here's Parkinson to the left-hander, tries to work it with his wrists. So into the onside along the ground though, and finds Salt. And there's no run. He made 60 earlier. Phil Salt in a 97-run third wicket stand with Vince, who made 56 off 52 balls. Parkinson in a little quicker, and it has Shakeel forward, reaching for it a touch outside the off stump. It's angled across the left-hander. Parkinson picks up, tosses himself a catch. White towel poking out from beneath his navy trousers, and a flick of the wrist again to turn it into the onside. Salt is there to pick up. got busy action, hasn't he? He's quite quick in the arm action, Parkinson. 24 years of age and made his T20 international debut in New Zealand in 2019. Coming forward this time, Shakeel works him up to mid-on. Jogs through for one. And that's the end of the over. 24 gone, 108 for 5 with the target 248. Exciting news from Wimbledon, Ebbs, for the cricket world, not least. If people have picked up that the Wimbledon ladies singles champion is Ash Barty, also the lesser known fact about her is that she was a professional cricketer and played for Brisbane Heat in the Women's Big Bash. That's applause for Matt Parkinson heading down to field on the boundary rope. But yeah, she took a break from tennis, didn't she?
Yeah.
Decided she just needed a change and had a season. It's the very first season of Big Bash she played for Brisbane.
If you like whacking balls and you're very good at tennis, it's quite likely you might be all right at giving a cricket a go. We were actually looking at where she played as well in terms of what number in the order, and 6 seems like right for a tennis player, isn't it? Just come in and get those hands going through it, no messing about.
Yeah, play some good forehand strikes.
Exactly.
Well, there's some tweets here from Andrew Simpson, because he's been all over this. The first 2 Wimbledon men's singles champions also both played first-class cricket. I'll give you their names in a moment, because Lewis Gregory is preparing to bowl from the pavilion end. Shakeel, who's on 28, have got